Hey, Tori, let me know if you can hear me. I'd really appreciate it. Hey, Tori, let me know if you can hear me. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Tori, let me know if you can hear me. Just going to wait a couple of minutes, see if some other people jump on. But I've got a list started, so I'll have you at the top of the list, Tori. Nice to meet you, by the way. I don't know if you're new to my channel or not. Happy Friday indeed. TGIF. So, Tori, are you like? I know you haven't asked a question yet, but I'm just warming up here. Do you have children, or do you want to have a child? Hey, Heather, welcome. Nice to see you. I'm doing well. Just waiting for some people to hop on here. Okay, so Tori, you were thinking about a kid recently. Okay. Yeah, that's what this is. I was just I was just pulling a few cards, and that's what this is apparently. Yeah. So I know you haven't asked a question yet, Tori, but so you are you're gonna have a child. Like you're contracted. I don't know what you believe, but you're contracted to have a child, and it's the same soul. So there's people don't really understand how this works in kind of like on the other side of the veil. So the bodies are just avatars. So it's like a lot of times people think that, you know, like, and I know this is kind of a little bit of a touchy topic, but you know, I'm going here. They think that the body is the human. And so like if you abort the body, then you've aborted the human being. And there's all this guilt and all this shame around all of that, right? And it's not true. The avatar, the suit, is not the person, right? And so the soul or a soul basically has to wait for the body to be grown. And then as the body is born, meaning it's completely out, it's completely born, the soul has a choice at that moment to enter the body. And there's a you can kind of look into this, I know it's very theoretical. Obviously there's no way you can prove this, but I believe it based on my experiences. But if you look into the concept of what's called a walk-in or a soul walk-in, that kind of explains it a little bit. So, but anyways, back to your reading. So I saw here immediately, and I was getting in my mind that you were something about a pregnancy or a child. And you can see it here. And what's interesting is on this card, she's looking down at the kind of like at this, towards her, towards her womb, towards her belly. But really, I guess it's further up than that, I guess, if we're going to be technical. I don't know why I have to be so OCD about this. But she's holding this soul. So if you look at this card, let's just take a look at this card for a minute. By the way, Tori, there's a reason that you were here first. There's a reason that you were the first person here tonight. And there's a reason that nobody else came in. Because this message needed to get to you. This is a divine message. It's like a divine appointment. Because a lot of people who go through things like this, it really F's them up for a long time. You can spend lifetimes. Like I know women who have lifetimes of guilt and shame around, making a decision when they were young or whenever they made the decision about, do I keep a child? Do I not keep a child? I know women who are effed up for taking the day after pill. Literally the day after, right? So there's a lot of pressure and a lot of external noise from society and culture and whatever from the world that when we buy into that, it can plunge people into some really dark places. Because you're the one who's walking around and carrying that, but God, source of the universe, your higher self, your soul, and the souls of those that come into the bodies that we create, they know the truth, and it doesn't work that way. So it's important for you to not get sucked into any type of negative energy or negative mindset or negative beliefs or negative stories about whatever decisions you've made, because it doesn't matter. And when I say it doesn't matter, what I'm saying is the decisions that we make when it comes to the avatars prior to the soul being here, and even to a certain extent, and this would become a whole other conversation, a whole deep, a very complex conversation to have, but even within our own avatars, the bodies that we have, there's certain things that, it's like, this is just the body. And yes, we should take care of the body. Like, obviously we're here, we're alive for a reason. We should be responsible with the body. I believe that. But having said that, there is also the truth, right? And the truth transcends our opinions. It transcends our objectivities and all the bullshit. And the truth is, a soul cannot be created or destroyed, because we are all just fractals of what one would call God or the infinite, right? I am an expression of God. You are an expression of God. We are all just an expression of God, source, our soul. The thing that you are that's looking out behind your eyes. Like a lot of, how do I want to explain this to you? Or just in general, like, you are not your name. The name is what was given to you by your parents. You are not the body. The body was provided to you by your parents. So who is the you that is looking out from behind these eyes? What is that thing, that consciousness, right? that thinks, that perceives, that imagines, that desires? What is that? What is the force that is behind your eyes, looking out into this world and experiencing all the five senses? What is that? You know, it's not your name. It's not your body. Those are, you know, those things were given to you, right? It's your soul, a consciousness, a conscience. That's what's inhabiting you. And that can't be created. It can't be destroyed. It's infinite. It always has been. Now, we don't understand this because when our soul enters these bodies, we undergo something called spiritual amnesia. We forget all of where we came from, why we're here. It's a complete blank slate, and that's on purpose because we've come here with a blank mind, a clean slate, to have an experience that's based partly on free will. And so if we had all of the knowledge of where we came from and our origins and our past lives and all the things, the mysteries of the universe, then it would spoil the experience that we're here to have, right? But, and again, that's kind of another conversation too, but the reason I'm sharing this with you, Tori, is because what I sense, let me just kind of get to the point here because I'm like going around like I'm like touching everything, but I'm like going in circles around the point. You know, the point in all of this for you is to understand that there is whatever the situation is that you've experienced recently, your guides, your ancestors, your higher self, whatever you believe, that the forces that you can't see are trying to intercept something from occurring that would have a profound negative impact on the rest of your life, and it would create all these tangles, all these knots that would have, you know, that would have to be untangled. It's like the longer a problem exists, right? The longer you leave something infected, right? Like let's say, you know, you have a cavity in your tooth or something, but you don't do anything about it. And you put it off, you put it off, you put it off, you put it off, you put it off. Well, eventually the cavity gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And then you got to get a root canal, right? And they got to just rip the whole tooth out, right? And so, you know, your spiritual protection team is trying to intercept something from occurring because they know that you have an important role that you don't quite yet see or understand yet because this awakening card is here. And again, I know you haven't even asked a question yet, and I was just warming up the table, so to speak. But it's okay. And I'm happy you're the first person, so obviously I'm happy to answer the question you have that may be completely unrelated to what I'm telling you right now. But it's like, but this needed to come through. This is a message that needed to come through for you regardless. Whatever happened, you need to not worry about the decision that you've made because again, a soul, a spirit chooses when to inhabit a body. And again, if you research the concept of a soul walk-in, this happens sometimes even when people are super old. So I'll give you an example of that. So let's say somebody is like 45, right? Well, the soul that was inhabiting the avatar up until the age of 45, they wanted the experience of being born and growing up and doing all the things, but they wanted that experience to end at 45. It's like, I don't want to live and grow old and die and have to deal with all of that. I just want to have an experience of incarnating into the world, being born as a child, growing up till about mid-age and having all of those experiences and all the fun and all the things. And then that's when I want to be done with this. So what happens behind the scenes in the spiritual world is someone says, well, hey, you know, I'll use that avatar. And so something will happen. You know, maybe the person gets into a car wreck. Maybe they have a stroke. Maybe, you know, some weird thing will happen to that person, right? Like if we knew this person, it's like, man, oh, that's so crazy that happened to such and such, right? And we're just thinking it's just an unfortunate event that happens to anybody in life. But what we didn't know, that it was actually it was pre-appointed behind the scenes before these people were even born, they had a contract, right? They had an agreement that when the body, the avatar, gets to 45 years old, you're going to leave the body. This accident's going to happen. I'm going to enter the body, and then I'm going to live out the rest of the years in that avatar, because that's the time of the experiences of what I want to have. And this, could potentially explain why with a lot of people, when things like that happen, somebody that everybody recognizes once upon a time who used to act a certain way, behave a certain way. It's like, man, before they got into that car wreck, before this thing happened to them, before they went through that divorce, before whatever the thing is that happened, they used to be like this. Now they're a completely, totally different person. Their friends don't recognize them. Their families don't recognize them. They don't relate to their friends anymore. They don't relate to their family anymore. They just kind of go off in their own weird direction. They dress different. They act different. It's like, who are you? You're a totally different person, right? And it's true, because the soul that's now inside of that avatar is a totally different consciousness, right? So the reason I'm sharing this with you is, again, it's a very theoretical and complex thing, but the point for you is to understand that, well, two things. One, not to carry any type of guilt, shame, or concern about any decisions that you've made, and whatever those things are. I mean, it's obviously a personal matter, and that the universe wants you to know that you can't, a soul cannot be destroyed. And so, when it comes to abortion, and again, I'm not saying miscarriages, abortions, whatever the things are. Whatever the things are, the guilt that is experienced around it, part of it is human, and that's to be a human being. Like, there's a time to grieve and mourn and things for people who've lost children that they wanted, for example, and they grieve and they mourn the loss of a child. Well, that's called being human, right? But even then, there's still a little bit of a lack of understanding that the child isn't lost. Maybe that the birth of the life that you were, the avatar that you were creating inside of your womb as a female was lost, but the soul is not lost. So for you, the second thing I wanted to tell you about is that this soul wants to come in. So you have a child, maybe more than one, that you have potentially a contract or agreement with that wants to come in. And so just be aware of that, because, it's probably going to be very easy for you to get knocked up. And I just have to keep it real on my channel. You're and it is, and like, you think, well, we use protection. Listen, when this soul wants to come in, he's coming in, or she's coming in. They're coming in. You can use the protection. You can use the birth controls. You can use the things. I don't care. Like, well, I don't have a womb. We got taken out. Okay, then you're just going to be you'll be the second virgin birth. I mean, it'll just be what it is. Like, when the soul wants to come in, it's coming in. So there's that part of it. And so the second part for you, there's this awakening. So the second thing is, like, to understand that you're going through a spiritual awakening, but you also have a higher purpose. There's a reason that these messages are reaching you, because you're actually going through or undergoing a spiritual awakening. And as you start to move into 2025, a lot of things in your life that have made no sense up until now, like, nothing has made sense, or a lot of things that haven't made sense. Who knows? I'm not sure. But you're about to go through a crazy spiritual awakening, and it's about to change your life. So as you move into 2025, just know that you have a profound purpose, and things are about to start making sense. Now we have this illusions. The illusions card is basically just a matter of questioning. Okay. So there's going to be a lot of fears, not fears. Well, I mean, fear is just as a human experience. That's not what I meant to say. The illusion is the questioning. Like, you're going to be questioning things and questioning things and questioning things. And you're going to start to realize that because of the spiritual awakening that you're having, you're going to start to see the matrix, right? And the matrix just got upgraded, by the way. Just like your phone gets updated, the matrix just got upgraded. That's a collective message for all of you, and I'm not gonna get into that tonight. That's a whole separate message. But yeah, 2025, the Matrix just got upgraded. So, and then we have this spiritual traveling here. So you're going through a process of spiritual ascension right now. I mean, the travel card for you, at least, Tori, there's a process of ascension here. So this talks more about spiritual travel right now than it does like literal travel here. So you have something very important. But this was the main message that I knew that I needed to get to you, was about this, because if you allowed the illusion of guilt and shame or whatever the thing is that happens to people when they have to make a difficult decision to, even if it's just the tiniest little thing at first, well, that seed gets planted in your subconscious, and then it's like an infection that grows, right? And so your spiritual protection team or your higher self or whatever you believe is wanting to ensure that that doesn't happen, because there are some very important things that you need to do, and you need to be able to use your energy and your focus to focus on those things coming up in 2025 and beyond, not getting all wound up and, wound up and bound up, I guess, in knots over, self-inflicted trauma due to beliefs that are, kind of, how would I say this, that are imposed upon you, whether you, culturally, it's the matrix, the beliefs of the matrix that are imposed upon you as a woman that creates guilt and shame. Because if you understood how things really work, not the way that we think things work, because of how what we observe with our five senses and what people tell us of how the matrix and the fake reality, the simulation that we're living in, how it works, then we'd all live our lives a lot more freer, and we'd sure the fuck have a lot less fear and worries and doubt and anxiety. We would stop taking life so fucking serious, right? We would enjoy life a lot more, because we'd really, it's just a simulation. Like, there's no reason for us to take life so serious. Like, it's a beautiful thing to be here and experience this, because we came here to experience it. Like we chose this. We incarnated knowing the good, the bad, the ugly. We knew that we were going to go through all the things, the hurt, the pain, the suffering, and yet we still incarnated into these bodies, full well knowing just how intense that this life could be, how bad it could be sometimes, right? And so we still came here despite that. Our soul was like, hey, I know that's going to hurt. I know that's going to suck. I know that there's pain. I know there's suffering. I know there's loss. I know there's betrayal. I know that there's da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But you know what? The good outweighs the bad, and it's worth going into that realm, going into one of those little avatar suits and having that experience, because it's something that we can't have out here, right? There's a reason that our souls come into bodies. It's because there's experiences that we get to have in these bodies that we can't have when we're just a spirit or a soul, right? So, and so how that relates back to you, Tori, is that the universe, God, source, the universe, spirit, your higher self, whatever you believe, is like, hey, she has something very important to do. You have a very important purpose in your life and a very important role to play here. And you don't, you don't need to be wasting your time with all of this guilt and this shame and putting your focus and your energy on and like the past and, well, did I fuck up here to make this bad? It's like, no, like, let's just clean slate it all. Let's make sure that she understands where her focus and attention, her energy needs to be, because there's some amazing things that are coming up for you. Your whole life's about to change and transform. So I don't know if that makes any sense for you. I know that was a lot, Tori. So, Tori, I know I thought I saw a donation. Wow, I'm just looking over here at the chat. You guys all snuck in. You slipped in behind when I was going off my little rant over here, and you guys all came in, which is awesome. Let's see who all is here. Okay, who do we have? Oh my God, my mod is here. Gene is here, my lifesaver. Man, it's so good to see all you guys. Hey, happy almost. We're almost at the end of this year. How about that? That's crazy, right? How fast? Okay, so Andrew donated. So first of all, hey everybody. Welcome to Human Innovation Terror. If you're new here, my name is Eddie. It's good to see all of you guys. I just was waiting, and Tori was in the first one in on the stream, and Andrew, if you donated, I'll get to you in just a second here. Tori, your question is still first, and then of course just a few things for all of you guys. My mind is a little scattered because you guys came in. You came in like a wildfire. So anyways, can't believe that we're all almost to the end of 2024, about to go into 2025. And so for tonight, there's a few things. I'm going to be doing things a little bit different for you guys tonight, maybe for myself. So the way that I'm doing things tonight, the way that I'm going to do things tonight is those of you who have a very quick question. You have a quick, simple question, like a yes or no, or something that I can answer with 3 cards. Okay. If you have a quick yes or no question, or something that a question I can answer with 3 cards or less, not a follow-up question like, okay, I answered your first question. You're like, but okay, but now I would need to know this. You just have a quick question. I want you guys to put, just put the number 1 in the chat. If you have a super quick question, a yes or no question, or something that I can answer with 3 cards or less, I want you to put the number 1 in the chat. Now, the rest of you guys who may or may not have been around before, and you know how things can go here, and you just want what we would call a normal reading, which there's any amount of time who knows how long that will go. I don't know. If you're just looking for, you need something more than the people I just find in group number 1, then put number 2 in the chat. Like, you're just here to hang out, you're along for the ride, you can put number 2 in the chat. But for those of you that are number 1ers, you just need something super fast, super quick, I want to get to you guys first. I'm trying this out, something new that I'm doing here, because I feel like a big group comes in and you just have a lot of you guys just want something, you just need a quick answer on something, and I don't want you guys to feel like you have to wait. But then sometimes people come and they want, you're here for like a deeper, more like go in depth into your situation, right? So we got two different types of people here. But if you need the quick ones, I want to get the quick people out, because I know that you're here and you don't want to wait, a really long time, because I will go a really long time. If you know me, I'll go a really long time on these lives. And so I'm just trying to change things, experiment here on my channel. And maybe I can kind of meet in the middle and be the best of both worlds. So I can knock the guys that those of you that have quick answers, you need a quick answer, I can get through you guys first really fast. And then those of you that are, not in a rush or not in a hurry, and you want a more deep or in-depth read, then cool, if that makes sense. So I felt like that was a mouthful. Okay, so Andrew, I'm going to get to you because you donated 100%. So, Tori and Gina and Y. I'll knock those three of you guys out really quick because you said you're in the first group there. So Tori, you were first. She was the first one here. So Tori, you can go ahead and ask your question, and then Gina, you have your question up ready after Tori's question, and then Y, just the letter Y. Why ask why? I'll get you, and then after those three, then Andrew, you'll be up. So Andrew, have your question after I knock those three out because you donated, and then we'll just kind of go through the list from there, if that makes sense. It's okay. It's okay, Gina. You can just leave it. I can see it, Gina. I see your question. I may have to get some of you guys to repost, but I can see it. Does Cancer want to reconcile, or should I move on? Okay. All right. First thing I need. Also, everybody, drop some love in the chat for my mod, Jean. She's amazing. She's a lifesaver, and she she keeps me in check. She keeps all my shit organized here. So drop some love in the chat for my amazing mod. And she chooses to do it on her own. She's amazing. Why? I'll get to you if I needed to. Why? So all right. So Tori, just so we know, everybody knows what we're doing. We're starting with Tori, and her question is: does Cancer want to reconcile? Should I move on? I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes to that, Tori, just based on the energy. But let me just give a quick little confirmation on that. Yeah. This is a yes. I mean, so the tarot is now backing up. The tarot is backing up what these cards up here are saying already. I mean, I don't even need to pull any more cards. Okay. Okay, so Tori, here's the answer to your question is yes. They do want to reconcile. And I'm just going to give you a really, really quick overview. All right. So the answer is yes. We see that with the fulfillment card. We see that here with the Ten of Cups. We see that with the success. And I feel like with the leadership card here, this person, you know, they're realizing something. They effed up here. There was a bad decision, a bad judgment call here. Someone wasn't thinking clearly, or they just realized, hey, I made a bad mistake. I made a bad judgment call. I made a bad decision. Right? There's a recognition of that here. Well, they've become illuminated. They become aware of the fact that they made a bad mistake with the illumination card here, and they're going to basically, with the leadership card, that's them basically taking the role of the leader to take action. To reconcile. So yes, the answer to your question is yes. I do think that this person does want to the Cancer does want to reconcile with you. All right. Gina, let's see. Gina. Let me go scroll up. What is going on with my boyfriend right now and the current relationship situation and his intention? Well, that's a little more than a yes or no question, Gina. That's a, but I'll see if I can get a quick answer for you on that. I mean, that's like a legit reading. What's going on with your boyfriend, his intention? So Danny, the $5 is to just skip the line. So it's basically Danny Carmona. The $5 is to skip the line, basically, so you don't have to wait. And then if you want like a full blown, all the bells and whistles reading, you can donate for 10, and that'll skip the line for you, and you'll get a full blown reading. Hopefully that makes sense. Brandy is here. I mean, everybody's here tonight. All my friends and family, my soul tribe. Hope you guys are having a great Friday evening. I know it's late. I swear I thought I was going to be on earlier, but it just didn't happen. It just did not happen. Once I got all my things done, it got late, and I was like, but you know what? I'm a night owl. That's when I come to life, so, but I realized for a lot of you guys, it's probably considered late. Okay, so Gina, the situation with your boyfriend. What's the situation with your boyfriend? I got to get my music going here. The situation is there's something here you're meant to learn here with the mastery card. So you're being taught by this relationship and maybe other relationships you've had. You're mastering. You're learning something, whether you realize it or not. You're going through cycles. These are relationships that you're having in your life, or whatever these things are that are happening for you. And obviously, this specific relationship with this specific boyfriend you're asking about is to teach you something. There's something about this relationship that is supposed to help you learn something about yourself so you can master it. No, you're not in alignment with this guy. You guys are not in alignment with each other. Obviously, there he is. This is just a card that says male. And the mentorship card, there's a lot of energies. And again, this is the purpose of me doing what I'm doing right now. I can't get into it because I'm trying to get, I'm tempted because I don't do anything quick on this channel. I do nothing fast on this channel. And I'm really, really, really trying to stick to the changes I need to make here. So, but this mentorship here is saying that basically there's two energies attached to it, and I'll just I have to give you the summary version. And you can stick around if you want like a more in-depth reading. You can stick around, you can donate. There's lots of ways to do that. But anyways, the mentorship here is about basically two things. This guy is teaching you things about yourself that you need to know because that's part of your spiritual evolution. That's the first part. But then the second part is as a result of the experiences that you've had through this person, but also the other experiences you've had throughout your entire life. Take a breath. You're supposed to teach people. You're a teacher, you're a mentor, you're a therapist, you're a counselor, you're a healer. There's something about you, Gina, that you're supposed to do, whether you know it or not. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you know that you're supposed to do, but you're supposed to use the lessons that you've learned through your life to go out and help and mentor people. But I don't think so. I'm going to get three really quick cards for you, just as a quick confirmation. So about Gina and her boyfriend, please. What are his intentions? What you need to know? Are they aligned? Okay, it's in the early phases, maybe. I mean, you have emotion for each other. I feel like it's just kind of a newer thing, maybe a more earlier love. I mean, there's a lot of attraction here. I mean, he sees you as the Queen of Wands. I mean, you could be a Leo, Sagittarius, Aries. You don't have to be, but there's a lot of attraction, magnetism there. It's a little bit of it's a little superficial. I'm not going to lie, a little surface level-y. Like this is more of like, if your intention is to just go out and have fun, date, hang out, go eat, dance, just have fun, and it's nothing super 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 serious, then I would say okay, no problem. That's what you can expect from this guy. It's not like if you're looking for monogamy, if you're looking for marriage, if you're looking for a long-term committed relationship, you have the devil at the bottom of the deck again, which is tied to the knot of line. This guy isn't here forever. So regardless, even if you hang out with him and it's like, well, I don't need it to be serious. I'm fine if we just date and we hang out and we just do fun things together. Well, eventually, even that's going to come to an end because this dude's got some, I don't know, and we all have our problems, but we got the devil here. And so ultimately, no. Yeah. And I feel like if I look even underneath it, the Seven of Pentacles is over a period of observation, over a period of observation here with the Seven of Pentacles. You can kind of see this woman here. She's walking through like the little harvest field or whatever she's doing, and she's looking over her shoulder. It's almost like she realizes that there's something off. It's like she walked past one of these things already, but then she took notice of something and stopped her in her tracks. So now she's looking back over her shoulder. She's like, wait, did I see what I thought I saw? And so then she has to go back and re-inspect what it was because she didn't miss it. And I feel like that's kind of an analogy for there's some red flags that you miss. We all miss sometimes. We miss the red flags. And then the further up the road we get, we start looking over our shoulder and going, wait a minute. Now I see the red flags. And then you have the Two of Swords at the bottom of the deck. And it's like, okay, now I see the red flags and now it's a no-go. So at some point, of course, just to be clear, everybody, you have free will. You can do whatever you want. I'm not here to tell you what to do. These cards are not here to tell you what to do. They're not powerful enough to tell you what to do. You are your own person. You are your own human being. You have free will. The cards are just here to predict potential outcomes. That's all these cards do. They're mediums. They're not forms of intelligences. So all in all, for you, Gina, I mean, I don't know what you're looking for in this guy. If you're looking for something serious in this guy, then the answer is no. This guy is not gonna turn into a serious relationship. If you're looking for a good time, something fun, a fling, casual, he will be fun for a little while. But then whatever, it's like you're going to learn something about him, and then the toxicity, the real him, is going to start to come out more and more and more, and you're going to be like, oh, yeah, we're definitely not in alignment. Okay. Why? Like to love and blessings. When will I meet my future husband? And when will I be in a stay-in relationship? I know this is fine. I'm just okay. Why? That's that's way too complex. That's not a yes or no question, and that's not something I can answer in 3 cards. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, okay, Andrew, you can post your question since you donated, Andrew. Okay, Andrew wants a general reading. Awesome. No problem, Andrew. General reading for Andrew. All right. Just give me a second here, my friend. so the first thing that I'm getting for you, Andrew, is like there's like been a I'm picking up on an energy of like you're tired, like there's a part of you, no matter how good your life is or what's going on in your life, there's a part of you that's just feeling like kind of like worn out, tired, or bored. Like you just feel like you're in Groundhog's Day. It's just like there's this part of you. It's like this is the same shit, the same shit, the same shit. Like there's something inside of you that is almost like pointing out to you that there are things in your life that just kind of you feel like you're the hamster, the rat on the rat wheel, that kind of thing. And you're just and so now there's almost like this like a sensation of like something inside of you is like starting to make you think about things that maybe you've never thought about before in your life, or you've never really stopped and intellectualized or been maybe very philosophical. I don't know. But now it's like all of a sudden you're starting to be philosophical. You're starting to like have these deep thoughts about life, and you're like, man, it's almost kind of like you were just going and going and going and going in your life. And, you know, one day you woke up and you were outside of the life that you were living, if that makes sense. And for the first time, you felt disconnected and you felt unfulfilled. It's like you can't just keep doing the same thing anymore. It's just like it doesn't work anymore. Whereas in the past, maybe it did. It's like I was fine. I don't understand. Like, what's happening to me? Like I was, I used to be able to just get up and go to work and hang out with my friends and do this and do that. I have my routines and have my hobbies, and life was just fine. Like I was content, sure, things could always be better. Things could always be worse, but for the most part, I was content. But now all of a sudden it feels like all that has just like been taken away from you for no apparent reason. You're just here and you're like, why do the things that used to be satisfying to me and fulfilling for me, it's like, I feel this emptiness inside of me. There's just something inside of me. There's this pit. There's this thing. There's this something inside of me. I can't put my finger on it to know what the hell it is, to identify it, but you feel it. It's a sensation, and it won't leave you alone, and it's there, and it's pestering you. It's bothering you, right? It's a sensation of what I call purpose depression. It's when our soul is not living according to its mission, we become purpose depressed. And the life that we once lived connected to the matrix, it was no longer fulfilling for us, right? And so as we begin to experience these intense sensations, one of two things happens. We either lean into them and we start paying more attention to where they pull us in life, the direction they're trying to lead us, the guidance they're trying to give us, or we suppress, we ignore, and we keep trying to pigeonhole ourselves back into the life the only life that we know, which is the matrix. And then things get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. The feeling, the sensation gets more intense, more intense, more intense, more intense. Then eventually our life blows up. And we have, when life, whatever happens in our life, that's kind of like a reset. And that reset is to get us to redirect our attention to the fact that we should have been paying attention to whatever that sensation was all along. Because, in other words, we've gone too far. We've gone far enough in our journey at this point to where, like, maybe the first leg of your life, you came here, you incarnated to have certain sets of experiences that were for maybe the first 20, 30 years of your life, whatever. Okay, I'm just making up a number. But there's a point in time where you were supposed to have a spiritual awakening and realize, like, okay, now my life is going to go in a different direction. I've acquired these experiences. I got all of that, experienced it, did it, got it, cool, no problem. But now I'm supposed to go over here and do this other thing now. And this other thing over here looks nothing like this other life over here. Right? And so sometimes something major has to happen to us to knock us out of the only way that we've ever known, and to get us over here to the thing that we're now supposed to do. And this is, obviously a process for many people. So I feel like for you, that's kind of where you're going. You're in what I would call the spiritual pipeline. You're transitioning. You're between two worlds right now, is what I feel. You're between two worlds. You haven't completely exited the world, Andrew, that you were once involved in, the world that you can no longer associate with, because you're far enough out of that world that that world no longer resonates with you. It's no longer fulfilling for you. You can't go back. You're out, right? But you're not enough into the new world, the new you, for that to really make sense. So you're in that really difficult in-between worlds place right now, is what I'm sensing. All right. I'm just glancing at the chat while I'm waiting for my next marching set of marching orders here. I say we're going to talk about these cards, Andrew, in just a second here, but there's obviously some other messages here that I need to get for you. And sometimes they want me to explain things not in order that they come out, and that sounds weird. So it's like, I understand what this means, but they're saying not to explain that yet. So they want me to explain for whatever reason. For your reading, Andrew, it's for some reason it's important that I explain things in a certain order. There's somebody, Andrew, on your mom's side of the family. I don't know how, obviously I don't know. I don't know anything about you, obviously. But there's somebody on your mom's side of the family. I don't think that they're here. I think they, meaning I don't think they're alive. But, I think it's somebody you would have known, even if you're really young. And this person has been guiding you. They've been. This person wants you to know. The name Shelly keeps coming through. I don't know if you know anybody named Shelly, but the name Shelly keeps coming through. Shelly. So I don't know if you know anybody named Shelly, but the name Shelly keeps coming through. But you have somebody who, on your mom's side of the family, Andrew, who is passed, but they've been trying to assist you. So there's things that are happening now. You'll see signs, you'll see synchronicities, you'll notice things, and that's that person, like trying to help you understand and redirect you, navigate you, and move you so that you can get to where you need to go to understand what all this is supposed to mean for you right now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but the name Shelly just kept coming through. You may not know that, but I just kept hearing the word Shelly. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm seeing something here too, Andrew, about a relationship maybe. And I'm seeing this physical pain, and that's what was prompting me on. I'm trying not to get ahead of myself, but so we have Gemini, we have Libra, and we have double Libra. So we got Libra here twice. I don't know what your sign is, but we have Libra here twice, justice, justice. We have Gemini, and we have a Queen of Swords, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius energy here. So, and the Two of Cups, we have a relationship here. So, I don't know if there's something here about a relationship, but all right. I'm trying to get my bearing straight here. There's a lot of energy here with you, Andrew. All right, so Andrew, we're going to start here, and then we're just going to go. So basically, we have the first card here for you. Guide. So going back to what I said earlier, you've noticed or have been noticing like, man, I must have been like a sense of like super like anxiety. Like, I don't know if you have like I don't know if it's always been this way for you or if this is just temporary. I don't know, but like I'm getting almost like a sensation of almost like a mild panic attack. Like I mean, this overthinking energy. I mean, I wasn't feeling like I was supposed to go talk about that just yet, but like the sensation that's coming through is like almost like you can't breathe. It's like you get this overwhelming like I don't know. And then over here we have this physical pain. There's this tension. Like I almost can't even talk. Like the sensation that I'm feeling right now, it's almost like it's like it cuts off like your ability to where like your whole body is constricted to where you're just seized up, you know? And it feels like, I don't know, like a panic attack or anxiety attack here. So, so yeah, there's a lot of overthinking, obviously. Hold on a second. right. Hold on a second here. You got a lot of stuff going on, Andrew. I got like, I got, I got dead people talking to me. I got your energy hitting me. And then I got, Jesus Christ, man. No wonder. No wonder you're all right. There's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of energetic chaos here. Okay, it's in your mind. All right, so there's something about so there's something about responsibilities, obligations. Um, there's obviously a big backstory here, and I'm feeling there's obviously a really, really, really uh, there's a backstory to whatever's prompting you to come here tonight, asking for a general question. So Andrew, you came here. You wanted a you came here asking for you had a general question, or that's what you wanted a reading for, a general reading. But and it's not that I want to say that that's not true, but that's kind of not true. There's actually many things going on in your life right now that you would have actually liked to had very specific answers and information in regards to. Tell me if I'm right or I'm wrong on that. So, but I understand why you came here and why you just wanted a general, because the overthinking paralyzes you. You think yourself into an abyss. Or I should say you overthink yourself into an abyss, right? Because you're out of balance. And that's one of the reasons that justice is here. Because it's so much mind, so much mind, so much mind, so much trying to figure things out. There's an imbalance here within you of overthinking, and trying to rationalize. But then there's this whole other piece to it. That's just the behavioral piece. But there's this whole other thing that I don't know. I can't even, I can't sort through it all. But there's a whole backstory of things that have happened to you in your life. And it's contributing to the overthinking, but it's contributing to the physical pain that the overthinking is causing in your body, by the way. So any type of pain, any irregularities, I guess is the right word, that you've been experiencing in your body, sleep, anything, any type of pain, anything that's just abnormal and not, usual for somebody that's your weight, your physique, and your age of life, right? All of that is a result of this overthinking here, because energy, symptomizes. It's a symptom of the energy that you're experiencing here. And so, but you're carrying, man, you're carrying a lot of shit, dude. You're carrying a lot of shit from your past, man. And there's this I can it's like I can feel, that game Jenga with the blocks. You have the wood blocks, and the point of the game is everybody takes a turn sliding a block out, and then you have to place the block on top, and everyone gets to go around and they slide it out. And the point is, you don't want to have to be the person that has to pull, one of those blocks out, and then the whole thing collapses because it starts to get harder and harder and harder. So, the point of the game is when it's your turn, you're looking for the easy block to pull out, and then you drop it on top, and then it's the next person, right? And so what I'm seeing is, I'm seeing for you, it's like I'm seeing that as your past. So your past is the tower, the blocks, right? And there's all these things that have happened. And there's this one block that needs to be pulled out. And it's actually a positive thing, because we want, now in the actual game Jenga, when it's your turn, you don't want the tower, you don't want to pull the block out and then the whole thing collapses on you, because then you're the one that lost the game. But for you, it's the opposite. Like, this is just an analogy. We do want to pull out the block, and we do want the bullshit to collapse, because this is the thing that's causing the overthinking. This is the thing that's causing your physical pain, the overthinking. Like we need to get this taken care of. Because until this isn't taken care of, then you don't have resources available to you to move forward and make sense of the rest of what your life needs to be right now. If that makes sense. Right? If you're in pain all the time, then all you can focus on if you're in pain all the time, then all you can focus on is the pain that you're in. You can't focus on, it's really hard when you're in a lot of pain, like, okay, well, I have to go to work. I have to feed myself. I have kids to take care of. I have bills to pay. I have this and that, all the things that normal people have to do every day, right? Well, when you're in excruciating pain, and this is just an example, it's very hard to focus on doing all the things that a human has to do, because you're in a lot of pain. Right? And so if we can resolve the pain, then now you get your freedom back. And that's what this is. This middle card here, I'm OCD, so I'm going to try to not mess it up here, is message of freedom. This is your message of freedom. So what we're here to do is we're here collaborating together, me and you, and everybody that's here supporting you in the chat. We're all here collaborating and troubleshooting this, because basically you just need to pull out this one little block and the whole tower collapses. It's the linchpin. The only thing that's been holding up the bullshit, the outdated beliefs, all this stuff, right? All this baggage from the past. All this stuff that you've been carrying around that you don't even realize you've been carrying around it for so long, you don't even see it anymore. It's almost like if you didn't know that, you had shoes that had 50-pound weights attached to them. And you got so used to walking in those shoes that had 50-pound weights that you're just like, I don't know any difference. 20 years I've been walking around. And then one day someone says, hey man, check this out. They reach down, they untie your shoes, they pull your foot out of the shoes, and they say, hey, walk around. You're like, what is this? What the hell is this? I feel like I'm walking on clouds. It's like, yeah, man, those shoes, they had 50-pound weights on them. You've been walking around with this stuff your whole life. You don't know any difference. So you don't know what it will be like. You don't know what it's going to feel like for you to be free of all this weight and all this baggage, right? Like to not have to overthink all the time. And so that linchpin is obligation. There's something about, I can't pinpoint exactly what the thing is from your past. I think that with a little bit of curiosity, you'll know what it is. I don't think I need to be that specific. I think you'll just know what it is. But what I can tell you, Andrew, is that it's related to obligation. Something about your past, something about the way that you were raised, that you were brought up. You feel responsible and you feel obligated in some way or some form to do either, whether it's, you feel obligated and responsible to take care of others or to do a certain thing, to act a certain way, to become a certain type of person. But the word that I'm seeing very clearly on this metaphorical block that's keeping all the bullshit in place, and the minute that we yank it out, we rip out that block because it needs to be ripped out, and the whole tower of bullshit needs to fall, because you were never meant to carry that bullshit to begin with. It was put on you, right? Every single one of us. We come into this world, and no sooner has our mother pushed us out of her vagina than the world is like, here you go. Here's a bunch of baggage. Let's just throw a bunch of shit on you. You're new into this world. It's like your welcome party, right? That's the real birthday party. Like, I just came out of the womb. Like, welcome to Earth. Here you go. Baggage, 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 right? That's just the reality of it. And so we have all this shit that's thrusted upon us no sooner than we out of our mother's womb that we start taking on all the baggage, all the programming, all the bullshit, all the beliefs, blah, 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 blah. And we have to carry it until we get to a certain age where we hit a certain threshold where, our spirit starts to cut through the bullshit, where we actually can hear it, and we're like, oh man, there's something. That's what that nudge is that you feel inside of you that won't leave you alone, that you haven't been able to identify with. That's the longing of your spirit trying to communicate with you in a way to get your attention. And it's just going to get louder and louder and louder and stronger and stronger and stronger and more uncomfortable, more uncomfortable, more uncomfortable until you pay attention to it. And you're like, okay, I get it. Like, you start to like, you feel like you're going crazy and it's so uncomfortable, and nothing you do, nothing you try can turn it off. There's no drugs, there's no sex, there's nothing. Like, you can't escape this because it's in your soul. It's not in your body, it's in your soul. It's not in your mind. That's another part of the overthinking, right? You're thinking, well, I can escape it in my mind. You can't escape the soul. Like, when it's a soul thing, there's no escaping it. If it's a mental thing, you can, right? If people do this shit all the time, if you have a mental thing, there's all kinds of things you can do to mentally check out. You can take drugs, you can drink, take a couple pills, go to sleep. Like, if it's just a mental thing or even a physical thing, something in your body, you can escape that. You take pain medicine, you can check out, there's all kinds of things. But when it's a soul thing, there's no way out. You can't outrun it. There's no pills for it. There's no medication for it. There's no escaping it. And you try all these things. You try all the pills. You try anything and everything you've ever tried before in your life. And it's like, man, my God, it's still there. Right? That's how you decipher. That's how you discern from knowing when your soul is talking to you versus just some other, thing that's going on in your life. That's soul sickness, purpose depression, whatever, And so you're here in this place now where your spirit, your soul has been trying to communicate with you, telling you it's time to yank out this last block called obligation so that the tower or the bullshit of your past can fall and collapse, because it's time for you to rebuild. Because essentially what you don't realize is you're about to come into reunion with yourself. And I know that sounds really kind of woo-woo, but it's true. You're about to come into reunion with you, right? It's like you're coming full circle. You're coming home. You're coming back to you. You're coming home to you, the real you. And this is where your freedom is. Your freedom and your power, because you've been guided here with this guide card, but now the purpose of you having been guided here is to become the guide. Because what's about to transform for you, so we have this card here. I know you can't really see it, but it says seasons. So you've walked through all these different seasons of your life, right? And you're in a transitional season right now, play on words. There's the transition card. Here's the seasons card. You're in a transitional season of your life. And over here we have the leadership card. Can't make this shit up. And underneath it, you have wisdom. So here you are, Andrew, wise sage of the mountains. All this stuff that you're going through is leading you into a place that you never thought that you like. One day you're going to wake up and you're going to be like, I don't believe that this is where life took me. If you would have asked me a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where I see myself and where I see myself in the future, there's no way, there's no chance in hell I would have told you, this is where I'm going to be. This is what I would be believing in. This is who I would have become. And this is the path of the journey that I would be on. And I'm one of those people, by the way. That's actually what happened to me. And the things that I'm doing right now, you would have asked me 4 years ago, I said, you're fucking crazy. No chance in hell. And yet here I am doing the no chance in hell things. And so this is you. All these things that you're going through is the fuel, the ammunition for the person that you're becoming, because you're basically here to be a guide. So everything that's happened to you, Andrew, and there's a whole long, there's a story. I can sense it. I don't know what the story is. I think it's very family. I think it's generational. I sense there's like a generational element to it. Obligation is a big deal. Like there's this whole thing about obligation and responsibilities and expectations, and it's family and generational. Maybe a little bit of cultural, but if it is cultural, it's not cultural because of it's just the society you're in. It's cultural because of the family you came from. And so they inherited that shit from the culture, and they pushed it upon you. That's why it would be there. And so anyways, the purpose of what's happening to you is you're obtaining this wisdom, and you're going to become this leader so that you can basically, the intention of where this is all leading you and taking you is back home to yourself, so that you can go within, you can get acclimated and familiar with your gift, the truth of who you are, why you're here, what's inside of you, the gift that's inside of you. You know, this is the metaphor of going into the cave, right? The treasure you seek is in the cave you fear to enter. The cave that we all fear to enter is the cave of ourselves, the true self. We must go within. We must die on the cross, right? The metaphor of Jesus dying on the cross is dying, going into Hades, going into ourselves, and then rising again, resurrected as the new self, the resurrected self, the Christ conscious self. That's what the whole death and rebirth, crucifixion, and all that the metaphor of that, and that the analogy of that, what that is. And that's what's happening to you, right? The old life, the family shit, the generational shit, the obligation, all this shit that has put you into this prison of overthinking, because it was just all backfilled upon you. And you did nothing to deserve this, my friend, by the way. You did nothing to deserve this, by the way. This was all shit that was put on you. But you've been carrying it as though you're guilty of something. You've been carrying around all this shit that was put on you for just being born. What was the crime, Andrew? What was your crime? You know what your crime is? You were born. That's it. That's the only crime. My God, you were born. God forbid. God forbid Andrew came into the world. That was your crime. And here you are. All this shit was put on you. And you've been carrying around for so long that you took it personal. You internalized it. And you've guilted yourself and obligated yourself and all this shit. And it got to a point to where it broke you. And that's the gift. That's the gift part of it. It was supposed to break you. And that's the part where you get to look back one day with spiritual awareness, and you look back and you go, my God, I'm so fucking thankful that happened to me. I'm so thankful that I had all this shit put on me that broke me down and put me into a place of absolute hell and misery, because it was the very gift that brought me to an awareness of myself that resurrected me so I could come out and emerge. I could find who I really am, which is the gift that everybody deserves, by the way. Every single one of you out there that's listening to me, that's watching this feed, the gift that all of you deserve, if you are willing to give it to yourselves, is the gift of freedom. The freedom to be who the fuck you truly are and not betray yourselves. because you thought that the family you came from, the expectations, the obligations, the society, whatever, all these external noises and voices and forms of influences that are telling you, you have to be this, you have to be that, you have to do this, you have to do that. For what? To feel good enough. Why? So I could have love. I just wanted to feel good enough so I could be worthy of love. And we have to go through the process of realizing that in a very, very unfortunate way, we have to learn that love is not something that we get. Being good enough is not something that you achieve. We're just taught wrong. Everything is backwards. Come into the world and we think we have to please people to get something. We have to become something. We have to adapt. We have to figure it out. Like, okay, well, this person wants me to be this way. And if I behave this way, then I'm rewarded. I get the thing that I want. I want love. I want acceptance. I want appreciation. I want value. I want attention. I want this. I want that. I behave this way, I get one result. I behave that way, I get a different result. One result is a positive, desirable result. One is a negative, undesirable result. Right? And our brain is figuring out all that shit. As we grow up and we walk through life, we're figuring out, like, okay, how do I play the game of life? How do I get what I want? How do I avoid pain and gain pleasure? The most primal level, Psychology 101. And so, but that is the primal game. It's not the spiritual game. And so as we evolve, as we start to walk out our journey here on the earth realm, the spiritual game starts calling. We awaken, we start to step into, because we've hit the point to where we've outgrown the primal. In other words, that's it. That's it. You've gone as far into the primal thing as you can go. There's nowhere else you can go. You've hit the threshold. So now where? The only place you can go from here is into the spiritual, because that's the next level. That's the next level up from the primal, is the spiritual. Some people, they answer the call and they go into the spiritual. Some people don't. Some people are like, no, I'm just going to stay right here. I'm not going to go into that spiritual shit. And so what happens to those people? They contract, and we all grow or we die. It's a universal law. If you do not grow, you will die. Whether it's literally, whether it's spiritually, whether it's mentally, you will die. Every part of our being is energy. Energy is meant to expand. Expansion. That is creation. Energy is the intention of all life, is the expansion of energy. And when energy, first of all, energy can't be created, it can't be destroyed. So it's only in two states. It's either expansion or contraction, right? And both are a form of creation, right? The expansion is the natural state of creation, but it's like, okay, well, let's contract. Well, then you have an implosion. Energy will contract upon itself until it implodes, and then you get a big bang, and then boom, you have expansion again. But the problem is that contraction, there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of death, there's a lot of shit, a lot of very uncomfortable shit that people don't want to go through. And they spend their lives in contraction. And so they symptomize illnesses, diseases, sicknesses, toxic relationships. They literally, for the short amount of time that they're here in their earth plane, they end up using that time in pain and suffering, attracting shit that they don't want, attracting a miserable fucking life and experience, because they've chosen contraction instead of saying, hey, you know what? I hit this threshold, I've got to this level, and I need to be courageous enough to step into the next level. And for most people, what that means is I have to be willing to embrace some degree of uncertainty, not knowing. This is certainty, sickness. If you need to know everything, you will always end up in overthinking, and your life will always be fucking miserable. You need to know, you need to know, you need to know, you need to know, you need to be in control. You hate not being in control. You hate not knowing what's going to happen next. Always in fear. Control, 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 control. Fear, fear, fear. Just completely mortified at the thought of something unexpected or outside of your control happening. And it's unfortunate because a vast number of people in our society, humans that are here in walking among us on the earth realm, are living in certainty sickness. And it's causing all types of problems. And some of them were issues, again, in your case, Andrew. So bringing this back to you specifically, I kind of went off on a bit of a more collective rant, but bringing it back specifically to you and your situation here. In your case, these were things that were put on you. This is a lot of baggage you've been carrying around, and this message here to find you says we have to get rid of the baggage. It's time for you to yank out the obligation block from the Jenga, and you need to let the whole thing fall and realize that it wasn't your shit. It was shit that was put on you, and that you didn't do anything wrong. You're not doing anything wrong by choosing yourself, living your own life, and releasing yourself from the expectation, the obligations of others. And the only crime that you have is the crime of fucking being born. Wow, what a crime. What a crime, Andrew, you were born. Now down here, there is something about a woman in your life. I don't know if this is a woman who's present in your life now or a woman who's going to be present in your life coming up. I don't know. It's not very clear to me, but there is a very important woman, past, present, future. I don't know. It's not clear to me. They're not telling me. But we have a Queen of Swords, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius energy. We have the Lovers, which is Gemini. We have Libra energy here. We have Libra energy here. We have a Two of Cups. So if this is somebody that I'm just going to throw out a few different potential scenarios. It'll be up to you to discern or decipher which one resonates for you the most. But we do have this reunion card here. So if there's somebody that, you've been broken up, I can't talk. Somebody you were broken up with or divorced from, or just you've been separated, because the reunion would imply that obviously in order for you to be reunited means that obviously you're not together. So with the reunion card being here, I don't know, but we do have the Two of Cups at the bottom of the deck. So, this is obviously a relationship. Somebody, and the Lovers card, the Two of Cups, the Lovers, we have Justice. So if there is something to do with a relationship here, if it's a past relationship, there's going to be an opportunity for you and this person to come back together, and things are going to be different than they were before. They're going to be potentially better than they were before. Okay? Potentially. If it's not a past person, then you have a new person that's coming into your life. And yeah, this is the person you've been waiting for. You have love coming towards you. If this is a new person, then when you meet this person, you guys are just going to know. We got the Two of Cups and you have the Lovers. That's double confirmation. So there's an important relationship that's coming up for you, as well as this spiritual transition and transformation that you're going through. So basically, if I was to summarize your reading here, Andrew, for you, the main issue that you're having that's been causing all of your overthinking, and it's a twofold thing. That energy that you feel inside of you that you haven't been able to put your finger on, but it's just been scratching, clawing, and eating away at you. That's purpose depression. That's your call, your spiritual calling, saying, hey, it's time for you to wake up. Let's go through this spiritual awakening and let's get out and do our spiritual mission, because you're called to be a leader. Whether you realize it or not, you're going to become a spiritual somebody, and in whatever form that takes for you. It doesn't mean you have to buy crystals and burn incense and do shit. That has nothing to do with spirituality. Whatever it is for you, you'll know what it is, because it's something that's been inside of your soul the whole time. It's something you'll be passionate about. You'll be very knowledgeable about. It's something that's just going to make sense. In fact, your whole life has clues So if you need the extra, like, oh, I'm just so confused. It's like, well, if you need to, like, you need the extra hints, they've been there from day one. You just go back in your past and just start reliving the years of your, all the way up till now, from when you were born all the way up to now, and just start to, think back about, events, circumstances, situations, things that stood out to you, losses, major things in life. And they'll start to come to you like, oh my God, that was a synchronicity. That was a synchronicity. That was a synchronicity. That was a foreshadow. That was a foreshadow. All these things, your brain will start grabbing all this evidence that was there the whole time. And it's going to blow your mind. You're like, holy shit. You mean to tell me all these things were there pointing to the future of me becoming this leader? And yeah, that's how it works. I know it's kind of woo. It's kind of weird. It's kind of cool though. That's the cool part about being in, awakening to the spiritual stuff, is like, yeah, we live in this really mystical, magical world. And that's how it works. It's cool when you experience it and you start to live in it. It's really cool. It's really fun. And so that's the first thing. Understanding, you got to let go of the obligations. You got to let go of the past and all the bullshit. Second thing, pay attention to your call. Understand that what you're experiencing, the sensation that you're having within you has been guiding you towards this. You're meant to become a spiritual leader of some form, whatever form that is meant to take. And then the third thing is, whatever the situation is with this relationship, whether it's a new person, whether it's a past person, there's a significant relationship here. And it's significant. So whatever happens with this relationship, it's playing in a very important part of your journey. Okay. So it's not just like a casual love thing that's just showing up randomly. Like, this is a significant part of your life and your journey. So, I would say, in terms of like if I were you, just a few extra little thoughts here, Andrew, start looking for people that you resonate with. Find mentors, find people online, on YouTube, whatever. Just find people that you resonate with, that your soul resonates with. And it's like, there's something about that person. I like that. I like, this person or that person. And a lot of times you'll find out that people will show up in your life. You won't have to go looking for them. They'll find you. That's what happened with me. I did not, all the people that, that have had a major impact in my life, I did not go seek them out. It's just, I'm on this journey, and I just remain curious about, like, I would feel or sense something, and I would get curious, and my curiosity was enough. It's almost like someone knocks on your door, right? And you want to know who it is. Like, it's not, someone's knocking on the door, right? Well, to find out who it is, you got to open the door, right? And you look out the door and see who it is. There's a curiosity. If you're disinterested, you don't care who it is. You're like, I don't care. I'm not going to go answer the door. I don't care who it is. But if you're curious, you go open the door. And so for me, curiosity was opening the door, and that's all that it took. That's the invitation. The curiosity for me to open the door was the invitation to allow these things to come to me that I needed. So you may not have to go out and find them, but I definitely would say it's not going to hurt you if you do go out and look for people that your spirit, your soul resonates with, that will continue, that will be an integral part of your evolution, your transition and transformation, but also the unfolding of who you're becoming right now. Because I don't know what you got going on, Andrew, but you got something you're supposed to do here. All right. You got something you're supposed to do. You're a leader. You're something important that you're supposed to do. You're not just here to play small and just do cookie cutter everyday life stuff. And I'm not bashing people that do that. I mean, some people incarnate to have the cookie cutter life, and there's nothing wrong with that, but that's not who you are. You're welcome, my friend. I appreciate you being here. And obviously, it's just, I mean, it is me, but it's not me. I'm just the vessel. And just to use myself as an example, Andrew, sometimes because I know you said you overthink everything, so this is why I'm saying this to you. Sometimes the thing that the perception of what it is that we think that we're supposed to become and the actualization of it when it occurs are two very different things, and they take on two very different forms. And what I found, and I'm still very new at this, but what I found so far is that the less that I try to impose my ego and myself onto it, and the more neutral that I become, like this is the secret to me so far. The secret to all of this spiritual stuff is to become as neutral as possible. I'm just a neutral vessel. I'm a neutral observer. I don't reserve judgments for anything or anyone. I'm just here to be a neutral observer, detached from outcomes. And it's very hard. It's a very hard place to get to when you're at the early stages. But the more you practice it, and I'm here to say that I'm very much in practice. I'm still in practice mode. I'm very, very, very far away from anything close to expert, much less even mastery. I will be living the rest of my life trying to, achieve some form of mastery or expertise in this, right? We all start where we start. And this is where I'm at in my journey. I'm still new at it. But practice makes progress. And that's all that matters. It's not about perfection. It's just about progress. And the more that I practice, the more progress that I see, right? And the more that I get out of my own way and the more that I allow, the more that this spiritual stuff makes sense to me, and that the more of whatever this power, whatever this thing is that's inside of me, my gift, my talents, all these things, they just naturally occur. And that's the brilliance of it. It's nothing I had to go do. I didn't have to force it. I didn't have to think it. It's like, it's all just there. That's what's so much. That's the paradox of the whole thing. Because we live in a world that teaches, like, if you're gonna get something, you got to go get it. You got to go do it. You got to go earn it. You got to hustle. You got to grind. You got to work. You got to this. You got to that. Right? That's what we're taught as humans. But what's real? You're not a fucking human. You're a spirit. You're a soul. Well, what is that spirit? What is that soul? It's the infinite everything. It's God. Your spirit, your soul, your consciousness is God. It's a form. It's a fractal of God. So how could your spirit not already have everything within it if it's God? It's impossible. So the only reason that and again, this is just my opinion based on what I've experienced so far. I by no means am claiming to be the expert. I by no means am claiming to say that I have all the answers to all the things for all the people. But in my experience, the more that I get out of my head and get out of my ego, and our ego is here for a purpose. I know this spiritual communities, the ego gets a really bad rap, and we treat the ego like it's this monster, the demon, like that needs to be slain. And it's not. The ego actually does have a purpose. And there are times that we need to let the ego be what it is, right? People who are evil, that are mean, they take advantage of you, being shit on, toxic relationships. The times that you need to stand up for yourself, times you need to think logically and not be an idiot, like times where, your survival instincts need to kick in, and you see somebody get, crash and burn on the highway, and then like you just have to go into like, you know, paramedic mode, rescue mode. Like this person just got hit. You know, I got to get out of my car, and like that's your ego. Your ego turns on, and you just go into action mode. You're not thinking, you're not intellectualizing. It's just I have to achieve. I have to go. I have to do. Right? It's instinct. The ego has its purpose, but unfortunately, we've been trained to be in our ego so much for every single thing in our lives. That's where the problem is. Because it's like building a muscle. If I just work out one arm with weights and I don't do anything with the other arm, I'm going to look really weird, because one bicep is going to be massive. I'm going to have this huge arm that's like ripped out, and then the other arm's just going to be like, you know, a normal arm, right? There's an imbalance there. And so we need to have a balance between our spirit and our ego. And we need to know how which mode of operation we need to be in. And that takes practice, that takes awareness, that takes conscious effort, right? But on the spiritual side, to go back to my point here, and I'm going to shut up, on the spiritual side of it, the beauty is not in doing anything. It's not forcing anything. It's not hustling. It's not grinding. It's not all of that. It's actually the opposite. Like the spiritual part of you teaches you how to let go, how to release, how to be in a mode of non-duality, non-judgment, to be a neutral observer, and to just be in this place of like, hey, you know, when we leave the body, we don't have an ego anymore, because everything is spirit. Everything is spirit. There is no mind. There is no ego. There is no avatar. There is no survival. All this shit that the ego is here to help us navigate, because we have a body, there's pain, and there's survival. We have to eat, we have to get, we have to achieve, there's all these other mechanics to live in the earthly realm. We need to have an ego that helps us navigate that. When we're in spirit, we don't have the avatar, so we don't need all that shit. We're not in the five sensory earthly realm anymore, so we don't need all that shit, right? And so we're having to learn how to kind of pull in on the spirit side of things, right? Like we need to kind of like learn how to lean into the spirit, our spirit, that the thing that we've been from the very beginning. We just forget because we get spiritual amnesia when we incarnate into the body. But, you know, we need to learn how to just lean enough into it to be able to tap into it when we need that part to be present. And then when that part doesn't need to be present, then we need to be enjoying the earthly realm. Because there's people out there in spirituality and religion who get that shit backwards, believe it or not. You know, they'll spend all their time out in the woods, like oming out, like to escape, you know, and then you have like the people in religion who are waiting for the rapture, waiting for God to come back, waiting to be taken out. And they pray and they cry. And it's like, God, come take us out of this shitty world. Take us out. Take us out. Lord, come. Jesus, come. Take us out. The end is near. Take us, rapture us out of here. Take us out of here. You know, and then the spiritual people, they go out in the woods to escape. And it's like, well, we're just going to go out and we're just going to meditate. And we're just going to go and, you know, escape and go into these other paradoxal, these other universes. And it's like, you didn't come here to not be here. You came here to be a fucking human. Right? Like you came here to be a human, not to go out into the woods to be like, oh, I'm supposed to leave. It's like, well, if you wanted to leave, then why are you here? You just kill yourself. Right? And I'm not saying that to like be an asshole, but like for real. Like the purpose of you being a human is to have a human experience. It's intentional. It's not an accident that you're a human. No one here, no one in this chat, no one here tonight. You're here because you chose to be here to have a human experience, right? And people get this shit backwards. They think it's like, oh no, I'm spiritual means I'm not supposed to be here. I want to escape this reality. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go back to the cosmos. I want to go back to whatever dimensions and blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Like, that's not why you came here. You got it backwards. So there's an extreme either side. People become either too focused on the humanity part of it, or the ego part of it, where this is all that there is, and there's obviously negatives to that. And then you have the other people on the other extreme, that all the spiritual woo-woo people who think that the purpose of being here is just to get out of the body, because they don't like their life. It's like, I fucking hate being a human. I hate all this shit. I hate my life, so I want to escape it. So, I'll just go into some other universe. Instead of taking responsibility for the fact that I chose to be here as a human and using my spiritual abilities to actually do something that would contribute to the collective and the whole, which would then give me the understanding and the realization of, oh shit, now life isn't miserable anymore. Now I don't want to just leave and go out and surf the other realities and escape. Right? And just like the person who's over here in their ego, the reason that they hate their life is because they spend too much time in their ego, that they're disconnected from their soul, which is, if they got connected to their soul, which doesn't mean that you're going to give up your ego entirely. It just means you bring it into balance. So then all of a sudden you're not miserable anymore. So you have all these people that are living miserable existences and miserable lives because they just don't understand which side of the spectrum that they're on. Like, if you're the spiritual person, I'm miserable. Well, balance it out. Understand the meaning of your life. And then your life won't be fucking miserable. And you can still be spiritual. How cool is that? You don't have to give up being spiritual, but you're not, the purpose was not for you to escape the earthly reality. And then the people over here that are caught up in their mind and disconnected from their spirit, it's like, well, now, you have peace in your life because you're freed from the mental trap and you're connected to your spirit, which you've been disconnected from because you were so, imbalanced in your ego. And so life is the game of life for all of you that are still here. The collective message, I guess. This is the collective message for tonight for all of you. So we can all thank Andrew for being the person who was the catalyst tonight of our collective message. Andrew got to be the one to bring forth the collective message through me. His question inspired all of this. So Andrew got to be the person. The collective message is evaluating your own life. Where are you in your life? How do you evaluate your life? The fulfillment of your life right now. Are you happy? Are you miserable? Are you content? Are you fulfilled? Where are you, if you're being completely honest with yourself? You're not bullshitting yourself. You're not lying to yourself. You're not jaded. You're not pretending. You're being completely real and honest and vulnerable with yourself. You have no one to answer to, like, we're all strangers here. I'm just a guy on a screen talking to you. I'm in a room by myself, listening to myself talk, staring into a teeny tiny little black hole on an iPad, a thing called a camera. So this isn't between you and anyone else, other people. This is between you and you. So if you can't be honest with real about where you stand with your own internal fulfillment, your own spiritual fulfillment, then when will you be honest? How can you be honest? And how will your life ever change? Because the truth is what sets us free. Freedom is truth and truth is freedom. And I can say this for a fact. I will bet my whole bank account on this as a fact. That there are many, many, many of you who are hoping, fingers crossed, hoping that as you walk into 2025, that your 2025 is not going to be anything like your 2024. Because maybe 2024, maybe a few years before, who knows? It's not been pleasant. It's not been good. It's not been great. Well, and I'm gonna burst all of your guys' bubble. I'm gonna be an asshole for a minute. I'm gonna burst all your guys' bubble for just a quick little second here before we move on tonight. The only thing that's gonna make 2025 any different than any other year, no matter what's happened to you, is the responsibility and the action that you take over your existence. You have to take 100,000% responsibility over your existence. Changing the day on a calendar doesn't change shit, right? Doing the definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. How many people do that all the time? Just doing the same thing, doing the same thing, doing the same thing. Well, this year maybe it'll be different. And that's not to say that, you know, things are always changing whether you want them to or not. That's an absolute truth. That's the only truth. Change is all that there is. You know, you can do nothing and things are going to change. Change is the only absolute that in life. There's few absolutes and change is one of them. But that doesn't mean you're going to experience the changes that you want to experience, because you have a birthright. Every single one of you, your birthright is spiritual fulfillment. That's a key word, by the way, guys. Your spiritual fulfillment, meaning the reason that your spirit wanted to come into one of these avatars was to experience spiritual fulfillment within this avatar. It's different than temporal and other types of fulfillment, right? Like, for example, I have a glass of wine right here. That is an example of something that's fulfilling for me. Is that spiritual fulfillment? No, it's not spiritual fulfillment. It's a temporal fulfillment. What is the spiritual fulfillment within you? Only you can make that happen. Nothing is going to give that to you but yourself. And that's, you know, essentially every one of you that are here asking a question, the universal answer is that. No matter what your question is, you want to know about a relationship, you want to know about a job, you want to know about money, you just want a general reading, you just like, whatever your question is, there's one universal answer that I could give all of you, no matter what your question is. The universal answer is this: is the greatest determining factor of any part of your life and the fulfillment that you have in that part of your life is who you are, the way that you show up, and the way that you take responsibility for the resources you've been given. You're the infinite. You're God's source, the infinite, all wrapped up into you. You're the magician. So how you perform, how you operate, how you show up in your life is the greatest determining factor of the results and fulfillment that you get out of life. And so, you know, if you're experiencing life in a way that's not desirable, then probably 90% of that is because of you. And people really don't like to hear that. But that's just the truth. It's the hardcore truth. And then there's the 10% of time where it's not you. You know, hey, there was a hurricane. Hey, somebody left me. Somebody betrayed me. Some other thing outside of my control happened. But even the things that are outside of our control that do affect us, we are still in control of how we allow them to affect us, which then ripple effects and creates, you know, our outcomes moving forward. Because if you do something to me and I allow that to affect me long term, well, then now I'm creating things in my life that I don't want as a result of the thing you did to me. How many people have that happen? Let's just talk about relationships for 2 seconds, right? How many people, somebody hurt somebody, hurt people, somebody hurt, betrayed, lied, did something to somebody, and now this person is spending their whole life making decisions that are just causing them to get results that are just making them miserable. And the whole reason that they're spending their life making these decisions, you know, and creating more misery for themselves is because of something that happened way back here that somebody did to them. It's wild, man. But this is the reality. This is how this shit works. But it's crazy. Right? And so this is part of the spiritual work, is to be here, all of us to be here, to learn, to grow, to evolve, to gain awareness so that we can help pull people out of their powerlessness into their power. Right? And that's my job. That's what I'm here to do. I'm not here to do tarot readings. I'm not here to, all I'm here to do is to be a messenger to be a worker of light, to teach you all how to recognize the power that lies within you. I want all of you to become powerful people. I want all of you to become the magician. And then guess what you'll do? You'll create the life that you want. You'll create the fulfillment you desire. You'll step into the things, the power that's always been there waiting for you. And you'll go out and you'll just create and live and enjoy the life that your soul came into your body to create and live and enjoy. It's not going to be perfect. It's not always going to be peachy, but hey, at least it's nice to know that you actually are in control of your destiny in your life. You have way more fucking control than you think you do. Way more power than you think you do, that you've been led to believe. You're not as powerless as you think you are, right? How cool would that be? To be just living a life where you had confidence of just knowing like, hey, holy shit, I can create the reality that I want. I can manifest the love. I can have the job, the dream job, and the dream bank account, and the dream house, and the dream this, the dream that. I can have it all. That's not limited to just certain people. But I will say it's limited to the people that are courageous enough to step outside of their comfort zone to explore these concepts, to explore what's possible for them. Because you can't have both. You can't have fear and you can't have freedom. You can't have fear and you can't have freedom. What did I just say? What did he just say? Oh, he said you can't have fear and you can't have freedom. Like I feel like if I had a chalkboard, like I just like, like when you get in trouble at school, they make you write your name like 1,000 times as a punishment. I think I just have all of this. We'd all just like take 10 minutes and just write again and again and again. You can't have fear and have freedom. Like that would be our homework. We would just for 10 minutes, we would just take a pause for the cause and we'd all just write that again and again and again and again and again until it got programmed into our nervous system. Because that's the truth. You can't have fear and have your freedom too. And guess where your fulfillment is? Your fulfillment is in your freedom. Okay, who's next? We have another donation. Where are we at? I gotta look at the list here. Where are we at? Where are we at with him? I don't even know where we're at. I need more wine and I need more music. Brandy. It's a cab. Actually, let me see. That's a good question, Brandy. No, it's Pinot. So it's not a cab, it's Pinot. The Dark Horse. The Dark Horse. Why is it got to be Dark Horse? I don't know. There's something about like the marketing behind that. Like when you're just walking down the aisle, and you just see this bottle called Dark Horse looking at you, you're like, I don't know. Probably not like the best reason to, or the best decision-making factor in buying wine. Like most people probably just don't go, oh, that's probably why I should buy that. But that's why I buy it. So, the Dark Horse. Jean's like, sometimes I wish I could read Jean's mind. I wonder if she had a penny, if I had a penny for every time that she's probably like, you talk way too fucking much. Or if I had a penny for every time I felt like Jean's like, shut up, shut up, shut up. I'd be a bajillionaire. And I don't know why I feel that just with Jean though. Because she loves me. But I just feel like I just feel like I can sense when Jean's rolling her eyes at me. Like, oh God, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. He's going off on his tangent. Buckle up. Here he goes. Why am I just sitting? I'm just like sitting here looking at the screen holding this wine. Like, put the wine up. Get back to work. I feel like we need to bring Bigfoot in here. Sasquatch is coming to hang out with us now. I usually got him up behind me on my little thing up there, and he hangs out behind the bushes. I know he got Sasquatch like hanging out behind the bushes up on my my bookshelf, but he was giving me a look. He was giving me a fancy little look tonight, and I was like, oh, look, Sasquatch wants to come out of the bushes. So I think what we're going to do is put Lord Squatch over here. He's going to kind of be like the bouncer. And he's got his little Lord Squatch over here. Has got the little his little witch's cauldron. He's going to be over here like sending his Squatch energy into the mini tarot, blessing the little mini tarot cards. Let's see what Squatch wants us all to know really quick. Just really quick. And we're going to get back here to the readings here. What does Squatch want us to know? Okay. Yeah, Squatch, we got the 9 of Wands. Let me see. I'm not looking. Squatch is picking the cards. What do we got? We got the 7 of Pentacles. One more. What does Mr. Squatch want us to know? The 2 of Swords. Okay. So Mr. Squatch wants you to know, hey, look, don't give up on your hopes, your dreams. Keep going. Things get tough. Times get trying sometimes, but you got to be resilient. Don't give up. You'll get there. Whatever it is whatever this is that you don't need to give up on, it's worth fighting for. It's worth the investment. Like, hey, you got this far. You invested this far, this long. It's worth it. You didn't come all the way here to quit now. You know, sometimes it just takes patience to see the fruits of your labor, the fruits of your suffering, the fruits of whatever to paying off, but it will pay off. And anything else that comes against you that's not in alignment with you, then you just cut that shit off. It's like, hey, look, now is not the time for the bullshit. If it's not in alignment with my highest good and it's not in alignment with my purpose, then I don't need it in my life. All right. Why? You must have been very interesting to play Dungeons and Dragons with in high school. Well, first of all, I have only ever it wasn't Dungeons and Dragons that I played. I did not play Dungeons and Dragons. There was some other thing that was similar to it, but you're close. I did what is it? ERPG? Yeah. AOL chat rooms. Like way back. I'm talking about AOL 1.0 when the internet first came into existence and all there was AOL. And you had a dial-up modem and you had to wait like 10 minutes for your dial-up modem to connect to AOL, and there was only like 10 chat rooms that you could pick because that's all that there was. There was no such thing as browsers. There was no such thing as search engines. None of that shit existed. You could send an email, you could look at the news, and you could go into one of the 10 chat rooms. That's all that there was. And if somebody called your house, then it would knock you off the internet. And so I found I don't know what I was like 12 years old, I think, when AOL came out. I was like 12 years old, and I found this chat room called the Red Dragon Inn, and I was like, that's cool. That's a cool name. It's dragons. And so I went into the Red Dragon Inn, and everybody was talking in third person, and then they were talking in first person, but then they were talking in third person, but then they were talking in first person. I was like, I don't know what's going on here. I had no idea that it was basically just a role-playing game. Essentially. Yeah, man. Like, and so I had like 3 or 4 AOL email addresses that I created that became these characters. And I would go into these different Red Dragon Inns and like I had like, it was like all these people, and it like became this huge thing, and then it was like they had private rooms so that you cut off and go into these little side stories, which was just you and certain people would go off into a private room because, that was it. There was the main chat rooms and there was private rooms. That was it. There was the only 2 options you had. And so you go off and you'd have these separate like storylines. It was like this whole thing, man. And so I would come home from school. I get started like 7 o'clock at night. And then I'd be up until the sun came up. It'd be like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun's coming through my window. And I'm like, holy shit, I didn't sleep. And I'd have to go to school, so I get like, I'd lay in bed for an hour. My brain's just like, because, I'm wired at that point. But I'd stay up all night in the Red Dragon Inns. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not going to deny that maybe I had a Dungeons and Dragon-esque experience, but I've actually never played the actual game, but I did play something similar to that once at a comic store. Like, well, these kids who were hanging out at a comic shop. And it was very similar. Like, I guess there's like one person is kind of like the narrator, and they got the big book. It's like this huge encyclopedia, and everybody had like this piece of paper, or it was like 2 or 3 sheets of paper. And it was very detailed. Like, you had to write out, describe what your character was, what kind of creature or thing that you were, what powers you had, like all these things. But they had to be in the book. It's not, you couldn't just make the shit up. Like, it actually had to be something in the book. Because when you start playing the game, like, he has to go through the book and like, see what power this thing has and how many points this thing does. And it's like all these things that have to be figured out, by him. And so like, you make an action, you roll a dice, and then like the dice determines like, if, okay, well, yeah, you got into the room, now what happens? Like, it was very similar, I think it's a similar concept to what Dungeons and Dragons is, from what I understand. But it was very interesting. It was very long. It takes a long time. It was like 5 hours. We're sitting at this table, and it's just like this. It's like a long time to get through a couple of things, So, but that was like way back in the day. All right. You guys are like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Like, he's done 2 readings and he's like talking about AOL and dragons and shit. I mean, if you can talk about dragons at 1:30 in the morning on December 7th, then who are you? All right, so where are we? Brandy donated. Is that what it is? Brandy, are you the next donation? Yes. Currently reading for Brandy. Jean's like, read the list. I didn't post it for nothing. Okay. I got to get my big boy pants on now. When Brandy comes in here, it's like the whole spiritual realm converges on me. It's like I go into other dimensions when Brandy has a question. It's crazy. Her energy is off the charts. It's off the charts. I am ready for your question, Brandy. I'll try to be focused. I make no guarantees, but I'll try. Andrea. I love the movie Dungeons and Dragons Slayer. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that one. Whole vibe soul tribe. I like that. I like that, Brandy. Whole vibe soul tribe. And cheers. Wine. I'll tell you guys the secret. The secret to an extra fulfilling life is mushroom chocolate. You got to get the right ones, though. Mushroom chocolate bars, some wine, and some good music, and you're set. Almost as good as sex. Almost. Jean. Oh, okay. She said, okay. Jean's like, clearly you didn't read the question, so let me repost it for Jean. This is why I love Jean. Jean, I'm telling you guys, if I could just have Jean just follow me in life, I feel like my whole life would be so much better. She'd just be like organized, like she's just like, whatever my blind spot is, she's there. She's in my blind spots. That's the best way to put it. Am I passing the spiritual test? Okay. General, please. Am I passing the spiritual test? Well, the answer is yes. You are passing the spiritual test. But I get what you say. I get what you mean. I get the question. But the answer is yes. The only way that you wouldn't be passing the spiritual test is giving up. Right? Like that's literally it. That's the only way you can fail. Failure is first of all a lie. Secondly, the only way you can fail is to just give up, to do nothing. Doing nothing is failure. Stagnation, complacency, right? Four of Cups energy, Four of Pentacles energy. That's failure. It's failure to do nothing. Whereas, if you do the things you know to do, then obviously that's common sense because you're going to get an obvious result. But even if you do the things that you're unsure to do, then at least you're going to learn because you're experimenting, right? And that's all uncertainty is. Uncertainty is just your ability to experiment. Like, look at children. Every single one of us was a child at one point in time of our life, and, do 3-year-olds, do toddlers, do they really give a shit? They don't give a shit. They get into everything. They're not judging, like, am I doing good? Am I not doing good? And am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? Like, they don't have a concept of all of that because they haven't been conditioned. They haven't learned all the bullshit. They have all the baggage and the indoctrination and the programming and all the shit, right? They're just free. It's like kids, man. They're just going around exploring shit, getting into shit, They trip, they fall, they break something, like, little monsters, little tornadoes sometimes. There's no concept of failure, but they're learning, right? And it's one of the things that I learned in psychology, child psychology, because there's a lot of parents who get frustrated because, when they're feeding the child, they want the child to act like an adult. They want the child to eat their food. And what does the child do? The child picks it up and throws it on the floor and then looks at the parent. And the parent reaches down, picks it up off the floor, and then they try to get the child to eat, and the child grabs something else and throws it back on the floor again. And so then the parent starts to get pissed off, because they think the kid's being an asshole. It's like, no, the kid's trying to understand. They're trying to learn. They're trying to figure out how all this shit works. It's like, so if I throw this thing that first of all, the baby doesn't even know that it's food. It's just a thing. When I drop the thing on the ground, does it come back to me? What happens to the thing? And so the child looks at the parent as for the lesson, the acknowledgement, like, okay, we throw the thing on the ground, and it looks at the parent and wait, it's like, okay, now what happens? And the parent picks it up, and then there's this interaction. So the child's trying to figure out, it's like, okay, well, does it do it if I do it again? Does it do it if I do it again a third time? Right? Like, there's a beauty and an innocence, like a lot of spirituality, and even in the Bible, the metaphor of being a child is a very powerful metaphor for spirituality, because in essence, our true spirituality is a very innocent thing, because our spirit and our soul, there is no judgment, there is no There's no evil, there's no wrong, there's no darkness, there's no judgment, right? There's no taboos, there's just purity. We're just pure light, pure love. There's no blemish. We're perfection. Every single one of us, our soul is perfection. There's no evil, there's no darkness within any human being. Even the most vile, evil human beings that are alive right now, their soul is just as pure and just as untainted as yours and mine. Now, their behavior is a totally different thing, right? And that just goes to show you how disconnected we can be from our soul while we are here on this realm and on this earth. Because, you can be soul sick. You can be completely cut off and have the imbalance, which is another principle of spirituality, the three paths, right? Or the three pillars. You have the dark pillar, which represents the subconscious. You have the light pillar, which represents the known or the external world. And then you have the middle path. And all spirituality, if you study true spirituality, they tell you, what do they teach? To live in the middle path. You don't live on one extreme or the other. You live in the middle path. But that's you being connected to your true spirituality, your soul, right? And so we judge people. We say people are evil because we're just seeing the imbalance. But if we were actually all able to be 1,000% in our soul, we'd never judge anybody, because it's like, that's just their behavior. That's not who they really are. They're just disconnected from who they really are, right? So when you die and I die and we all go back to, we go to the other side of the veil and we see the Adolf Hitlers there and we see all these quote unquote supposedly evil, terrible people there. It's like, well, oh shit, you weren't evil. Your soul wasn't evil, but the form that you took in the earthly dimension due to your imbalances, you chose evil. And so here, yes, evil does exist, but on the other side of the veil, none of that exists. We're all equal. We're all the same. We're all one. We're all spirit. Spirit is truth. Spirit is pure, right? So the failure principle for you, Brandy, let's get into it. But I just wanted to share that with you, my friend, because the term that I'm getting for you, Brandy, is it's spiritual insecurity syndrome. I just made up a new term tonight, everybody. So I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna coin it. They'll remember me. They'll put me in the history books for saying it. Yeah, bullshit. Spiritual insecurity syndrome. What does that mean? So if I have to coin a term, that means I have to define it now. So we're going to define spiritual insecurity syndrome as a highly badass, spiritually enlightened, powerful being, which is what you are, who is coming into the awareness of their badassery, which is also what you are, but still has a lot of insecurities and doubts about their badassery, despite the overwhelming amount of evidence that the opposite is true. So in other words, let me say it to you in a different way. You question your spiritual badassery because the external circumstances in your world are not the way you think they should be. So this is what we would call arguing with what is, or arguing with reality. And this is a psychological thing, by the way. So, so now, everything I just said a second ago, I said playfully. This part of it is actually a psychological fact. When we all have what's called a model of the world, a blueprint, right? And so when we suffer in life, or when we experience discomfort in life, well, first of all, pain is a fact. We all know pain is a reality of this life. Suffering is a choice. Pain is a fact. Suffering is a choice. There's a difference between pain and suffering. Every single human being is going to experience pain. Suffering is different. We choose suffering. Suffering occurs when our expectations and our model, our beliefs of the world and what we think the world is supposed to be, how the world is supposed to be, how things are supposed to work, when our expectations of the world or our beliefs about how we think the world should operate don't match our beliefs and expectations, then we suffer. Now, the amount of suffering that we experience and how deeply entrenched we go into our stuck patterns. In other words, the difference between somebody who stays stuck and it's like certain people that we all know somebody. We've all known somebody. It's like this person, they're always stuck. Their life never changes. Even when you think they're about to get out of being stuck, it's like, oh my God, their life finally changed. Holy shit. And then immediately it's like they got out of that problem and immediately they got a new problem and they went right back into the same stuck, right? But then there's other people who find a way out, right? And they may suffer for a short amount of time. They might go through a dark night of the soul. They might have some really unfortunate thing happen to them. And it's a very dark time in their life, but they come out of it, right? They grow out of it. Well, the difference between those two people is, so when our expectations of what we think life is supposed to be are not met, or our beliefs about the way we think life should be are not met, that creates suffering. But those people, as long as somewhere within them, they believe that they can get out of it, they haven't completely given into the full belief of their powerlessness or the illusion of powerlessness, those people can climb out. But there's other people who believe that they're truly powerless. So that adds the third layer in. And that's why, and this is why there's a whole group of people who stay stuck, is because when you believe that the conditions that are occurring in your life that are causing your suffering, and you believe that you have no control or ability to change it, that's the difference. The difference between somebody who goes through something and experiences a period of suffering. We all experience pain. Everybody experiences pain. Certain people go through periods of suffering, a dark time in their life, but they evolve, they grow, they come out of it. And then there's that third group of people, the people that stay stuck. They stay stuck their whole lives. They never get unstuck. And the reason that they stay stuck is because they believe that they're powerless to change the circumstances that are making them, that's creating their suffering, right? And that's the illusion of powerlessness. When you believe that you have no power, no control over the circumstances that are happening in your life right here, right now, that no matter what you do, you're fucked, you're screwed, and you're going to suffer, and you're going to continue to suffer. When you buy into that belief, you just put yourself into hell. You bought into your own powerlessness. And those people resign themselves. They give their power away, and they just basically they give up. Because it's like, well, I can't control it. I can't fix it. I can't do anything. There's no way out. Right? And, that's the difference between people who go through hell. They grow, they evolve, they overcome. Those are the inspirational stories and motivational speakers and all the people out there, or the people who stay stuck their whole lives. They spiral, they do nothing with their lives, or in extreme cases, they just kill themselves. Right? So that's the psychological difference, and I just wanted to point that out. So what does that mean for you, Brandy? Well, the reason that I'm bringing this up and how it relates to you is in the sense of you realizing what's really true. And I don't need cards to tell you this, by the way. This is all channeled stuff, right? There's a certain amount of evidence that you believe that you need in order for you to believe that you are what you actually are. And as long as you have the belief that you need more evidence to believe that you actually are what you are, then you're going to continue in the same pattern of needing more evidence to give you the certainty so that you can overcome your spiritual insecurity, so that you can just have the freedom to be who you are as the fucking crazy, powerful spiritual person that you are. It's literally that simple. Like it's not more complex than that. It feels more complex than that because, again, we spend a lifetime being conditioned at judging ourselves and looking at our external conditions, the external world around us, as some form of, as some form of measurement or something, for lack of better words. Like we're all, every single one of us looks out into the world around us, and we're always collecting evidence of our surroundings to make judgments about who we are, what we should do, how good we're doing, how good we're not doing. Like we're constantly grabbing information and knowledge and feedback from life to figure out, how good am I? Am I good enough? What am I, it's like the same thing with relationships, right? Like you can be in a relationship with somebody and you're not responsible for that person's happiness. You're not responsible for that person's life. You're not responsible for that person's purpose. You're not responsible for their incarnation at all. None of it. All a healthy relationship are two people who make a free will decision to share a set of experiences. That's all a healthy relationship is. It's no more complicated than that. It's no less complicated than that. Just the most basic fundamental level, two free will beings coming together with the free will choice of sharing experiences. And we've turned relationships into all this other bullshit, which is why relationships are a shit show. Because we project and we inject and we have these systems and we have these institutions and all this other bullshit that's overcomplicated, and we turn it into responsibilities and obligations and expectations and all this other shit when it comes to relationships. I'm just using this as an example because it's one that everybody can relate to. When the truth is that's not what a relationship is, right? A relationship is me. The only relationship that really that carries an obligation or a sense of obligation is the relationship we have to ourselves. That's it. The only relationship that you have an expectation or an obligation to with a level of responsibility is to you. Now, unfortunately, because relationships are so fucked up in this day and age, it doesn't work quite that way. But that's how it should be. It's not how it is, but it's how it should be, right? So unfortunately, because things are not the way that they should be, unfortunately, sometimes we do have to take responsibility for things that our partner does if we want to keep that partner, if we want to keep that relationship, right? Sometimes we have to take one for the team, 2 for the team, 3 for the team, 10 for the team, 10 years for the team, 20 years for the team, right? Sometimes people take too much for the team. There's no team left, right? It's dysfunctional, but, who am I to judge? If you're the person in the relationship and you're like, hey, I'm going to sit in this, I'm going to keep taking it for the team, even if I resent my partner at this point, because I refuse to leave and they refuse to leave, but we're both fucking miserable and I'm taking it for the team, and they're over there thinking they're taking it for the team and they're taking it for the team. We both believe we're taking it for the team when it comes against each other. And it's like, well, okay, we've created this whole narrative that we're responsible for something that we're not responsible for because I've made myself responsible for you and you've made yourself responsible for me. I put my expectations on you. You put your expectations on me. And now we have this whole shit show. When the reality is the only fucking thing that I was supposed to be responsible was for me. The only expectation that I needed to have was the expectation I put on me to just be responsible for my fucking self. And if I was doing that and you were doing that and we were both doing that, then we would have what should be, which are just two people coming together to just share experiences. Now there's no need for expectation. There's no need for obligation. There's no need for responsibility. Now you have a free fucking relationship because it's like, hey, and this also, by the way, this takes care of all the trust issues. This takes care of all the jealousy issues. This takes care of all the insecurity issues that show up in relationships. Because if you're actually completely taking 100% responsibility for your life and your actions in your life consistently prove that, then that means I can trust you. I have complete fucking trust in who you are because this is who you are. You've built it. You've done it. You've maintained it. You're consistent at it. And then so am I. There's nothing to question here. We're just showing up, consistently being who we are, taking responsibility for ourselves. Imagine that. Imagine two powerful people. Imagine that. Two powerful people showing up, taking full responsibility for their actions, thoughts, beliefs, decisions, everything. You're taking responsibility for the only fucking thing you can control, which is you. And they're doing the same thing. And then you guys show up. And the only thing left to do is now just to enjoy each other. You don't have all the drama. You don't have all the bullshit. You don't have the baggage. You don't have the this. You don't have all of the that. It's just, man, I just get to enjoy you because we don't have to utilize the two most valuable resources that we can't reproduce, which are time and energy, trying to wrestle with all this other bullshit that people wrestle with in their relationships. And he's like, why is he talking about relationships? I thought he was talking about Brandy and her spiritual shit. Now he's off talking about relationships. You want to know why I'm talking about relationships? Because it's a metaphor for you. It's a metaphor for you and you and you and you and yes, you back there and yes, you back there and yes, you that's listening back there. Because the relationship, the metaphor of relationships that you have with others is the metaphor of relationship that you have with yourself. Your spiritual self, by the way. And so if you just take the same concept of everything that I just talked about in terms of human relationships, which again, the reason I use that this analogy is because it's something we can all relate to, and you just turn around and apply it to having that same type of a spiritual relationship with yourself, then it suddenly all makes sense. How do you treat yourself? What's the relationship that you have with yourself? What expectations, what obligations, what projections do you have with yourself? And all of a sudden, holy shit. No wonder why I have insecurities. No wonder why I have doubts. No wonder why this. No wonder why that. Yeah. Right? Because you're treating yourself the same way. You're having a relationship the same. Most of us have the same type of relationship with ourselves that we have with our intimate partners. There's some food for thought. There's a truth bomb. Yeah. People don't want to hear that shit either. Like, wait a minute. What did he just say? Like, yeah. The relationship that you have with your intimate partners is just a reflection with the relationship you have with yourself. And if you corrected the relationship you had with yourself, then the way that you related to the people and the people that you related with, all that shit would change too. Oh, wait, is that whole like spiritual thing about like mirroring and yep. Is that whole spiritual thing about law of attraction? Yep. Is that, oh, holy shit. That's what that is? Yep. It's that simple. The concept is that simple. The execution is a little bit more complicated. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it, myself included. So let's talk about Brandy. Let's talk about Brandy in this. Let's talk about the lie, Brandy. Step into my office. Here, would you like a glass of wine? Look, Squatch is here. We're all here, Brandy. Squatch is here. We got some wine for you, Brandy, over here. Some little trinkets here for you if you need I don't know. If you're a fidgeter, you like to have something, you like to fidget with something, you need like a stress ball. I don't have a stress ball. I mean, I have balls. I'm a man, but I don't have a stress ball. I just have little cards, maybe a little, play with some cards or something, right? But let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the lie. Let's talk about the illusion, and let's expose this motherfucker. Because you're a powerful goddamn woman that's on the brink and the precipice of something incredible. Because every time that you show up, every time that you've been here, every time you come in here, there's a new you, by the way. Every time you show up into the chat, the energy that comes off of you that I experience is different. So I'm not sure if you're aware of just the increments of which you are actually evolving in your own spiritual growth and development. But I'm experiencing it. I'm acknowledging it because it needs to be acknowledged. And so let's look at the lie. Let's expose the lie. Oh, Gene. Oh, look, Gene. Did you guys just see what Gene just said? You thought you were gonna pass notes in the back of the class, and you thought the teacher wasn't gonna catch you, Gene. He's like, the teacher's over here looking. I thought I could go over here and thought I could say some things and pass some notes in the back of the class. The teacher wouldn't see me, and I just saw you. I just saw you. You fondle some balls. Doesn't matter what balls. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah. Well, Gene, if you want to juggle my balls. Gene's like, I own your balls. Your balls are mine. Like Indiana Jones. Right? What's the Indiana Jones, the Temple of Doom? The guys like, they're having like the big like seance thing, and the guy like rips the dude's heart out and stuff. He's like, Kalima! Kalima! And Gene's got my balls. Kalima! Kalima! My balls catch on fire. And then Y's like, see, that's that Dungeons and Y's like, that's that Dungeons and Dragons shit I was talking about. That Dungeons and Dragons shit that I was talking about earlier. There it is. See? I knew it. I knew it. He does do that Dungeons and Dragons shit. Oh my God, I can't breathe. Oh my, what's happening right now? It's like, everyone's like, what is happening right now? I came here to get a fucking tarot reading. What's this guy? This guy's like this guy's in like a psych ward. He's like, no tarot readings are happening. It's just some dude who's just it's like we're all just here listening to some random dude just talk about dragons and burning and fires and balls. Like, what's happening here? And he's got a little Sasquatch on his table, and he's like, all right. What's happening right now? I don't know. Oh my God. Oh, that was funny. All right. What do the spiritual forces want to say for Brandy? All right, Brandy. What else? What else? So what's the what on this? Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so I got, don't overcomplicate it. That's what I'm hearing right now. They, them, all the things. They're saying, don't overcomplicate it. Gene's like, he said it. I like my balls. So we're not going to overcomplicate it. Health consulting. Was there emergence health consulting? Was there like a legitimate like, oh man, that was probably pretty epic. It's like I got the president and the Pentagon, they just like, you know, somebody down at like the Department of Homeland Security is like, what's on this on YouTube? There's some guy. The Department of Homeland Security is just hanging out like, this is fascinating. 2 more cards here coming out for Brandy. I feel it. There's one. One more. One more. Come on, give me the next one. There it is. I knew it. We got 3. All right. Yep. It's like not basically your spiritual clan is telling you, Brandy, not to what's the acronym? Keep it simple, stupid. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. It's like, don't overcomplicate it. So right now, it's basically we have surrender to inner peace. So cultivate inner peace on a daily basis in quiet, meditative moments. Focus on the stillness within and enjoy the inner refuge. Others will feel your good vibes too. Yeah, we will. And your life will flow more easily. So it's just, again, it's more of like I think what's happening, Brandy, is just that when the external environment starts to feel chaotic, it triggers a subconscious program of like an insecurity. Like, so it triggers this insecurity because there's some part of you that is misinterpreting whatever's happening out here in the external environment as something like either I did it or I'm responsible or I'm obligated. There's some type of programming. It's not clear what that is, but it's a subconscious programming of that when the external world, some things start to get chaotic, it creates an insecurity, but the insecurity is just a symptom of something that's actually the cause. And the root cause is that, there's maybe some way super old ancient belief that maybe you got from when you were a kid, when you were growing up with your parents. There's some super ancient, outdated belief inside of you that you're supposed to be responsible for your external environment. So when the external environment gets chaotic, you're the reason why. That's kind of the thing. Because again, I don't know, something happened to you at some point in your life where you either, there's only a handful of things that could have happened. Your external environment was chaotic, so you were either punished. So, that whatever that subconscious belief is came from pain due to punishment because, hey, you're not supposed to let the environment get chaotic. It's your fault. And so maybe your parents or somebody punished you, and so your brain, your nervous system learned, okay, well, it's my fault. When the world gets chaotic, it's on me to fix it, because if I don't fix it, then I get punished and I get hurt. And so then I don't get love. My needs don't get met, right? If that's not the case, well, then another possibility is that, maybe you felt like you had to. Like position, maybe you're put into where it's like nobody else was taking care of the environment, so you felt obligated and responsible to take care of the environment because nobody else was there. Right? This is like the classic, like you're dealing with parents that are like disconnected, they're absent parents. They're either there and checked out, or they work too much. And so then it's like, the kids basically have to become responsible for the other kids in the house. So you basically become the parent. And so you're the one, running around like checking on all the other kids. And so now you're the one who's parenting because the parents aren't being the parents. And so now you feel obligated, you feel responsible. And so, as you grow up and you get older, it's like the external world gets chaotic. And so it starts to trigger that super old, ancient, programming where it's like, oh my God, when the external world starts to get chaotic, I start to feel insecure. And that insecurity is tied to the fact that when I was really, 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 really young, I had to be the parent because there were no parents. So you created this belief, or you took on the belief that, you're responsible for the chaos that is occurring in your life and the lives of everyone else. And that's a lot of pressure, because sometimes chaos happens and you have nothing to do with it, right? True or false? Chaos happens whether you do things or don't do things. Chaos is not always your fault, right? You're not always the person, sometimes just chaos just fucking happens, has nothing to do with you, right? So, but that belief will make you think that it's you. You're going around thinking, my God, I'm responsible. So um, you know, and that's a whole other like that's like a that's like a life coaching session, like to go into all of that. But I'm just giving some examples. But can't even hold the card. Just throw it. Hey, Eddie, throw the card. All right. And look, it just magically came right back to me. Look, that was great. I threw it. It went down there, and it just came right back out into my hand like a magic trick. You know, maybe that's relevant to somebody. Whatever that thing that just happened, the fact that this card literally just went right down here. It launched out of my hand and went perfectly down between my table, and it came perfectly out like a lottery ticket, like just like a receipt. Came right back to me. So the surrender to inner peace, Brandy, is just that. It's a surrendering. And let's talk about this really quick, okay? Because this is, and I've never thought about this way. So this is just as much a message for me, by the way, as for everybody. So this is a message for all of you, everybody listening. Surrender, right? So every one of these cards is says surrender on it. First of all, in fact, that's what this deck is. It's a surrender oracle deck. Let's talk about what it actually means to surrender something, because the language and the terminology and the way that we define that, even though we're not being consciously aware right now, a lot of times little things unconsciously pass our awareness that have very important meanings, like the word surrender, because how I define the word surrender might be different than how somebody else defines the word surrender, right? Let's use an example in relationships, right? The word love. What does the word love mean to you versus what the word love means to somebody else? Could be two totally different worlds, right? Because your model of the world, your definition of an experience of what love is versus somebody else's could be obviously totally different. But we make these judgments and these assumptions that love just means love because of its technical book definition. The dictionary definition means this. But it doesn't mean that in our nervous system. It doesn't mean it historically for us. And so when we show up in a relationship, and when I say to my partner, if I had a partner, and I said to my partner, I love you, what that means to me is a bunch of different things. Now, my person understands the sentiment of it. The person goes, I understand the sentiment of what he's trying to say. But in their mind, what love actually means to them is something totally different. And that's why there can be so many, why so many people in relationships, again, I'm just using an example that we can all relate to, why two people can be saying the same things, they can be trying to convey the same types of things, but no one's getting through to each other. I'm trying to show you that I fucking love you. I don't understand. What else can I do? I love you. I love you. I love you. I thought it was obvious that I loved you. Thought it was obvious when I loved you when I married you. And we had a child together. We bought a house together. I thought it was pretty fucking obvious that I loved you. And then over here, that person doesn't, for some reason, they don't feel loved. And this person over here is doing everything that they know to do according to their definition of love to make that person feel said love. But they're over there going, I don't feel it. And then they turn around and they're like, well, I'm trying to love you. And then this person's complaining that they don't feel it. How can it be so complicated? How can it be so complex? Two people who truly care about each other, claim they love each other, but neither one of them feel loved. It's because their model of the world, their perception, their meaning, the meaning that they've attached to what love is for them is different than the meaning that the other person has. It's just like love languages, right? The 5 love languages, right? You have touch, quality time, words of affirmation, gifts, and acts of service. Let's say I'm a physical touch person and you're a physical touch person. Cool, great, that works. We're both physical touch people. Well, how much touch is too much touch? How much touch is enough touch? What type of touch? You know, like now there's all these variances. There's all these variables. It's not just, hey, I'm a physical touch person and you're a physical touch person. Great. We're going to get along just fine. Right? No, not necessarily, because there's variables. You know, that's too much touch. That's too strong. It's too forceful. It's not enough. Right? The same concept with time. You know, how much time is enough time? How much time is little time? Right? You ladies, like, okay, I'll be right down. I'm just getting ready. And us men were like, I made reservations for 7:00. It's 6:55. We have 5 minutes to make a 15-minute drive. And you know what that means, ladies? That means that I'm going to speed, which means it's going to trigger you because you hate when I speed. So now I'm going to be the asshole and I'm going to be the bad guy. I made reservations. I told you about the reservations. You knew that we had to be there by 7. And here you are, 6:55. You'll be right down. You'll be right down. Here I am. Super fucking stressed out because now I know that I'm going to have to speed to get there to the reservations by 7, because actually what I'm trying to do is do all the things right to make you happy. Trying to make you happy. Put all this thought, all this effort into this date. Get us there on time. Have a nice night. Not that, not even have to speed. I was trying to make you fucking happy driving in the car the way that you always complain about me not driving the car. Actually, just going to, I'm not going to speed. I'm just going to drive. We're going to just have a great night. And all I needed you to do was one fucking thing. Just be ready on time. That's it. I just needed you to be ready on time. So he's sitting there waiting. Now, guess what? It's 7:05. 5 minutes over. Here you come down the stairs. Glamorous, gorgeous, beautiful, and ready. And he's pissed. He's pissed fucking off. He doesn't want to go anymore. He doesn't want to. He's pissed. You come down and you're like, oh, so beautiful. And you're just waiting. You're waiting for him to appreciate how beautiful you look. You're waiting for all the things. I'm going somewhere with this story, by the way. You guys are thinking, what? Now he's talking about this other shit. How does this have to do with surrender and all this other? I'm going somewhere. Just wait. I'm going somewhere. This is going to make sense. I'm going somewhere with this. She's waiting for the affirmation, waiting for him to be like, oh my God, look what I did for you. I wanted you to be happy. I did all this for you. I didn't get ready and take all this time to beautify myself because I had nothing better to do. I did it because when I came down the stairs, I wanted to see the pleasure in your eyes. I was coming down because I wanted you to experience this. And I wanted to share that experience with you. But, he's pissed because it's 7:05 and now it's like, well, fuck. He's not talking. He's pissed. She clearly sees it. She's like, fuck. Now you're going to get in the car and it's awkward, silent treatment, and you're going to drive. You're going to be late. You're going to get there and you're going to sit in silence and you're just going to be like grinding your teeth, and the whole thing is just the whole night's fucked. Right? And so what happened? Right? Well, there are these two people who had two totally different concepts of time. Two totally different expectations of how reality was supposed to work. But they made an assumption. They made an assumption that, oh, his concept of time is my concept of time. And in his mind, her concept of punctuation is my concept of punctuation. Two people who think that the other person is thinking the way that they think. You're just projecting, yourself onto the other person and assuming that the other person is doing things the way that you do them, think the way that you think, and having your experiences. Right? And so we do this. And so then when you hear something like the word surrender, we have the same type of mentality. That's why we don't pay attention to these subtle spiritual things, because the reason that spiritual messages go underneath our radar a lot of the time is because our mind is so quick to generalize based on that same concept example that I just gave you. Right? It's just it's this generalization that we think that, like, okay, yeah, I already know that, or yeah, the world, the concept of the world is the way that it is according to me. So when I see the word surrender, I'm like, yeah, I know what that is. But then your spirit is trying to send you a message saying, no, you don't. You don't know what surrender means. And I'm trying to teach you. I'm trying to show you that all the things that you thought you knew what they were are actually not the things that you think they are. That's why I'm trying to communicate with you. I'm not trying to communicate with you because I have nothing better to do. I'm trying to communicate with you because this is the most important thing that I could do. Our spirit is speaking all of the time, trying to show us what is real, to lead us, to guide us, to evolve us, to grow us. So what does surrender mean here? Because again, this is not just for Brandy, by the way, but you can thank Brandy. Everybody can thank Brandy for her question, because she's just one example of the many of us who have the same problems collectively in our own way. We all have the same problems, so we can thank Brandy for being the example that we can all participate in the learning of for ourselves, because that's how this shit works. Is that surrender is not giving up. It's not, when you think of when you think of the word the term surrender, what does it mean for you? It feels like giving up. It feels like giving in. It feels like, defeat. Like I have to throw in the towel. Like you have to surrender, lay your weapons down, wave the white flag. Okay, you win. Right? That concept alone, the concept alone of winning, what does that imply? It applies competition. Right? We do not, the bullshit, the beginning, all the way back at the beginning of this reading, the whole live, I said that the Matrix is getting an upgrade. I don't know how many of you were here, and I don't know how many of you even remember, but I did say it. The Matrix is getting an upgrade. You know what the upgrade is that the Matrix is getting? As we move into 2025 to 2050, that's about as far out as I've been given. I've not been shown anything beyond 2050, but between 2025 and 2050, the next 25 years, one of the first upgrades that we're getting, and it's a major upgrade to the Matrix, is this bullshit paradigm is going away about the illusion of competition, right? That we're not here to compete. It's not fucking Darwin's bullshit laws of like only the strong survive and all that bullshit. It's like we don't live in a competitive place. We're about to go through a great spiritual awakening where we realize it's not a competitive world that we're living in. There's no such thing as winning. That's bullshit. There's no winning in anything, right? Because the idea of winning also suggests losing. That's competition. And that's why we have so much shit in the world right now. So much pain, so much suffering, all the things that people complain about. The things that are affecting you, the things that are affecting other people, the wars, the politics, all the bullshit, the religion, and all the hurt, all the things, the killing of innocent people, the killing of animals, all the things is because of that fucking belief system of competition. And where there's competition, there's scarcity. That's where the scarcity mentality comes from, is from the parent belief is competition, and it creates all these other like viruses, right, that we get infected with. One of them is scarcity. When we believe we have to compete for something, then we believe we fall into the trap of scarcity, meaning like, oh, well, if they can get it, that means that I can't. Look at 2020. It's a fucking respiratory virus, and people are literally hoarding toilet paper. Hoarding toilet paper. Like, I didn't know that the coronavirus was causing like explosive diarrhea across, like I didn't know that's what this was doing. Why are we wearing the face diapers on our mask and instead of on our ass? Right? We should have all been wearing real diapers. With all the amount of toilet paper that people were hoarding, what the fuck was that about? Let's just hoard toilet paper. And no one's wearing diapers. They got the face diaper on, but they don't have their ass diaper on. I was confused. Personally, I was confused. It's like, well, you're buying the wrong thing. The diaper shouldn't be on your face. It should be on your ass because you have all the toilet paper. That's what you're saying. It's like, oh my God. And if I don't get the toilet paper, and if I don't get all the toilet paper, because I surely can't share, I have to have it all. What am I going to do? There's a pandemic. There's a virus. What am I going to do if I can't get my fucking toilet paper? It's like, interesting. You know what people didn't have? They weren't hoarding food. They were hoarding toilet paper. So let's just think about this for 2 seconds here. You're not eating food, which means you're not going to be taking a shit. If you're not taking a shit, you surely are not going to be having to wipe your ass. Forget that this is a respiratory virus. Forget all of that. Let's just forget that whole common sense thing. You're not eating, you're not taking a shit, you don't have to wipe your ass. So what exactly are you hoarding the toilet paper for? The only reason that people hoarded the toilet paper was because of an inherent sensation in their body, a survival sensation that they were experiencing, where the buying of toilet paper gave them temporary relief. That's all that was. When people lose their shit, when the world, all of a sudden, something crazy happens. Oh my God. What's going to happen now? There's a virus. There's a this, there's that. All of a sudden, you have no control anymore. Instantaneously, something happens and it takes all your control away from you. And you go into pure self-preservation mode. People do crazy fucking shit. Because what they're doing is they're trying to find a way to give peace to that thing inside of them that is an uncomfortable sensation, which is this sensation of uncertainty. And so I don't know why. I don't know how or why globally for, all these people just randomly decided that toilet paper was going to be their safety blanket. That's okay. I don't know. I would have picked something else myself, but okay, cool. Let's all buy the toilet paper and now you have your safety blanket. It's fucking weird. I don't get it, but okay, cool. Whatever. So my example in sharing all of this is our perception of things that we have taken on in the matrix. It comes with a somewhat of a know-it-all mentality. I know you guys thinking like when I'm talking and I'm saying these things, it sounds like I'm talking about something else because it seems unrelated, but I promise you it's very fucking related. Because this isn't how I talk, and I wouldn't bring up these things. These are not things that these aren't the things that I think about. These aren't the concepts that I sit around pondering, much less for them to come through me on the fly. I'm way too OCD for that shit. Like, I'm thinking like, if I'm going to present something, if I was going to come to you guys with knowledge that I had, something that I learned, like I would have notes, I would have a presentation, like I would be like, okay, well I have to make, this is just whatever the fuck comes through because I put myself out of it, which is why it's profound to me, which is why I always come back and I watch these things and I'm like, holy shit. Because you guys come here and you're asking questions and I'm just here, I'm like, yeah, it's free tarot readings for you guys. What it is by you guys being here with your questions, you guys basically are an excuse for this information to come through me, and I'm just over here just like grabbing hold of all of it. I'm just like putting it in my bank account. I'm like, dude, bring it on. Bring it on. I'm just filling up. I'm grabbing hold of all of it. Right? So there's application. And I think that if more people would get on board with this and they actually would listen to really the message beyond the message or even beyond the person, a lot of people, it's like your questions would be answered, right? Like a lot of people have the same questions or similar questions and the answers come through, and it's not just for you because that would make no sense. The forces, the spiritual forces know who was all here. They know who is present. They know who is here listening to me. They're aware of who is here. They're aware of your problem. They're more aware of your problem than you are. So they know what to say. It's just, are you catching? Are you grasping? Right? So for all of us, what does surrender mean? It implies competition. Well, we need to get out of that way of thinking. We need to get outside of all the thinking. Well, what does surrender really mean? What do we need to know about this? Beyond the fact that maybe, that even that itself is a whole other concept for us to explore, which I'm not going to get into, is that a lot of us are stuck because of the fact that we have made assumptions about the meanings that we've attached to things. And because we've attached certain meanings to those things, we feel that there's no reason for those things to be investigated because it comes from a know-it-all syndrome. And I don't mean know-it-all syndrome like you're trying to be an egotistical asshole, or that you're better than somebody else, or that you're more holier than thou. But it comes from a part of you that thinks that there's nothing to investigate because it really does believe that it already knows. But yet it's confused by why ABC, XYZ is happening in your life, right? And so this becomes the paradox of why we're incapable at times of accessing our spiritual resources, because there's a part of us that is not curious enough to investigate the things that we think that the things that we already know, because we think that the things that we already know are the facts, the truth, and those things can't be changed. So why go investigate and why look for answers when you think you've already got the answer? Well, because obviously you don't have the answer, because if you had the answer, you would have a different result in your life, which is why people say, well, I tried this, I tried everything. Well, if you would have tried everything, if you really tried everything, you would have found the answer that worked for whatever your problem is. And clearly you didn't, right? And I'm guilty of this. So that's just food for thought. So surrender doesn't mean giving up. It's not any type of language that's attached to an idea of competition. Surrender means taking yourself out of it and allowing, right? Like it's taking a position of acceptance. Like there's a psychological like type of fact. And you guys may have to go research this. But if let's say you were going to jump out of an airplane, skydive. When you jump out of that airplane, scary as shit, because you could die. You fall, you pull the first cord, parachute doesn't open. You're like, oh shit. You got one more. You got the backup parachute. Do or die. You rip the cord, second parachute doesn't open. Guess what happens next? You just have peace. This is a psychological fact. And you see it too, by the way, not just in this example. You see it in people who get cancer, right? People get a diagnosis and say, you've got 2 weeks to live. What happens to those people? It's not more fear, more anxiety, more depression. All that anxiety and depression, it was building up. And then the doctor comes in and says, hey, you're going to die in 2 weeks. It's done. It's like, oh, they have peace. And they're just like, okay. There's nothing left to do but accept the fact that, okay, I'm dead in 2 weeks. That's the same type of thing here with surrender. I'm not talking about you're going to be dead in 2 weeks, just to be clear. It's the same mentality of acceptance. Surrender comes with a form of peace. That's how you know it's true surrender. That's how you know it's true acceptance. If you're not experiencing peace and calm, then you weren't doing the surrender, or you weren't doing the acceptance. So that's how you can know in your nervous system whether you're doing it right. If there's no peace, and peace doesn't mean happiness, by the way, because some people think that. Again, going back to the meanings that people associate with things. Some people think peace means happiness, ecstasy, bliss, joy. Peace doesn't have to mean that. Peace can literally just mean neutrality. You're not anxious, you're not happy, you're not joyous. You're just in a neutral, you're just calm. Just a calm, neutral state, right? Just like when everything's going just fine in your life and you lay down to go to sleep at night, you're really tired, your brain's not thinking, you're not overthinking anything. It's just like, you're just tired. You're just in this calm, nice place. You lay in your bed and you feels good. And you close your eyes and, you fall asleep peacefully. That's what surrender is. Surrender comes with peace. There's a form of allowing. So for you, Brandy, and everybody else, surrender to inner peace. So there's that word twice. It's like a double negative. Peace. So if we were to say peace, if we're gonna peace and calm, we're gonna substitute the word surrender for the word peace and calmness. So peace and calmness to inner peace. Peace and calmness your way to inner peace. Or tap into your inner peace and calmness to find your surrender. You can reverse it, right? And then surrender to your soul's path. Now, for you, Brandy, specifically, these are in a order for a purpose. In order for you to be able to successfully surrender to your soul's path without the spiritual insecurity that we've been talking about, you must first learn to surrender to your inner peace and calmness. And the more that you surrender to your inner peace and calmness, no matter what the external circumstances and situations are around you that rob you of your peace, because of, again, maybe that subconscious belief that we talked about, that maybe you are responsible and blah, 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 because it creates this insecurity in you, and insecurity creates powerlessness in you. It's a contraction, right? And now you start to question yourself. That's what insecurity is. And insecurity is the questioning of oneself at a toxic and extreme level. When we start to question ourselves in a way that's non-productive, and it creates more damage or more bad than good, the results are unproductive. It's okay to question oneself. We should always investigate and question ourselves if it promotes growth and evolution. That's what self-development is. Personal development, personal growth is literally the act of questioning ourselves, questioning our beliefs, questioning everything we know to find truth that helps us grow. And insecurity is the other side of that coin. Insecurity is I'm questioning myself not because it's going to promote my growth. I'm questioning myself because I don't believe in myself, because I've allowed fear to penetrate me. I'm allowing fear to form my reality, not my spiritual truth. And so when you find the peace and the inner peace and the inner calmness, because you've detached yourself from the fear and the insecurities and the bullshit, now you're back on your soul's path. And everybody give a huge shout out to Trudy. Trudy is here. She's in the chat. The master is here. Everybody say hello to the master. And so then, Brandy, you have surrender procrastination. So now here's the thing. You're not a procrastinator. How do I know you're not a procrastinator? I've never met you in my life. How the fuck do you know I'm not a procrastinator? You know how I know you're not a procrastinator? This is how I know you're not a procrastinator, because of everything, all the cards that are on the table. You're not a procrastinator. It's that when you become overwhelmed because your peace is being taken away from you, then you go into more of a disempowered operative mode. It's kind of like you shut down. And so it's not that you're a procrastinator. It's just that when the lies and the bullshit and all the limiting stuff from the external world, you allow that to affect your spiritual truth and who you truly are, you fall back into this pattern of basically shutting down because of the chaos, right? You're not a procrastinator. It's just, you're just not staying true to your inner peace, to where when you're in your true spiritual power, you can stand in anything. You could be a prisoner, in a Nazi concentration camp, like the Holocaust, right? You could be in the worst, most terrible place in the world. Your health could be shitty. Your marriage could be shitty. The world could be ending. We could be in the middle of an apocalypse, right? But this person right here, who has peace and calm, when they're connected to their spiritual truth, they're unaffected by the external circumstances of the world, because the power of their spirit is their new truth. And so as you lean into learning how to do this, because this is new for you, Brandy, as you learn into how to do this, two things are going to happen. the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to get better at not shutting down or not losing your power in the face of challenges, of life challenges. The second thing is you're going to see how learning this skill, because it is a skill and we do have to learn it. No one's born with learning how to do this shit, myself included. You're going to start to see how important it is for this to empower this. Because we can have a lot of power, but not know what to do with it. We can have a lot of power and not know how to tap into it. And the ego is the cock block. The brain comes in and it's like, shuts the power off. Or it's not that it shuts the power off. It shuts off our access to the power. We get cock blocked, right? And what does the cock blocking? This. Surrender the stress. And stress is the result of all this other things, all this other stuff. And ironically, underneath it says surrender to play. When play is actually the opposite of stress, because it's two totally different states. You can't be happy and be sad at the same time. It's impossible. You can't be depressed and be and having the time of your life, right? It's just impossible. Our nervous system can't be both at the same time. So stress is the result of not surrendering, not allowing yourself to find that place of peace and calm. I can't tell you how to do that, by the way. There's so many techniques and methodologies and ways. You have to find the one that works for you, right? But you have to find the one that does work so that when life becomes chaotic, you can implement that technique to calm your nervous system so that the insecurity doesn't infiltrate you, which makes you question everything. And then you go into spiritual insecurity, and then you regress back into old patterns that put you into a place of powerlessness. And then when you reach that place of powerlessness, then you feel like you're a fuck up, and then you question everything, including questioning your soul's path. And now you go all the way back to the beginning of like, but so am I sure? Is it really, am I really called to do this? Do I really have this spiritual gift? Am I really supposed to do this with my life? Because look at me, I'm such a fuck up. I'm such a failure. My life is blowing up and this chaos is over here. Nothing's going the way that it's supposed to be. Blah, 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 all the mental bullshit, all the ego, blah, 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 all the false meanings and stories and interpretations of what's happening and what's going on and all the shit. And it starts to overwhelm you. And then you go into shutdown mode. When you go into shutdown mode, you question everything, including your path, your purpose. It's almost like all the evidence that you have that would completely contradict the truth just went right out the window. It's like you forgot all the evidence of, no, you do have a spiritual calling. You are good at this. You haven't lost your spiritual calling. The fact that your life is chaotic right now and doesn't look the way that you think it's supposed to look doesn't invalidate the reality that you have a call, that everything is exactly the way it's supposed to be. You're on your path. You're on your track. You haven't lost your power. You haven't lost your gift. It's not a bunch of bullshit. You weren't just thinking it up. All the questions. All that shit's not true. But you'll believe it's true when you give into the insecurity, because the insecurity will take you all the way back to the beginning of, oh my God, I'm not good enough. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a failure. And then when you get there, Brandy, that's a lot of stress. That's a lot of fucking stress, man. It's a lot of stress. What's the antidote? Change your state. Change your focus. That's the first thing. You have to break the stress, because you can't get back to peace instantaneously. Because that pattern, you've trained your nervous system with this pattern for too long. So you're going to have to learn how to do a pattern interrupt. So what do? And I'm telling on myself here, so you guys can all laugh at me. But there's a guy on social media who walks all around like New York and stuff, and he just like, it's like a fart prank. He's just walking around. And it's just like a fart pranks. And I know it's complete boy humor, it's complete 5-year-old humor, but I die laughing. And I'll sit and I'll watch this thing for like 20 minutes, laughing my ass off. This guy walking around doing fart pranks. And I'm like literally crying. I'm laughing so hard. I have literally transformed. I've literally put myself in the highest possible vibrational state. There's no way I can be unhappy. There's no way I can be sad. There's no way. And when you train yourself to take that level of control over your life, it's like, man, I'm starting to feel sad. I'm starting to feel bummed out. I'm starting to feel overwhelmed. You need to have something. Every one of us needs to have something in our pocket, a go-to. We need to have that thing that we know will work. What is going to make you laugh your ass off? What is going to shift your state? What's going to interrupt that pattern? What's going to get you out of the funk? What's going to pull you out of your own mind, pull you out of the chaos, right? It's like if you go to the bathroom, you have to go for a walk. Put on some comedy. Maybe it's music. That can be good. Put on some fucking music, and just be goofy or something, right? I mean, laughter always does it for me. Comedy is the quickest way to do it. Just knowing what to go to, something that will work, that will make you laugh. Go to that thing, watch it, and you'll break the pattern. And then once you've broken out of the pattern, because now you're up in a different emotional state, then you can start practicing this. You can get back to calmness and neutrality. And the more that you start to settle back into calmness and neutrality, guess what you'll see? You'll just like, oh, I can't believe that I fell for that shit again. There I was, giving my power away, and almost went back into the belief that I'm not good enough. And oh my God, I don't have, I can't believe I almost let myself go back there to that place. Because life will give you, like you said, Brandy, you said, I feel like life is testing me. Well, sometimes it does, but it's not personal. It's just that shit happens in life and it does feel like a test. It's when you take the situations and circumstances of life personally, because you put the meaning, you attach that personalized meaning onto it. It's not always personal. Life just happens, right? We're in a dualistic reality where energy is always constantly fighting to rebalance itself. There's pleasure, there's chaos. There's pleasure, there's chaos. There's pleasure, there's chaos. There's expansion, there's contraction. Expansion and contraction. There's positive, there's negative. It's a constant back and forth of energy just rebalancing itself. And we experience that in our lives. And sometimes some days are better than some other days, and some days are worse than other days. We have to be really careful about the meanings that we attach to things and the way that we personalize it. Because sometimes we're taking responsibility for shit that's not ours to take responsibility for. And it doesn't matter if you take responsibility if it takes your power away. And that's for everybody in here. That message right there is for fucking everybody in here. You're taking responsibility for shit that takes your power away, you're doing it wrong. You're doing your whole life wrong. And you guys can send me, you can donate. All of my information is in the description box below. You can send me thousands of dollars of free therapy. I will accept it. I will receive it. Thank you in advance. I will take all of that money from all of you for that free therapy advice, because I just saved you thousands of dollars of therapy. Years and years and years of therapy. Taking responsibility for things that takes your power away, you're doing life wrong. Simple. Very simple. If it's not empowering you and you're taking responsibility for it, you're doing something wrong. The question is what? Now, if you're taking responsibility for things that empower you, that you can actually control with your power, then you're doing it right. Because now you're in the magician power. You're using all the tools and resources within you to create your reality, and the power is back in your hands where it needs to be with all of us. So what are we surrendering to? We're surrendering to being the magician. You're surrendering to all the tools and resources that I need are within me, saith the Lord. Amen. Does that make sense, Randy? I don't know if that makes sense. Trudy just donated. Let me know if that makes sense. I don't even know what the list is. I have to go back and look at the list. But let me know if that makes sense for you, Brandy. Also, I want to just say this one quick thing for you as well, Brandy, is sometimes the greatest shifts in life are the 2 millimeter distinctions. Sometimes it's not a huge, massive operation, or that you need like once you're on the spiritual path, from my experience thus far, it seems that once you're actually on the path, it's just these little deviations. It's upkeep, really, is what it is. It's just upkeep and a slow, steady progression of just staying on the path. And as long as you stay on the path, and as long as you maintain the upkeep of the things that you've learned and that you know, then everything that you need trickles to you. Because that's the way we need it to. We don't need everything to come to us all at once. We don't need to be overwhelmed with a bunch of shit that's not relevant for the next step. Right? That's why our spiritual team doesn't bombard us with a bunch of shit that we don't need. It's like, because you don't need that. You don't need shit that's like 20 steps out, like 10 years from now. That's pointless for you at this. You just need what's most important for now, or the next, this next little bit ahead of you. Right? That's what's important. And that's what you'll get. You'll get these, you'll get what you need for the next thing. And those things aren't always going to be massive, huge things. And the massive, huge things will start to change. And again, this is just from my experience, is it's not so much what you do in terms of like reading books or learning and all that kind of stuff. It's the learning changes from the way that we traditionally learn before we start doing the work to you start learning now as a result of doing the spiritual thing. Just like me. I don't learn really a whole lot anymore. I don't read as much books anymore. I mean, I listen to things here and there, but most of the profound things that I learn and grow from are from me being here and doing this or something like this. It's me interacting. It's me utilizing my gift and being on my spiritual path. And everything that comes out of me starts to be for me. So then I've kind of become, in a sense, my greatest teacher. And it's not me and egotistically, but it's like whatever this force is that comes through me, it's like, that's for me. That's for me. Everything that comes out of my mouth, everything that I've said tonight has been for me, by the way. And I didn't have to read a book for it. I didn't have to go find a mystic, a psychic, or just me being on my spiritual path. My spiritual team knew, like, this message, he'll understand. He'll know that he needs this. And that's the beauty of how this works. It's the, blessing two birds with one stone. I didn't want to use the word kill anymore because I don't know. It just doesn't seem appropriate anymore. The universe is amazing at multitasking. It's like, I can give you the same words for 10 people, and those same words are still going to be valid for you, even though you weren't the person that was out necessarily seeking for the thing. It's just the weirdness of how all this works spiritually. But it's the 2 millimeter distinction for you, Brandy. I do think that there is something which we can explore like offline. I do think there is a program that you do have though, maybe back from your childhood, that can be identified. There's a subconscious program that I sense that it's there, that is affecting, it's creating an insecurity. So when things outside happen, it triggers this insecurity in you, which obviously causes other, there's other effects of that insecurity being triggered in you, right? And so I do think that, once whatever that ancient, outdated, limiting belief is identified, you'll be able to pinpoint it, you'll be able to deal with it, and then you won't ever have that problem again. But I do sense that there's something there. I don't know exactly what, but we could explore more of that offline. Just a little side thing. Okay. So where are we at now? All right. Let me see where the list is. Let's see if I can. Okay. So Trudy just, can you do a reading rest of 2024 for whatever comes through? I donated because I'm at work. Can you WhatsApp me timestamp of when you start? If so, okay, yeah, of course I can. She can watch later. Okay, no problem. Absolutely can do that. Why can't I keep my... Okay, yeah, we can definitely do that. All right, also anybody that's jumped on, just want to say hi, welcome to Human Innovation Tarot, blah, blah, blah. I don't know who's left, who's watching, but anyways. All right, so let's do for Trudy. Rest of 2024. She donated. Also, just so everybody knows, you can skip the line. You can get a reading, all the things. You can donate. So if you're like me and you're super impatient, like when I go, also just additionally for those of you who may not know and have not, first I would greatly appreciate if you like and subscribe to my channel, but also Soul Tribe Tarot in the chat. You'll see her. I'm about to do her reading. Her name is Trudy, and she is basically the entire reason that I'm on here, by the way. So I learned tarot because of her. She changed my life. I got a reading from her like three and a half years ago, and she's a radical, like a whole directional change of my life was meeting her. So go to her channel, Soul Tribe Tarot. Make sure you like and subscribe to her channel. She goes live more frequently than I do, and she's really, really, really good at getting through, getting through her readings. Where I just go with the flow with mine. I'm a very different style than she is, but she is extremely fucking gifted. I highly recommend you get a reading from her. I highly recommend when she jumps on, get in. And if you don't want to wait, like me, you're impatient, donate. You get to skip the queue, and I guarantee you will not regret it. So make sure you go to her channel, like and subscribe to her channel there, because she is the master, and I do not say that lightly. All right, so let's see, what does Trudy need to know? One thing that I'm getting is like music. Spirit saying, Trudy, for you to let your hair down. Like, I'm getting this kind of like, I don't know, I'm getting this kind of like little firecracker energy kind of vibe right now. Like your spiritual team is saying, you need to tell that woman to let her hair down, and just like, and now I'm getting the Taylor Swift song, "Shake It Off." It was like a famous song of hers, like back in 2014 or something like that. Like the "Shake It Off" song. But yeah, that would be excellent. Dancing in the house naked, like, just there's something that the Spirit's wanting you to. Like, it's been grind, responsibility, grind, serious grind, for so long. And even with your channel and spirituality, Spirit is saying that a lot of that seriousness has kind of bled over a little bit into. It's like sometimes it's worse than others, and I think you'll when it is, because it's those times where it's like you feel like you need to do it, but the reason that you're feeling you need, but then it's like it feels like a chore. It's like you feel that this push and pull energy. It's like the times when you want to do your readings and you have that love-hate energy. It's like, oh man, my God, I just love doing this, but then there's that hate energy. Right? It's like that love-hate relationship where it's like, I want to do it today. I don't know if I want to do it today, but I should do it today. It's like, it's like when that should energy starts to creep in. That's when Spirit is saying, that's when you're letting the grind take over. And that's what's robbing you of the excitement of why you do what you do so well. Right? It's when you let the grind or I should do it. That type of energy is what makes it's a hurdle. It's a limitation, or it becomes an obstacle. And it changes the perception of it changes your energetic state, but it changes the perception of what you're doing as well. right? Which limits the expansion of the growth of what it is that you're wanting to do with it. Because Spirit is saying she doesn't understand the fullness yet of the picture that we're trying to convey to her, that what she's meant to do is so much bigger than reading cards or even just having a tarot channel. This was just the doorway in. This was just you getting your foot in the door. This was just you touching grass and just really like getting acclimated with a lot of your senses and doing it in a comfortable environment, and you having the control of it and not being too big for it to feel overwhelming. It was just the right amount of all the right little ingredients and all the right little things occurring for you in the right way for you to be able to enjoy and experience it and all the things. But it's almost kind of like you've outgrown it. You've outgrown what you've been doing the way you've been doing it for so long. And it's not saying that you can't keep doing it and that you won't have a certain result. It's that Spirit is saying, hey, you've outgrown this, and we're wanting you to bring the vision into the next phase. Because what you are and what you have is so much bigger than even that. But they understand that, they understand your process, and they understand that it's like a hand holding type of thing is what they're giving me. Like I'm seeing like this hand holding type of vibe. It's like we're trying to hold your hand and walk you through these processes in a way that you'll accept it, that's comfortable for you. Because if we could launch you straight from 0 to 100 into the thing, it would blow your mind, and you'd be like, holy shit, this is incredible, this is amazing. But it's almost like it'd be so incredible and so amazing that just as shocked and mind-blowing as it would be for you to stand and step into that role, knowing that it's actually everything you've ever wanted, it's the pinnacle of everything inside of you that's waiting to come out of you. They know that the reverse would also be true in that same instance, where you'd be like, oh my God, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this. Because there's all these unconscious processes that exist within you that they almost kind of dictate they need to occur. There's processes. There's unconscious processes that kind of need to occur in certain orders in order for you to feel that something is manageable, in order for you to feel that something is beneficial or movable, or in order for you to be able to work with it. It's not the right word exactly, but it's that kind of energy where it's like you have processes that you operate on. And as long as whatever you do are abiding by those internal processes that you may not be fully aware of, then it's green light. It's good. You're okay with it. It's like, okay, I can work with this environment. I can work this way. I can, then it feels like you have the right level of control. You have the right level of this, right level of that, and everything has a flow to it. But when those processes, anything that tries to operate outside of those processes, it's like, that's when things start to feel scary. They feel uncertain. You're not sure. It's like, it's almost like you don't feel grounded anymore. And when you don't feel grounded, then you start to feel, you feel unsure of things, right? And then that affects your ability to operate in the things that you're doing. And specifically in this case, I'm speaking spiritually. And so because you've had enough experience doing what you've done for so long, you know that when you get into that place of feeling ungrounded, you know that you're not going to operate at your best spiritually. So then you know that you have to get grounded to go back into doing things with that process so that you can show up and do it the right way. Because you don't want to show up and be like, well, I'm not just going to show up and give shit readings, and I'm not just going to show up knowing that I'm not in the vibration or the energy I need to be in order for me to do the thing that I need to do in a way that's actually accurate and beneficial and helpful, right? So Spirit understands all of that, but they're also trying to, again, handhold you through a process of you breaking your processes. You Life Path 5 Virgo. You're a contradiction. You're a Life Path 5, but you're a Virgo. It's like total contradiction energy. Virgo is like for energy, like processes and perfection and detail and execution and don't fuck with my processes and my details and all the things. 5 energy is chaos. 5 energy is like, I don't care about details. I don't care about processes. I don't care about any of that bullshit. I want to be free. I want to be wild. I want all the things. And so going back to the letting your hair down, let's come back full circle here with you. Because I'm like, well, you're going off on all this stuff. What does this have to do with what you said a second ago about the dancing and letting your hair down? It has everything to do with it. Because as you learn to let your hair down and you learn to let your life path 5 energy come out of you more and more and more, then you're actually expanding the barriers of the processes, basically. You're expanding the container that those processes were existing in. And now you're giving spirit room to work with you on the micromanaging control freakness of you managing these processes in order for you to feel like you can function. And spirit wants to give you complete freedom so that you don't have to rely upon those processes to experience your freedom or experience the fullness of your power. Spirit doesn't want you to rely on those processes because you've outgrown them. They're outdated. There's outdated processes that you've outgrown they're effective. Like it's not that you're not effective. Like you are effective with your processes, but they're a limitation of an advancement. It's like you can stay here and you can stay here and what you can do by staying here with the processes that work are tried and true. They're good processes. And you will get a good result. So they're good. But the universe is like, God, source, the universe, your spiritual team is saying, no, but there's more. We want to show you that while this is good and it's effective, there's a better way, there's a bigger way, there's a broader way. And everything that you've been waiting for and everything that you've been waiting, the expansion, the growth and the evolution of things, all that it's what's the metaphor in the Bible? You can't pour new wine into old wineskins. Well, that's true because the old wineskins are the processes that you have, and it's not. But here's the thing. What do they say that the best tasting wine is? It's the aged wine, right? The most expensive wine is the super aged wine, right? And so that's also a paradoxical metaphor that the old processes that you've had in your life are those old wineskins. There's value in it. So it's not that we're demonizing the value of the processes, but it's that we want to, there's a new wine that wants to be poured into these old wineskins because those old wineskins is going to turn this new wine into something even better. It's the expansion of those processes, which will become the expansion of you, which will become the expansion of your spiritual journey, and basically the spiritual leader that the universe is saying, hey, let's get you out of the grind. Let's get you out of the corporate. Let's get you out of the grind. Let's get you into the thing that you know that you're supposed to be doing full time. And then the crazy thing is you're going to end up making more money doing your spiritual thing than you ever were in your corporate job. And now you're in a season of life where it's basically like, well, I'm in a season of life where I was ready to retire from my corporate job. Even better. What's the oxymoron in that situation? Imagine that. Imagine retiring and then getting into your spiritual business. And then the irony is like, holy shit, I should have been doing this spiritual business stuff a long time ago because I was making more money doing the spiritual business than I was when I was just writing out my corporate job. And that's the universe over there giggling in the corner going, yeah, we know. Isn't that funny? Like, they think it's funny. They think it's humorous. It's like, wait, watch this. We're going to show her. Watch this. We're going to show her that, she's going to make all this money. All this stuff's going to happen. When she starts her spiritual business, she steps into her power and all this stuff's going to happen. Wait. And then she's going to be like, what the fuck, man? I should have been doing this shit. I should have been doing this shit the whole time. I should have been doing this like 20 years ago. And the universe over there going, yeah, we know. We know. Right? Like they find humor in it. They find humor in it. But that's where they're trying to, that's the place that they're trying to take you. But they're trying to do it in a way that you'll accept it. Because again, if they just try to force you there or launch you there, they know that you'll reject it because they understand the processes that are operating within you. So the message to you at this part, at least of this part of it, is very important, is for you to learn to let your hair down and get into more of kind of like your 5 wild, crazy, like you need to find the inner teenager again. Like you need to know how to tap into that little teenage, that little wild stallion, you know, like it's okay to be a crazy bitch every once in a while, you know, like in a fun way, a playful way. Like go in there and find the crazy wild bitch, you know, like, yeah, dance your ass off in the, don't just dance naked in the house. I mean, like booty grind, like get up on like the door, you know, like the door jamb or the side of the wall, you know, and like grind it, like get like nasty grind it, stinky leg grind it. Be like, yeah, motherfucker, you like that shit? You like that ass? Yeah, you like that ass, don't you, door? You grinding on the door jam. You're like, you like that? You like that door jam? Yeah, you know. And you got that R&B music, you know. Which, by the way, I wish that you would sing more R&B. That's just a side request from me. Nothing in my world is better than Trudy singing R&B on her channel. Like when she gets in her little, and you get in your sassy mode, and you need some of that sass. That's what the thing. You need some of that playful, that sass energy, that let your hair down, like not so, you know, not so procedural, is what they're saying. If that makes sense. And now I'm looking over here. Like I'm reading the chat now. That's exactly how it would be, like you said. I know when I can do tarot and when I can't energetically. I completely understand what you're saying. Yeah, no, don't say no. Come on. You got to grind. You need to listen. You know what I would even do? Naked is like, I mean, naked's good, but I would even do it more. I would get some sexy lingerie. I would go and I would be like, I would do it all. You know what I would do? She's like, oh God, here we go. This is what I would do if I were you. Hold on. If I were you, this is the mode of operation I would get into. Let me find it. I'm going to find it. Yeah. I'd do this. Get you the makeup, get your hair done, get some jewelry on, get some like epic like goth lingerie or something, whatever your style is, you know, get you some lingerie on. Do it all, do it up to the nines. You know? So where you look in the mirror and you're like, fuck, I look fucking hot. I'm saying you stand in the mirror and you make yourself look fucking hot. You know, maybe put a little bit of that sass, maybe a little bit, just a little hint, little sprinkle of that cinnamon devil energy on there, you know. Then go grind the door. Get in there, get that music going. Like, or you know what else you could do? And I'm being dead serious. Get you one of those poles. But you're going to have to be careful, man. I don't want to find out that you went and you got like one of the poles, like a pole dancer installed in your house, and then you end up being like one of those videos where it's like, I'm going to videotape myself, you know, and then the whole pole falls over, and then you end up on the internet. Everyone's laughing their ass at you with this fail videos and shit. Don't do that. Like, don't hurt yourself because, like, you know, that's not going to be good. But you could get a pole. I'm being dead serious. You could get a pole even. And you could legit get in there and just do some fucking wild, sexy ass pole shit, you know, and just let it out, right? That's what Spirit is saying you need to do. Like the complete opposite, basically, of procedural. The complete opposite of your Virgo nature. You need that 5 energy, you know, wildness. That's that energy. And it's going to help you break those barriers, those boundaries. And so so essentially, why do you need to do this, by the way? Spirit's like, she needs to know why. You got to tell her why she needs to do this. She's like, why do I need to do this? You can't just tell her to do it. She needs to know why. Well, here's why. Because when you do this, what you're doing to your nervous system and what you're doing to those rigid beliefs is you're starting to basically, you become kind of like Play-Doh, right? And so then the universe will basically work with you in these moments where you're just allowing that side of you to come out. You're going to have a totally different spiritual experience as you allow that part of you to be free. And in those experiences, you're going to interact with spirit in a way like, oh my God, this is crazy. Like, I actually literally feel like some shit's transforming. And it's like, yeah, the universe is like, yeah, we're remolding your programs. So we can allow that expansion to happen so that part of you that's been suppressed for so long can coexist with the Virgo part of you. Those two things can coexist at once, where it's almost like you have the Queen of Pentacles vibe, the practical, the logical, the detail, the get it done, everything is consistent and in order and doing everything right. And then you have like the wild, the Queen of Wands. And I don't mean the spiritual side of it. I'm talking about like the wild, crazy bitch. These two things coming together and merging into a union of oneness, where it's not just Queen of Pentacles all the time, and maybe every once in a while you get a little Queen of Wands here and there. It's like, no, like these are the two queens together sitting there, like, and they're operating together, right? It's like Siamese twins, like one body, two heads. You know what I mean? It's like two intelligences, one body. Like, and as you move forward, it's like it's gonna be like this hip fire thing where it's like 1 minute Virgo energy, logic, practicality, and when you need that energy, next energy, firecracker, feistiness, passion, because these two parts of you are essentially the healthy expression of your masculine and feminine energies, right? And but the practical Queen of Pentacles side is actually more of the masculine side, whereas the other side, the Queen of Wands, the spiritual, the wild, crazy bitch, and all that's like the feminine. And crazy bitch is sometimes actually good. Crazy bitch doesn't mean you have to be like nut job bitch, like psych ward bitch, but crazy bitch. Crazy bitch is hot. Crazy bitch is hot. Crazy bitch is needed. We want crazy bitch. Every one of you guys out there, every one of you women out there, crazy bitch. Guys, we love crazy bitch. We just don't want you to be like crazy bitch all the time. You don't be crazy bitch all the time, but we want crazy bitch. Crazy bitch is what makes you women beautiful, attractive, radiant, gorgeous, mysterious, sexy. It has nothing to do with your looks, by the way. It's an energy. It's totally energetic. If you're a beautiful, I'm just using a common analogy that we can all relate to. You could be a beauty pageant model who's expressionless, who's empty, who's just there. It's like, okay, yeah, great. You have a great looking body. Your body is perfect. Good for you. But there's nothing going on. There's nothing going on up here. There's nothing going on in here. It's just this void, right? That's not attractive. And any guy that had an encounter with the most gorgeous looking body of a woman versus some crazy bitch over here who may not be nearly as attractive, he's going to go for the crazy bitch every time. He's like, that girl over there, she's full of life. She's wild. She's crazy. She's fun. She's exciting. She's enthralling. There's all this energy, like passion. It's like he knows. His spirit knows. It doesn't take rocket scientists to figure out. Like that's the one. Who gives a shit if she's hot? I want that chick over there. I want the crazy bitch, right? It's pure divine feminine. It's just that there's so many taboos in our culture and in the world that stigmatizes and suppresses the feminine energy, because of, I hate to say it, but because of moderation and sexuality. The suppression of female sexuality is a suppression of the divine feminine, because there's so many things that are connected to feminine sexuality that are connected to other things that are interwoven. They're related. And so when you suppress the one, it's like you suppress all the others. And it's just that women aren't aware of that part of themselves, because modesty. So you're a good girl, you have to be modest, and you have to be a prude, and you can't do this, and you can't do that, and you're expected to act a certain way, and you have to cross your legs, and you have to this, and you have to that, and you can't talk about, you have to be a lady, you have to be ladylike, and you have to blah, 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 do. And it's all this bullshit of the suppressed feminine, because when the patriarchy and the toxic masculine energy suppress female sexuality, it was a control thing. It's because there was some toxic masculine bullshit that's like, we don't want the divine feminine to be as powerful as we are, so we're going to suppress her sexuality, knowing that if we suppress her sexuality, it's going to suppress the rest of her power, right? Because sexuality doesn't just have to do with banging somebody. It's so much more than that. Sexual energy is so much more than what you do with your private parts, or who you do, or who you share those private parts with. It's an energy. Your feminine energy is intimately tied to your sexuality, right? And that's why the female body is literally the icon of sexuality. Why does sex sell in markets? And first of all, who do they use? Women. The naked female feminine body is the market, the icon of sexuality. It's not the man. They don't use men to market sexuality. They don't use penises to market sexuality. They use women. They use beautiful women. The feminine figure is femininity is literally the icon of sexuality. It's not masculine. Sexuality is not a masculine trait. Feminine energy is a sexual trait, right? And so your power is in that sexual energy, in the freedom of the expression of that sexual energy, and the suppression of it is a suppression of your feminine power. And that's for all of you ladies out there. Just FYI. And so, all of you probably could benefit from being a little bit more of a crazy bitch from time to time, because it's learning how to unapologetically let that expression of your divine feminine out so that you can re-own your power. And that's beautiful. And then instantaneously, every part about you becomes instantaneously more attractive for yourself and for others and the things that you desire, because everything is energy. And if you want to attract things into your life, then you need to step into the energy that's worthy of attracting those things. Well, you're a feminine creature. You can't use masculine principles as a predominantly feminine energy. We all have both masculine and feminine energies, but we have a little of more of one than the other. So if you're a true feminine, then you have probably, 70-30, 60-40. I don't know what the percentage is. It doesn't matter. But the majority of who you are is feminine energy. You must be in that feminine energy to attract the things that are meant for you as a feminine being. You can't do it through masculinity. And that's how modern culture has fucked women. They want women to be like men. They want you in the hustle and the grind and focusing on being the CEO and the badass and the kick-ass and join the military and who fucking raw, get in the gym and pump and iron, do the things, be a fucking man, be a fucking man, be a fucking man. I'll show the men, we'll do the men, I'm going to be a fucking man. That's what you guys are being indoctrinated into. The CEO, businesswoman, badass, the badass CEO, leader, all that shit. And it's ridiculous because you can still be those things and be 100% feminine. You don't need to buy into the hustle and grind. You don't have to buy into the masculinization of women to think that in order for you to be successful, in order for you to start a business, for you to have a career, for you to be the CEO or the whatever, that you have to buy into hustle fucking culture. Completely not true. Completely not true. And it's bullshit. And so the culture is turning women into men. And women can't understand why they're unfulfilled when they achieve the thing that they thought was going to make them. It's like, well, I don't get it. I'm the CEO. I started my business. I make millions of dollars and I have all the things. Why the fuck am I not happy? It's like, well, you're not happy because you're trying to be a fucking man instead of trying to be a badass, beautiful, feminine being. That's why you're not happy. It has nothing to do with the external world. That's the lie of the Matrix. That your fulfillment is tied into the doings of all the things out here that's going to give you status, accolades, and significance and all this bullshit. No, your fulfillment is spiritual. It's energetic. It's you being true to your energetic blueprint. That's where your soul, that's where the true, where your true soul's path and purpose stems and comes from. Your soul's, the destiny, the reason of your being, why you're here is you have a purpose, your soul's purpose, your soul's mission, right? It's already, you are what you are, just like a dog and a tree. You know, human beings are the only thing in the world that can have an identity crisis. Literally. We are the only species on the face of this planet that can have an identity crisis. You'll never see a bird complaining about not being a fish. You'll never see a fish complaining about not being a dog complaining about not being a bird. Everything else is what it is. A tree doesn't complain that it's not a caterpillar. Everything else is happy to be what it is. You know, and it's interesting, we get pets, we get a dog. You know, dogs bark. And then what do people do? They want to shut the dog up. Stop barking, stop barking. Well, why are you telling the dog to stop barking? It's the nature of the dog to bark. That's what the fuck it's supposed to do. You're trying to tell the dog to not be something that it's meant to do. We're the ones who get it backwards. The dog's doing everything right. The dog is doing 100% everything correctly. I am here to bark. It's my job. I bark. It's what I'm here to do. You're telling me not to be what I'm here to do. We're the ones that are confused. We are the ones that are confused, you know, and we see it in our world. It's gotten so out of hand now. I'm not going to go into all the politics and the trans identity and all the bullshit because it doesn't matter. We get that part. But here it's important for us to understand this because this is a powerful and profound message for all of you divine feminines out there who, unfortunately, whether you realize it or not, there's a part of you that has been indoctrinated with or programmed, or you've made an agreement with this toxic masculine bullshit, which has robbed you of your femininity. Because the toxic masculine energy is basically just tried to convert you into a worker bee slave. It's like, hey, we have all these men out here that are already indoctrinated into the worker bee hustle grind mentality. Well, but that's only half the population because half the population are men. What about the other half of the population? That's a lot of extra workers right there. Let's just convert all the females to become men, and then look, no, we just built the whole fucking empire. Let's get the women to become men, and now we've got double the workers. Let's just indoctrinate them all, turn them all into fucking men, and have them grinding and rowing and shoveling coal in the galleys, right? And so your true essence and beauty is being robbed out from underneath you. And it's happening so fast and all the time nowadays. It's in everything, right? The only thing left that I notice in modern culture that even represents true divine feminine, and it's still fucked up, is the objectification of women through sexuality, sexual marketing. They use the feminine body to market, to make money. And so the only part of that that's still real and relevant is the female body. That part is the only part, from my experience, that I see in the modern world that's actually still truly feminine. The rest of it, they're just trying to turn you guys into men. That's it. It's like, hey, we acknowledge your body as being feminine, and if they could change that, if somehow they could find a better way to market than using the female body as the sex icon to market things, if they could find a better way to do it, they would. Like, it's like, well, fuck, you know, we just can't find anything better than the female body to market, to make money. So we're just going to stick with what works. But if and when they can find a way to utilize something better than the female body to market, to make more money, then they will. So in essence, there is an acknowledgement of at least that part of the divine feminine, but it's still fucked up. So it's important, obviously, so all that to say for Trudy, your goddess, your inner goddesses, your divine feminine goddesses out there, your power is in your playfulness, your power is in your feminine energy. It's in the freedom, because feminine energy is chaotic. That's why it's water. It's emotion. It frees, it flows, it goes, it comes. It's wild. It's crazy. It's all over the place. It just is. It's not contained, it's not controlled, it's not pragmatic, it's not this, it's not that, it's not, that's masculine. Feminine energy is just free and flows. It's wild, it's crazy, it's soft, it's sensual, it's vulnerable, it's intense, it's passionate, it's mellow, it's all of it. It's all of it just occurring, That's the beauty of the feminine. And when you unleash your feminine, you embrace your feminine, and you treat that feminine energy like it's your life force, then you've protected the power of your spirituality. So for those of you ladies out there, who are wanting to improve the quality of your life, your spiritual path, your spiritual purpose, whatever thing is in your life, your relationship, anything that you want is directly tied to your spiritual power, which is your feminine energy. And when you protect your feminine energy, you've protected your spiritual power. So therefore you protected yourself. So therefore you've insured through an insurance plan of protecting the things that you desire so that they can come to you and you can experience them, you can have them. Holy shit, try to say that again 100 times really fast. Okay. Whew, man, I knew when Trudy got on here, this shit was about to get lit. Some of you guys have a, obviously besides Sasquatch over here, the Sasquatch totem over here on the table is extremely potent right now. In fact, I think that's where I'm channeling all my energy right now, is from the Sasquatch totem. But many of you have, you're very, very powerful. You don't understand the potency of your spiritual power, but I feel it. I pick up on it. Like when you come into this chat, some of you spiritual badasses, they don't realize you have this power. It's just, that energy just takes me over. It's not my energy that's doing this, by the way. Your guys' energy is what prompts me to do these, is what prompts all of this to come out of me. It's not the other way around. I do have a level of spiritual energy that is here and that is present, but that's not what causes these readings to come out the way that they do. If it was mine, it'd just be a really simple, probably boring tarot reading, and I'd be going off of what I memorized from the book. Oh, well, this card means this, well, that card means that. Okay, well, this card and that card probably means this, right? It's your guys' energy that causes this to come out of me. So the presence of your energy is what affects the quality of your reading. The presence of your energy, the energy that you are in, affects the quality of the reading that you receive from me. Because I am just the channel. I am just the medium. And that's my gift. And when I realized that, that's why I started to do my channel the way that I'm doing it now. That's why I don't do readings the way that you guys probably see everybody else doing tarot readings. Because that's not my gift. If it was my gift, I don't know, maybe I'd be a 500,000 subscriber channel. Because look at me, I'm the best. I'm one of the great tarot readers of YouTube. I'm not. I'm just a channel of something. I'm a channel of the energy that you guys bring to me. I'm just regurgitating as a messenger the energy that comes along with you. Like an interpreter. That's really what I am. I'm just an interpreter. That's all I am. I'm an energy interpreter. You come here with your energy, and the energy that comes here with you gets interpreted through me back to you. That's the best way I've ever said it before, and I'm sticking to it. Also, this one fell on the floor for Trudy. She's probably working there. She'll come back and rewatch it. Now, I'm going to tell some of you guys who've been absolutely patiently watching. I'm going to tell some of you guys right now. And you guys, again, you can thank Trudy for this, for being your sister from another mister. There's messages that are about to come out on the table that are for some of you. This is still Trudy's reading, but some of this that's about to come out are for some of you. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up so you can listen, because I don't know which one of you specifically but I'm getting like 3 or 4 of you. There are 3 or 4 of you specifically that are about to get some messages that are unique and specific to you, and you need these messages. But it's also related to Trudy. So in other words, the universe is kind of grouping you guys all in because there is a collective. Okay, give me the language for this. There's a collective sisterhood thing that's about to happen. It's a, how would I say this? It's so we have the toxic, the bullshit feminist movement that exists in our world right now, and yes, I'm going to go there because it's bullshit. The whole feminist movement has nothing to do with fighting or protecting true feminine energy. The whole fucking thing is a psyop to turn women into men. That's all the feminist movement is really all about. It's, okay, let's just fight for the right to turn women into men. It has nothing to do with actually protecting feminine energy, protecting what women inherently and really are. Now, just to be clear, what I'm not saying is that if a woman wants to become a man, that she can or can't. That is your choice. If you want to be a man, then be a fucking man. I don't care what you do. You want to be a man, be a man. If a man wants to be a woman, be a woman. I don't care about all that. Just to be crystal clear, I don't care about that. What I'm talking about is the lie that people believe that when they hear things like the feminist movement, that they think that is like culture actually caring about the issues that they experience as a feminine woman, when it has fucking nothing to do with it. And it pisses me off because I watch women suffer all the time as a result of it. And as a man who actually adores and loves many women, and just women in general, like I actually fucking just love women for women. Like I love feminine fucking women. I love women. I love everything about women. Like women are perfect. Women are absolutely beautiful, wonderful, and perfect. Everything about a woman is perfect. Everything about her. Even the things that I don't always understand, still perfect. And to change that, to think that there's something wrong that needs to be changed because God's source of the universe didn't get it right, the implication that something about you being a woman needs to be adjusted or fixed or controlled or some kind of bullshit, that there's something wrong with the design, there's a design flaw, that mankind had to come in and tell you guys all what your design flaw was. So now we're gonna trick you with this, by painting this idea, coming up with this little group, this pop culture group mentality, psychological operation shit of thinking, oh my God, they care about us. Look, it's the feminist movement. They care about us and what we're going through. Finally, they care about us. Finally, they're listeners. They don't give 2 fucking shits, man. They don't give 2 goddamn shits. They're like, no, we don't care. We're just going to fucking come around the back door and we're going to get leverage with you by making you think we're your friends, right? The whole thing about, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. That's what it is. It's like, oh, we'll just act like we're your friends. So then you open up and you accept it because it appears the appearance of that it's friendly, that it's for you, it's good for you, and all this kind of shit. So then you open up and you open your mind to it. So they've influenced you. They got a door in now because they know that you won't reject it. You'll accept it. And so then they start trickling the bullshit to you, funneling it through. And then you take it. Next thing you know, the infection has got in and you start to become something that you were never intended to become. And it's for their gain, not for yours. Right? And so that's the toxic, that's the bullshit feminist shit that's going on in our world right now. But what's actually about to happen, my point in saying that, is what's actually happening is the true spirit, this true spiritual divine feminine awakening that's about to happen across many, many, many women. And we're going to call this the spiritual feminist movement. And it's the real one, not the bullshit fake one. This is the real one, where you guys are collectively going to start to awaken back into your true divine spiritual power unapologetically, and you guys are going to take your power back, and you're going to stand up for yourself, for who you are unapologetically, and you're not going to allow culture and old paradigms and outdated bullshit and all the outdated generations and the patriarchs and all the bullshit and man telling you who the fuck you are. It's like, no, I know who the fuck that I am, and we're goddamn women, and we're females, and we love it, and so fuck you. We're going to be females whether you fucking like it or not. And you guys are going to stand up for yourselves. There's a whole awakening about to happen, but here's the other part of it. This is the beautiful part of it, is that you guys are meant to go out, and the reason I called it a sisterhood is because you guys are meant to go out and rally your sisters. You're meant to go out and rescue your sisters, awaken your sisters. It's a sisterhood where it's like, no, I'm going to let that toxic shit infect my sister, and you go and you become the shield. You become the protector. You become the point of truth. You become the person, the interventionist who goes in. It's like, no, I'm not going to let you be affected by this shit. And it doesn't mean you can control people, but at least you go and you can show them. You can show them the bullshit. You get to be the person that helps them awaken from that shit. And so it creates this whole new sisterhood where now women aren't even competing with each other again, because even that, the fact that you ladies compete with each other all the time, and I know that you do this, you can't lie to me. I know all the shit. You fucking compete with each other. You know, you won't admit it out loud for the most part, but you compete with each other. The idea of competition, masculine or feminine, you tell me. Is competition masculine or feminine? NFL football teams made of men or women? Right? Competition is masculine. So why are all these women competing with other women? What's that about? Something to think about. Amidst many, many other things. So there is an awakening of the divine that is about to occur, that is, one, it's going to heal you ladies. It's going to heal all of you ladies. It's going to heal the collective of women, but then you know what's going to happen? It's going to start to heal the masculine, because there's men out there, and you ladies know this too. You know how fucked up some of the men are out there. Mommy issues, vulnerability issues, emotional issues, you know, or they're just controlling, narcissistic. Like, there's all kinds of fucked up shit, because men, they're out of balance. There's so much masculine energy, and there was no true divine feminine energy to counterbalance it. And so now you have masculine women who are also interacting with these over masculinized men. And so now even the women, the females that are in their life, aren't bringing any true feminine energy with them. Not many of them. And I'm not saying they don't bring any at all, but it's not what it should be, right? And so it's just masculine energy from the female side, and it's over masculine energy from the male side. And so, you know, now you have all these fucking caveman, narcissistic, or just emotionally, you know, inept males out there, you know. And I say this because I see all of this, by the way. You know, so I'm very aware of what the situation is on both sides, on the female side and on the male side of the spiritual spectrum, social spectrum, all the things, right? And I'm aware of it. I see it. And it's this attack against the divine feminine for whatever reason that's the problem. And so, you know, this whole, you know, Pluto moving into Aquarius, of the age of Aquarius and all this kind of shit you hear about, it's a much bigger deal than we realize and that we think, because there's a whole wave of healing that's about to occur. The more that you ladies become awakened to this and you unapologetically embrace it and step out in it, you start healing yourselves and you start healing others, and including you start to heal the masculine, because you guys are the empress. You're the nurturers. You're the healers. You're the ones you guys are the one. You give birth. Every life is birthed from a female. A man does not birth anything. It's from the feminine that is birthed. The healing energy is a divine feminine energy, right? So It's you guys are the ones who are going to heal this crazy imbalanced shit that we've been in. And so that's a very important message for all of you. That part. Well, yes, that is also true. I am not saying that men are not responsible for their healing, and I'm not saying that. I actually agree with everything you're saying. That men. So the comment that men are not over masculinized. You don't date, so how can you say this? Well, that's actually not true. Men are afraid of feelings. That is true. I agree with you. It's the perception of what you're thinking being over masculinized is. Being over masculinized doesn't mean just having an imbalance of something, having too much of something doesn't just mean having one type of side effect. Being over masculinized doesn't mean just being dominant and controlling, right? Being over masculinized can mean being completely, like a man basically being girly, right? Like it can have the symptom of the cause doesn't have to be what you directly related to what you think the cause is, right? Like that's why when it comes to illnesses, you're troubleshooting a flu, you're troubleshooting a cold, you're troubleshooting a this, you're troubleshooting a that. It's like you can get the same types of symptoms in your body that could be a handful of different things, right? It's like, well, that could be flu symptoms, that could be COVID symptoms, that could be this symptoms, that could be, there's all sorts of symptoms. And so then you have to go and, to the doctor, and they have to diagnose you. And so they're having to basically, if they're good at what they do, then they won't look at just the surface level symptoms, because it would be almost impossible to diagnose. There's so many things that could cause these symptoms. If we're going to get down to the root cause and actually give you a proper diagnosis, we need to be very thorough in checking all these things. And so I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with everything that you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I'm just making sure I need to get one more card. I'm in agreement with everything you're saying. That all the symptoms that you're describing in the chat is I'm in agreement. These are symptoms of being overly masculinized. So I'm in agreement with you. No disagreements here on my part about anything you're saying. Everything that you've described is part of men being overly masculinized. It's just like self-preservation there's not everybody that goes into self-preservation has the same method. There's fight, flight, and freeze. Well, technically there's fight, flight, freeze, and fawn, right? We all gravitate one or the other when it comes to going into self-preservation. Some people, they get angry, they get pissed, they get confrontational. They're the fighters. You piss me off, I'm coming at you, right? There are those people. Other people, when they go into self-preservation, they go into flight. They run, they flee. I can't deal with it. I gotta get away from it. And then there's the people, people that freeze, right? So they experience confrontation. They just seize up. They don't take any action. They shut down, right? So we have to be careful about the behaviors. The problem, the root issue can create all sorts of negative symptoms. So when we say over masculinized men, we can't just assume that means that these are your typical narcissistic assholes who don't give a shit and they just go in there, they take what they want, and they're aggressive and they're mean and all of that, like confrontational. That's not true. There are men who are over masculinized who completely have no idea what to do with their feelings, and that's why they don't know how to be a man, right? They literally, they're out of touch with it, right? Because for them, it's like the opposite effect. It's the same. If self-preservation is the cause, but the effect is fight or flee, those are two opposites. Fight, I'm coming at you. Flee is I'm going away from you. but the cause is the same. Something triggers me. One person wants to fight. One person wants to flee. But the cause that created it is the same. So you take two different men. This guy who's over masculinized, he's the narcissistic fighter, the aggressive, the typical, all that shit. This guy's over masculinized, and instead he does the opposite of what this guy does. He's the softy, he's weak, he won't take charge, he won't do anything, he's lazy, he won't get a job, he won't work, he complains, victim mentality, woe is me, or he's looking for a mom. He wants somebody to take care of him, right? So, the concept of masculine and feminine energy is not, people don't understand it as they see it one-dimensionally because of stereotypes. Masculine energy gets stereotyped, so we think when you hear over-masculinized, you see it one way. It's an imbalance, one way. That's not true. That's not how it symptomizes. An over-masculinized man might come out of the closet and say, hey, I'm gay now, or I want to be a girl. And so that's a symptom of being over-masculinized. It just doesn't symptomize the way that we traditionally think masculine energy to be, right? It's just an imbalance. That's all that it is, right? Like forget the terms. You're just thinking about an energetic imbalance. Too much or too little of something creates an imbalance. And we need both, right? We can't all just have masculine energy. We can't all just have feminine energy. There needs to be a healthy balance of both. And so my point in saying all this, because I realized when I stirred the hornet's nest probably by talking about this, but there is a divine message in it. So I had to share it because the message is here for those of you that are open to receive the message. It's not the politics that I care about. I don't care about that part of it. It's the message for those of you that resonate. And I said there's probably maybe 3 or 4 of you that this would potentially resonate with, where understanding this, and it wasn't even about the masculine part. It was more of the feminine part of it, realizing that as long as you guys, fight for your feminine energy and you start to embrace it and you start to realize that, they're trying to masculinize you now. They're trying to steal more and more. They'll take as much of your feminine energy away from you as they possibly can, all the way down to sexual objectification because of the reasons I previously mentioned. Your body, the female image, it is about the valuable thing for them, the fuckers out there, the theys, the them, the dark people, right? That are corrupting society by doing this shit. Like, oh, it's cool. It's great for you to be feminine when it comes to your body because we can market that and we can make money off of it. But the rest of that shit, the rest of you, we need to turn you into a man. We just need you to be a hot man, basically. We need to be a man with a super banging hot rocking female body that we can market. But the rest of you, we need you to be a man. And so the point of my message is to say to be aware of the attack upon your feminine energy, and that there is about to be a feminine spiritual awakening for those that are ready to receive it. And as a result, the power is you guys are going to heal some amazing parts of yourself, but it's also going to wash over into the masculinized men, and it's going to contribute. I should say, let me be more clear in my wording here. It's going to contribute to their healing, because we're all one. We're collective. We share. We're all one. When hurt people, heal people, right? That's how this works. It's not your responsibility. I'm not saying it's your responsibility to heal other people. It's your responsibility to heal you. It's men's responsibility to heal them. It's my responsibility to heal me. However, if I was surrounded with, empowered, beautiful, feminine women that are in their power, then they're going to have an effect on my life because of their influence, and that's why we interact with humans. That's why relationships is everything, right? Like, you think you heal yourself I don't heal myself on my own. There are parts of me that were healed because I had an interaction with somebody. I met somebody. Somebody came into my life. Somebody had something that I didn't even know that I needed, and they came into my life and they gave it to me. Now, did they force it on me? No. Did I have to participate in that healing? Yes. But that's how this works, is we're all here contributing to each other in that way. Okay, I got too much on that. But I'm just here to be the messenger. That's the message on that. So what else here for I'm missing something for Trudy. What am I missing? Okay. All right, so I'll do these in just a second. All right, so we have the love of your dragon reaches out to you. Now, the dragon is a metaphorical representative of the realm of truth that is opening up to you here. So here the metaphor of the dragon is essentially the spiritual archetype of truth that is here to reveal those spiritual truths to you. And as you step into more of the divine feminine, then more of the divine truth is revealed. Then we have, look, release your inner rebel. Can't make this shit up. What did I say this whole time? I'm over here off on a huge long tangent about feminine energy, this, that, and the other, and going all the way back to you bumping and grinding against the door. Everything that I literally said, this card came out and I didn't even read it because I wasn't paying attention to it when it came out. But here it is. Let the crazy bitch out. Release your inner rebel. Be yourself and create your own universe. And what is the process of creation? It's in the divine feminine energy. The time is right. So it's being, it's time to do this. Seize the day and make progress towards your soul path. Like saying, don't put this off anymore. Don't put it off anymore. Now is the time to do the things. Tear down the walls around your hearts. I'm sorry, not hearts. Tear down the wall around your heart and receive the security and warmth. Yeah, it's saying basically just energy. Our heart center is our energy center. So our heart is the most powerful energy center in the human body. And so anytime we have a block around our heart chakra, we're limiting the full capacity of the energy that it's available to us to do and use anything. And when we limit our energy, we limit our fulfillment. That's just how it works. And so, again, a lot of times we think of concepts like we think about the heart, we think about love, we think about feelings, we think about emotions. We start thinking about all these other things because that's programming, that's conditioning. But there's actually something more important than even those things. Yes, those things are a part of the heart, but what's even more important than that is just realizing that, as essentially just, a force of energy. That's really, everything is energy. We're just a blend of energy happening, all these different frequencies and energies that are existing in real time that create, everything that we are essentially, right? It's like, well, if you have a blockage within you of energy, then you're limited in some capacity. So as we remove the blockages, regardless of what they are or why they're there, then obviously we're not limiting that capacity anymore. So then we have help. So this is basically saying when you need help, ask for it, because sometimes we get into the process as Virgos of being afraid to ask for help. Like we're typically like givers and we like to do things for people, but sometimes we don't like to, we don't like to ask for help when we need it. But this is also saying that there are people that need you. Never forget the people that need you, which might, sometimes when you wake up and you're having a bad day, and it's like, I don't know, why do I be doing this shit anymore? This terror, spiritual shit, blah, 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 blah. We all have those days where you wake up and it's like, I don't know why I'm even doing this. Never forget your why and your what for. Never forget your why and what for. There are people that need you. And if you don't show up, then those people are missing out on the help that people are missing out on miracles, essentially, right? And that's the honor that we have in our spiritual work, all of us, is that we get our miracles by contributing, but we get to give miracles by contributing. And for me, that's the real blessing, that I get to participate in something that's bigger than just me. I get to participate in the lives of other people that need something, and that's me following and staying true to my beliefs of somebody that wants to see the world healed. I'm participating in the result that I want to see in the world, right? And so freedom is a very important part of being a rebel. It's a very important part of being a feminine being, and it's a very important part of unleashing your gifts and your talents moving into 2024 so that you don't have, 2025, so that you don't repeat a 2024. Because many people are going to go into 2025, and there's going to be all this new amazing energy, but if they're still carrying these old paradigms because they're not pushing the envelope and stepping out of their comfort zone, because that's the only way that we're going to get that we grow is through tension, stress, and tension. You want to build a muscle, you have to put the muscle under tension, right? And if you haven't done it, it's been a really long time, it sucks, you get sore, and then you don't want to do it. But then you have to tough it out for like 2 weeks, and then you start looking forward to it because it doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't suck anymore, and then you feel good when you do it. And then, repression. So this goes back again to everything else. This is just a confirmation. The repression of feminine energy, the repression of freedom, the repression of expansion, the repression of the fullness of your divine spiritual power that wants to come out of you. But the universe, again, is going to handhold you through the process by taking you through steps, because it's not going to just throw you into the deep water, but there are things that will keep you in the shallow water for far too long, even if they're beneficial, even if they work, even if they've been effective, but it's limiting. It's very limiting to the future and the outcome of the things that you can have and what you can become and what you can achieve and what's possible for you going immediately into 2025. Like the energy of 2025 is very, very, very intense and very strong just for all of you. So any of you guys out there, for anything you're wanting to do, just know 2025, the energy is very, very intense, very strong for you. Okay. Now, there are obviously subtleties of little things that can happen for us individually that will affect that. But for the most part, globally, it's like green light energy. So we have education. So this is a dual-sided energy. So as you follow through on these things, you're re-educating yourself out of the things that have been limiting you. But on the other side of the coin, you're also going to be learning new things that you had never learned before, because now that part of what you're learning allows you to go out and educate people with these new revelations, right? So, and again, that's just spirituality 101. It's like anything the point of spirituality is we go within to figure out who we are, to find our revelations, to tap into our gifts, to find our creativity, to find our power. We go within to get the treasure, the magic, the power, the abundance, the miracle. We go within to get the thing. And then we come back outside of ourselves with the thing in hand, and then we give that thing away to the people around us. And then that will influence them to go and do the same thing. So then they'll go within, and then they'll come out, and then they'll have things that they're going to want to bring to us. And that's the proper way that energy would be exchanged from spiritually awakened people. We would all just be, and then everybody's needs would be getting met, and we'd all be happy, we'd all be fulfilled. Because I would need what you have and you would need what I have, and we're all just contributing together because we all play different parts, and we all need each other. We all need what we each other have at different times. And so that's the beauty and that's the benefit of it. We're all needed in what the roles that we're here to play. What was the last thing? Oh yeah, these. Sorry. And then so Spirit's saying, give her 3 cards. Give her 3 cards, give her 3 cards, mister. Give her 3 cards towards the door. Give her 3 cards, mister. Give her 3 cards for the door. Oh, King of Cups. Okay. Ace of Pentacles. Ooh. And okay. Ooh. Wow. Yeah. All right. So the first thing, closing out for Trudy, and she's not here anymore. She's working. She's going to come back and watch this. So the very first thing, Trudy, is this has to do with, the first part of this has to do with you and me. We've talked about this offline. Obviously, I mean, we're both here. I always come out as the King of Cups. So there I am. This is us starting the new thing. So this is the universe basically saying, hey, you guys need to like do the thing that you guys are both thinking. We should just need to get together and actually talk about doing the thing, which I will be doing with you very soon. Here's us creating and doing the thing, talking about doing the thing, and these are major changes as a result of things. So this is actually a good tower. So it's just basically saying, hey, it's you know, there's going to be some very profound. I feel like there's going to be some very profound things that you and I figure out as a result of this. Now, there's the secondary energy in all of this. The secondary energy has to do. Give me a second here. Okay, got it. The second one is emotional freedom here. So it just took me a second to see what they were wanting me to know with this what the metaphor was with the King of Cups here. So we have, as you know, we the page to the knights, to the queens, to the kings. It's just it's metaphor of progression and mastery. So the pages are novice level, right? Knights, you get to like intermediate. The queens represent expert level, and then the kings I guess represent mastery or something. But essentially reaching the highest level of intuition, emotional expression, and basically where was the thing about the heart, right here. Tear down the walls of your heart. This card is tied to this card. It's saying that. And it's tied to the freedom as well. It's saying, hey, level up to the king energy, the mastery level of emotion and intuition and freedom, and basically unlocking some suppressed parts of you, or repressed part. They card out and said repressed rather, which again, going back to everything else in your reading, letting the wild crazy bitch out is what's going to actually let this energy to start catching momentum. And the way that I see it is like a battering ram. So essentially, as the more you let the wild crazy bitch out, and you put more of kind of like the procedural operational Virgo type of energy aside, and you kind of go into the more wild crazy side, it's like a snowball. You're creating this snowball effective energy that becomes this battering ram, and there's this big block, like whatever the block is, the wall around your heart, as this card says. It's like you build up this momentum, and this huge battering ram snowball thing is like a cannonball. It's going to crush into, it's going to smash into this wall of your heart, and it's going to break the whole thing down. And then this guy is who's waiting behind the wall. The mastery level. It's like you level up, and you go to this whole new, I don't know, like Super Saiyan mode, or like back in like when if you remember like way back in the day, Mario and Nintendo. Like the original Mario game, like, if there's the little star that you hit the little block and the little star would come out. And if you got the star, then he'd become invincible for a shorter period of time, And so, that's kind of what it is. It's like you're getting the star, like you become this invincible, you reach that level of like emotional mastery where, you become like Superwoman or something. I don't know how else to describe it. So that's why the King of Cups is there, and the Ace of Pentacles is about the it's just one pentacle here in the cloud, but Spirit is saying that this is gonna this hand is gonna be coming out of the cloud with pentacle and pentacle. It's just gonna keep coming out of the cloud. Like it's just like coming up the next one. It's almost like I'm seeing like a picture of like you putting in like I guess I don't even know if they have Coke machines anymore. I guess maybe they do. Vending machines with Cokes and shit. I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen one. But you put the money in the fucking Coke machine. You press the button, and you're supposed to get a Coke, right? You paid for one drink. The machine's supposed to give you one drink. Well, that's not what's happening here. You paid for one drink, and it's like, here, have another one, 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 have another. And you're like, what's going on? The machine's broken. It's like, yeah, it's like the universe is just going to start spitting out abundance, ideas, all kinds of things. And you don't even have to take them all. It's just like, if you want it, you can take this idea, you can take this idea, you can do this thing, you can take that money, you could. It's like the resources are going to just start coming out of the clouds. Like they're just spitting them out at you left and right. And it's just like, what do I do with all these? Like, whatever. You do whatever you want them or don't do anything with them, but we're giving them to you. And then basically, here you are, right? It's like, this is why all this is happening. Like the reason all these coins and all these opportunities, all these things are happening is because now you're not just the magician anymore. You're the super magician. This is you. This is Mario 2.0 in the star power. And you're like, I'm like the badass magician. Right? Like, there's Luke Skywalker in the first Star Wars, and he doesn't know shit, right? He's just meeting Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's like the novice. He doesn't know anything. But then, when he's fighting Darth Vader, the last movie, he's like the full-blown Jedi. He's become a Jedi master. Like, this is you as the master now. You've achieved master status. You get your master badge, officially get your master badge as a result of this last little, I guess we'll call it spiritual hurdle that you overcome. And here's the tower. The tower. This is the wall that was crumbling down around your heart. This is the crumbling down of the wall of everything that I just said about that whole analogy I just gave. This is the crumbling of the wall. This is the wall that was in front of your heart. And boom, the wall falls. The wall comes crashing down. You go through your transformation, and now you walk out of the rubble of the tower of it's like the king here, the King of Cups comes walking out from behind the exploded wall, and it's just like he's looking out basically at the horizon, but instead of being the King of Cups, it's the magician. So this person here that's looking out at all that is the free land, go, do, have, become, own, get, create, manifest. It's like, there you are. It's the magician, ready to move forward and progress and to create and to do and to journey. And it's just a whole new world. You've stepped into the promised land. The promised land is yours. It's like those video games where you can create a character and you can just roam around and go anywhere and do anything and do everything. Like, there's no limitations. It's up to you. You get to go out and do what you want and create what you want and take on this mission or take on that quest or go get that thing, or it's completely wide open at this point. So let's see what final messages the Squatch Totem has for you here. Squatch Totem has the Ten of Wands in reverse. All the baggage is being released. We have the Two of Swords. No longer confused about which sword is the sword of truth. You now know. You're clear now on what is ahead and what's before. And then the Five of Pentacles in reverse. A time of struggle, a time of insecurity, a time of doubt is coming to an end. Saith the Sasquatch, saith Master Sasquatch Totem. All right. Now, let's see. I think that was all the donations. That was all the 2 donations. All right. Let's see. I'm going to have to scroll back through and see where or who or what is on the list. I'm sure everybody, like most people, probably checked out by now. That's okay. That's how it goes. It's only 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, nobody has anything else better to do except for stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning and listen to me talk. Oh, shit. All right, let me go back, scroll back through the list. Go back and scroll back through the list. Scroll back through the list. All right, so obviously I can see some of you guys are here. So if you're here, if you are still here in this reading and you still want a reading, just let me know in the chat. Just say, hey, I'm here. I still want a reading, just so I know who is actually here and who actually still wants a reading. Because I know people come and people go. I know all the things happen. Okay, Verisphere is here. Sonali is here. Let's see. I'm going to try to go back to the last list that I had. Okay. Heather S. If Heather S is still here, technically it would be your turn. If not, why? You can ask your question because you would be after Heather. And if Andrew's still here, I don't know if anybody from the list. Well, Sonali, you just said you were here still. Vera is still here. Okay, Gina is still here. Got it. All right. So, okay. So why, if you are still here, then technically you're next. So why, if you're still here and you want to ask your question, you are up. And then after why, Gina, you would be next. And then Sonali, based on the list that I see, and then Verisphere. Maybe I can type that. Let me see. Wrong keyboard. Just give Y a second to ask her question. Why? Why, if you're still here, you may ask your question, my friend. Okay. I can circle back around. Gina, you can ask your question, and then if Y circles back around, then I'll get back to her. But just to keep things moving, you can go ahead and ask your question, and I'll do yours, and we'll just go from there. Also, I just want to say that I really appreciate you guys. Like, I genuinely appreciate all of you guys. Um, appreciate you guys supporting my channel. Appreciate you guys being here, and definitely appreciate you guys honoring the way that the unconventional and untraditional way that I do my readings here. I'm a work in progress. I'm trying to figure out a balanced way I can, you know, still do this the way that I feel I need to do it, but also be maybe a little more, maybe a little bit more efficient. So I'm figuring it out. I'm getting it dialed in, but I appreciate all you guys for supporting the channel and being here, being patient, and really just investing in yourself. I'll definitely say that. You know, being vulnerable enough to come in and to even believe in this, this kind of thing, to take it serious enough to where, you're willing to come and ask a stranger a complete question about whatever you're going through. I think it's, an act of courage, whether it's a big deal or a small deal. I still think it's a big deal. And for me, I think that's a sign of growth more than not, because there's a lot of people that don't do anything, right? And nothing changes until something changes. So I just want to say I appreciate you guys for that. All right. What is the situation with my current relationship? Can you be a little bit more specific? Like, are you single? Are you broken up? What's the? Give me a little bit more context, because if we leave it too general, then I may not dial into the type of answer you're looking for. So I just want to make sure that I get you the best answer that you're desiring, accurately, without having to make too many assumptions or guessing. We're separated and live almost 4 years together, and he's at some place that isn't a good place. Okay, so are you wanting to know, like, if he's going to be okay because he's not in a good place, or are you, like, wanting to know if you guys are going to get back together, if you're going to reconcile, or? And I guess while we're asking questions, what is this person's, do you know what this person's star sign is? Okay. Got it. Live together 4 years, know their intention. Okay, so you love him, you have feelings for him. Okay, all right, I got it. That makes sense. And thank you for giving me the added details. It's kind of like a weird thing. Like, I don't know why this is, but I think that people think that tarot readers are all like these like profound psychics or something, and so I don't know what this weird like thing where people like tend to like withhold. I'm not saying they do it on purpose, but it's just something I notice where it's almost like they withhold information. I don't know if it's like that's to try to prove if doing readings is real, or like I don't understand the mentality behind it, but it's like I try to encourage people to be as specific as possible so that you get an accurate reading, right? Never assume that the tarot reader understands what the thing is that you're actually really wanting. And I know sometimes that can be a little bit difficult because, people have, it's personal information. Not everybody wants to get into the nitty gritty of the details out on YouTube land in front of a bunch of strangers. So I understand the need for privacy a lot of times, but just when it comes to what we do, again, just a tip of advice for those of you who like to get readings. Your readings will be so much potentially, depending on obviously the skill of the person doing the reading, that matters. But the more information that you can give will help us dial into a better answer, because we can ask and inquire of ask the right questions, if that makes sense. So just wanted to say just a little added thing, for just a little extra 2 cents there. So future outcome between Gina and her man. Yeah, okay. Okay. The super clear right out of the gate, Gina, super clear. This might be the clearest message I've gotten all night long. Which I love. Obviously I personally love when this happens, because it just makes it so much easier on me. So yeah, he's going through a dark night of the soul, and I think he's still got a little bit of ways to go. Some things are about to happen. And one of two things is going to happen. Okay. So I'm going to explain to you what's going on with him, and then I'm going to relate it to the outcome that you're inquiring about him, if that makes sense. Okay. So like kind of sharing, we're answering your question, but we're also, there's some things that you need to know about him that he's going through right now that pertain to the question, because I could just answer the question right now and I could leave it at that. But obviously that's not what I do. That's not what I do here. So I got to lay a few of these other cards out to explain what's going on here. Now, this is a potentially good thing, or it could potentially be, I'm not going to say a bad thing, but it could just be it could be an unnecessarily prolonged, and I'm talking about for him, just to be clear. I'm not talking about you and him. I'm just talking about specifically him individually right now. All right. So this part of the reading is just about him and him only. It's not about you. It's not about your relationship with him, but it will affect you because of the relationship you have with him, if that makes sense. All right. So okay. Like, I got to get, how many cars are we going to go here? All right. Got it. All right. So I got all of them wanted to come out. It's a little bit of a storyline. That's all right. But oh wait, don't get them out of order. I might need more room. Yeah, I'm going to need more room, I think. All right. Well, I got to get them all out on the table, because I got to. It's like a storyline, basically. Let's just get them all out on the table. And this one's next. That one's next. That one's next. That one's next. And this one's next. And then this one's next. then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. Okay, there we go. I know you're like, holy shit, that's a lot of cards. I know, that's what I said too. So there's a lot of, yeah, there's a lot of cards, but it's really not, you know, the amount of cards doesn't have to do with like, you know, the message is still actually very simple, right? So it's just like a almost like one of those flip books, you know, like when you draw a little figure on each page, and as you flip the book, it makes the little stick figure guy look like he's doing something. One of those flip books, you know, that's kind of the idea here. It's that kind of thing, right? Each card indicates a specific little snapshot, if that makes sense. So this is where he's at, and this is what's going on. This is what's coming up. This is what you can expect with him individually. So he's been plugged into the matrix. First of all, we're going to start at the matrix. Because he's plugged into the matrix, you know, the matrix is essentially the world of being superficial. Although when we hear the word superficial, a lot of people think that superficial just means like this, like the card, you know, glittery, fake, you know, materialistic or surface level-y, like all that kind of thing. And that's true. That is a form of superficial, a form of superficial. The type of superficial that I'm talking about is the belief that the matrix is all that there is. The superficial reality, the false reality that we are hypnotized into believing is what's really real, right? Like, oh, this is all there is. It's our five senses in this world, and the things we can touch, and what we can interact with and perceive, and all that spiritual woo-woo shit, and you know, other dimensions and spirits, and that's all bullshit. You know, if I can't see it and I can't interact with it, then it's not real, and I really have no interest in it, right? So this energy here, specifically superficial, has more to do with a level of consciousness and awareness that is completely plugged and entrenched into the systems that we all believe in at some point: politics, religion, work, career, status, money, materialism, all the bullshit, right? That's where he's at. He's been plugged into the matrix, and, you know, unfortunately the matrix has got him by the balls. That's, you know, that's kind of like the big, like the 50,000 foot view of his major problem is that he's spiritually bankrupt, essentially. So these two cards, and now we bring in the divine masculine, which has everything to do with going back, you know, I don't know, however many minutes ago, when I was talking about the whole masculine thing and people and men being over masculinized and all that. Like, that's kind of what that's what this is saying here. It's a very similar energy. Is he's spiritually bankrupt, and I'm not saying that he's a bad person, just to be super crystal clear. When I use that term, I know it sounds very intense and it sounds maybe judgmental. I'm not judging him or any of that, just to also be clear. But being disconnected from who he truly is on the inside is what I mean when I say spiritually bankrupt. It's just living life according to one's beliefs, and they're not even his beliefs. There are beliefs that were programmed, shit that he took on that's not even his own beliefs. It's just stuff he grew up. This is what this is what I was taught. This is what I learned. These are the people I was surrounded with. This is the world that I think exists. Right. And he probably hasn't investigated, or probably hasn't spent a lot of time investigating his own thoughts, his own beliefs, why he's here, what's, you know, like the more deep philosophical questions in life. I don't get a sense that he's done that. Well, and over here on the other side, we have this divine masculine. There's this imbalance within him right now, where in this case, the divine masculine imbalance has to do with a lot of ego, right? And again, when I say ego, I'm not talking about being an egomaniac or being egotistical. just to be clear. Right? So then we have to be really careful about the meanings that we're attaching to these very commonly used words, because the English language unfortunately sucks when it comes to one word having a bajillion meanings, but everybody just picks the most common meaning and they reject, or they don't think about all the other meanings that could be implied or being used to that word. So the English language just kind of sucks sometimes. So he's in this place of the ego running the show, in terms of like he's living, he's purpose depressed, he's spiritually bankrupt, and his mind has him focusing on basically just kind of primal things, right? Like survival shit, like work, money, and just like kind of the mundane life, but the purpose depression and the spiritual bankruptcy is starting to set in at a level, but he's misinterpreting it. He's misjudging it. And so he's lost, he's confused, he's trying to find fulfillment and nothing's fulfilling him anymore. He might be making bad decisions, whatever all these things are. And he's looking for fulfillment in all the wrong places, because he doesn't have the level of conscious awareness to realize that the feeling that he's feeling isn't coming from where he thinks it's coming from. He's misdiagnosing himself. The problem isn't his whatever the status of his life is, whether it's a job, whether it's not having a job, whether it's being unhappy, whether it was a trauma that he had, or whether it was whatever, all these other external reasons. The issue that he has, that he's misdiagnosing, has nothing to do with anything outside of him. It has to do with the fact that he has a calling. He actually has a spiritual calling. He has a destiny, a spiritual calling and a spiritual destiny. And the calling, this spiritual destiny inside of him is calling him. And it's that internal call of his soul to his destiny and purpose. There's the fated destiny card. I know I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but I have to make it make sense. There is his fated destiny right there. His call and his destiny is calling to him. And the intense heaviness, the weight of all the things that he's feeling is a result of that, not a result of anything outside of him. But he's having a hard time discerning it, because he's been plugged into the matrix for so long that his ego is full of the matrix. He's been eating the blue pills like a bag of Skittles. Blue pill, blue pill, blue pill, blue pill, blue pill. It's almost like, when you drink too much alcohol, you get drunk. It's like, well, now you got to wait. You just got to wait till it wears off. You're drunk. Got to give it time. You got to eat. Got to get water. Then you got to wait. Slowly but surely, you detox and it wears off. You get a hangover, or maybe you don't. And then once all the alcohol is out of your system, you're back to normal. Well, he's been, these blue pills, the blue pills of the matrix bullshit, he's had so many of those blue pills, he's basically drunk, right? And so that's the analogy for the ego, what I'm talking about. It's like his mind is so full of the matrix programming that there's no way he's going to know. There's no way he's going to know how to troubleshoot what's really going on inside of him so he can be set free. There's no way. So, unfortunately, destruction. This is the dark night of the soul. This is the tower moment. He's going to have to go through a dark night of the soul. He's going to have to probably hit rock bottom. Something, unfortunately, is probably going to have to happen to where everything that he has felt or known or thought is true now comes into question. The collapse of the identity of who he is and has been, the collapse of the ego, the mind, and all the things, it has to collapse. It has to be torn down. It's the only thing that's going to create space for him to take the red pill. You try to give him the red pill right now, it's not going to happen. He is not in a place to have the red pill and have an awakening. Unfortunately, this is what's going to happen to him. He's going to have to go through this, it's just unfortunate that we as people, sometimes we get so far lost that nobody can come and rescue us. He could have 10 people synchronistically, magically, and I mean, he could have Jesus appear out of the sky, and say, hey, here's your future. And, he could have some mystical, crazy experience. And he still, because his ego, the matrix programming in his ego is so strong, he still would deny it and not believe it. So unfortunately, this is one of those times in life where the only thing that can really teach you is just to be broken. You have to be broken down so you can be rebuilt, which brings us to the delay and the timing card. There's delays and timing. Now, the delay, two different energies implying the same message, but there's two different situations. One is for him, one is for you. Having a relationship with this man is going to take time, but there's going to be delays. And the delays, if you want to be with this man and have a healthy relationship with him, then basically, they're delays. And the delay is him having to go through this spiritual awakening. So remember when a second ago I said I was going to get to, I had to address him first, and then I said I was going to get to your question. Well, this is me sort of kind of getting into your question now. The future outcome of your relationship is dependent upon whether or not he takes the red pill or the blue pill after he goes through this destruction. We don't know what he's going to do. He has free will. No one knows. The cards don't even know what he's going to do. This is one of those moments where we don't know until it happens, and then he makes a decision. He's going to have to go through destruction, and then he's going to be offered the red pill, the blue pill. Again. Now, the destruction happened was so that he could stop taking the blue pills. But he has free will. He has to have a choice. He has to be given the choice again. It's like, okay, he's going to go through hell. He's going to have to break it down, and then the universe has come to him and offer him the red pill and the blue pill again. He doesn't have to take the red pill just because his life blows up. He still has a choice. He can be like, nah, fuck it. I don't want that red pill shit. I want to go back to the blue pill. Even though it's destroying me, hurting me, and all the things, he can still go back and take the blue pill. That's what's scary. I know it's scary, but people do it. People have to go their life. How many times do people dark night of the soul? I know people that are always going through a fucking dark night of the soul. Because it's just like, my God, you love misery. You really love to suffer. Like, how much of this shit can you tolerate? You're just a glutton for punishment. And they just go through another one. It's like they're just, I don't know. You just realize it's like they keep getting, nothing else can move forward. Nothing else can advance because they can't go backwards, but they can't go forward. You're stuck in between these worlds because you keep taking the blue pill, but the blue pill can't take you backwards. So the universe is like, well, I can't do anything with that. So here, I got to blow you up again. See if you get it. See if you get the message this time. And then they go through it. They take the blue pill again. And the universe is like, all right, let me smack you up against this side of the head. I tried smacking you on this side of the head. That didn't work. I smacked you on this side of the head. That didn't work. I smacked you on the back of the head. That didn't work. Let me smack you on the front of your head. Does that work? No, let's try the top of the head. No, does that work? Let's try throwing you down the stairs. Did that work? No. Okay. It's like the universe is just like, all right, let me try this. Let me try that. Let me try this. Let me try that. And some people just keep blue pill, blue pill, blue pill, blue pill. And this isn't going to stop for him. This destruction isn't going to stop for him until he takes the red pill. Now, that sounds harsh. It's like, well, why is the universe such an asshole? The universe isn't an asshole. The universe actually has an obligation to fulfill its role in assuring that you actually follow through in the thing that you predestined to do before you incarnate into the body. Right? Because we all basically have a predestined sort of script that we come here to fulfill. There are things that are not predestined, but there are certain elements that are predestined. Well, in his case, his soul contracted to come here, to have a calling. It's fated destiny for him, and he has a call in his life, but he's ignoring the call. And so the universe has an obligation to try to wake him up to remind him, hey, you came here to do this thing, remember? You contracted to come here and do this thing, remember? No, you don't remember. Okay, let me help you try to remind you. Take the red pill, take the red pill, take the red pill, right? So the universe isn't being an asshole. The universe is just doing its job, trying to remind him, right? So anyways, all that being said, the delay card. The delay card is basically any type of forward movement with this guy is going to be on hold until this is determined with him, which is going to take time. It's a timing thing. Because who knows? I don't know what he's going to choose. You don't know what he's going to choose. The universe doesn't know what he's going to choose. So, really to just answer your question, your direct question, the outcome between you and him, you would have to wait and see. So now you have a choice to make in this. And the choice that you have to make in this is, do you want to wait for this man to go through all of this? Do you want to wait for this man to go through all of this just to find out if he will choose his destiny to realize that he can have you? Or that maybe you guys, because that's the only way that you will even have an opportunity to explore this, at least in a healthy way. Now, you can stick around and you could do a lot of other crazy shit and pursue him and chase him. And you could do a bunch of trauma bonding, toxic shit. People do that too. You have free will. You can do whatever you want. But to answer your question, the choice is being, on one hand, the choice is being made for you. On the other hand, it's not. Let me explain what I mean. The choice is being made for you in the sense that you're not going to get what you want from him until he changes. You have no control over that. That choice is being made for you. You're not going to get what you want from this man until he changes. Until he decides to choose himself and choose his spiritual destiny, you're shit out of luck, unfortunately. Now, where you do have a choice is whether or not you want to stick around and wait to see what happens, which you can do. And that's the timing card. We're still here at the timing card. So like I said, remember I said these two cards had a similar energy, but one was for you, one applied to you, one didn't? That's what I mean. This timing card is more of the one that applies to you. It's like, this could take some time. And do you want to put yourself on hold? Do you want to limit your options? Like you love this man, you're with him for 4 years. Is he worth waiting for? Only you can answer that. But this process that he's in is going to take time, most likely. So the universe is predicting delays in time. In other words, the universe doesn't really have a whole lot of the universe doesn't think that he's going to probably learn his lessons sooner than later. Like, it's probably going to take some time for him to figure this shit out, unfortunately. And if you want to wait around for that, then who knows? Who knows what will happen? Nobody knows what will happen, because until he becomes the version of him that he needs to be, we can't predict the version of your relationship that could occur as a result of him being the version of him that he's supposed to be. See what I'm saying? We have no way to predict what could happen until he becomes that man. So if we continue on with his journey, so if we continue on this journey, he has a calling. All this stuff that's about to happen to him is meant to teach him. This is the wisdom card. He's meant to learn as a result of all these things he's about to go through. What he's supposed to learn is that he has a calling, and this calling is a part of his destiny. It was fated destiny. It stems all the way back to his childhood. The children are here. This is something that if he were to go back and explore his childhood, there's something very relevant that stems all the way back to his childhood. So something about his childhood, I don't know if it's childhood trauma, something happened to him. There's something in his childhood that is a substantial cornerstone piece of his whole life journey that is also part of a foreshadow of everything that he's supposed to awaken to. Over here at Ascension, this is what needs to happen. The ascension is the spiritual awakening that needs to happen so that this shit can stop. Pretending to be his whole life who he never was, because that's what he's done. He's had to pretend to be something that he wasn't his whole life, and he pretended so much so long that he just literally pretended his way into the Matrix. He pretended his way into his own prison. He's worn a mask for so fucking long. He's not shared. He's not been vulnerable. You know, he's masked so much shit. And again, this is tied to the childhood thing. Whatever this man has been through, he's been through some shit. We got the lost card, and there's 2 energies attached to this. There's 2 energies attached to this lost card. One is the loss that he's hidden from everybody, that he doesn't want anybody to know about. Probably some maybe potentially a childhood trauma. The second loss is the loss of everything he's about to go through. The destruction. And I'm not a doom and gloom guy. Just FYI, I'm not a doom and gloom person. I don't do doom and gloom tarot readings, but I keep it fucking real. If the cards come out and in my guide's telling me this is what's going on, I'm going to say it. But I do not do doom and gloom. It's not, oh my God, it's like whatever's real is what's real. And I'm here to tell the truth. I'm not going to lie to anybody. I'm not going to betray myself. I'm here to tell the truth because the truth is what will set us free. But he's potentially going to have to keyword potentially, lose a lot in order for him to really break this pattern. The patterns that he's had his whole life. These patterns that go, again, old patterns the patterns of the Matrix, the patterns of the past, all these patterns that have kept him stuck, that have kept his ego running the show, where he's not been able to tap into his spiritual well-being, his spiritual calling, and his spiritual destiny. Why? What is his calling? Well, mastery. This whole thing that's supposed to happen to him is supposed to get him to a level of spiritual mastery. He's meant to master this, conquer it, own it, be done with it. This cycle needs to end. This cycle of his life needs to end so he can step into his role as the master of his destiny, mastering his life, right? And as he masters his destiny in his life, he's meant and he's called to serve the collective. So this man that you're with, whether he realizes it or not, he has a spiritual call on his life to do something important. And it's everything that he's been through will be part of the things, his testimony, his power, the people he's meant to serve. It's all part of him the intention is for him to become connected to his call and go out and live his mission. And as he steps into his calling, his whole life would change. He'd be completely fulfilled. His whole world would change. His finances would change. His perception would change. His relationships would change. Everything in his life would change dramatically, radically when he steps into his calling, because he's meant to serve. That's why the collective card is here. And so I'm not surprised that even though he's not present, he is present. I'm not surprised that this man that you're asking about showed up on my channel and his energy is on my table. I'm not surprised by that. Not surprised at all. That he's not even present for the fact that spiritual forces are talking about him. Like, and this message is here. There's a show on Netflix called Manifest. If he could somehow, I don't know if he would, even if he did see it and watch it, I don't know if he would even be interested. I don't know if it would even hold his attention. But there is a show on Netflix called Manifest. And I feel that show, if he watched all of the seasons from start to finish, the answers, his answers, a lot of the answers are there for him. But I don't know that he has the level of spiritual awareness right now to even see or pick up on the clues. But maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe that's me underestimating the power of the spirit that's inside of him. I don't know. But I'm mentioning it to you because it's important. So I don't know. Maybe you can convince him somehow or at some point, to watch that show. I know you said you're separated with him. I don't know what level of contact you have with him or whatever, but it's worth mentioning there. So, and even if he didn't believe it, but he watched it, it would come back around on him and have relevance. So, just really quick, you said something. Well, yeah, I mean, his strength for it. I'm catching up on your comments. I'm afraid of the destruction might be a lot on him and don't know his strength for it. Well, he won't have strength for it. That's why it's destruction. That's why it's utter destruction. Everything's taken away from you. Your power's taken away. Your control's taken away from you. It's literally hitting rock bottom. Like there's no standing up against the force of this destruction. And that's the purpose of it. The purpose of it is to bring you to the edge of your end. And I don't mean that in a scary way. I don't mean like he's going to die. I don't mean he's going to like kill himself, or it's not like crazy, but it's meant to bring you to a very intense level of ruin. It's meant to literally take you to the point to where it's beyond your control. So in essence, yeah, it's that's the purpose of it. The purpose of it is for it to be too much for him. Because if he could stand it, then it wouldn't have an effect. It'd be pointless, right? Because then he could just ego his way right through it, right? Like, oh, that wasn't anything. Like, yeah, I had a bad day, I had a bad week, I had a bad month, I had a bad year. Still stuck in the same old patterns, though. The universe knows the exact amount of tension and pressure and destruction to put on us. They know that exact point. They know the edge. They know where our edge is. The universe knows how far to take us to where it's not too far. But they will take you to the edge. They will take you right up to the line if necessary. And so, I don't want to freak you out and scare you. I'm not saying that he is going to, I'm not saying that he's going to definitely be taken to that extreme. I don't know that. But I just know that it's going to be extreme to some extent. I don't know how bad, but bad enough, right? Bad is still bad. But I don't know, on a scale of 1 to destruction, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be a 5, a 7, or a 10. I don't know. But it's going to be enough to coerce him into shifting and changing directions. I do know that much. So, well, yeah, depression, angry. These are all the symptoms of purpose depression. You're spiritually bankrupt. You're purpose depressed. Your emotions are all over the place. You're miserable. All of these things you're describing are symptoms of a spiritual problem. You asked a question. I think I would have to scroll up to find it. But you asked about his feelings towards you. I'll try to get that for you really quick. What are this man's feelings towards Gina? And try to pull through all of. Well, we got the devil. Not the best energy. Not the worst, but not the best. His feelings towards you, it's like a trauma bond. Like you guys have a love-hate trauma bond relationship right now. It's very probably, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. I mean, I can't coat it with sugar and rainbows. I mean, it's toxic. It's not the worst, but it's definitely not good. At least not right now. And the feelings that he has for you are not clear because of the toxic energy that's represented by the devil, right? So because of all because of the state and the place that he's in, he would not know how he truly feels about you. He feels things about you, but the feelings that he has for you are not necessarily his true feelings, because he doesn't know what his true feelings are, because he doesn't even know who the fuck he is. So But does he have feelings for you? Because they're covered up underneath this devil energy. So there's feelings in there somewhere, but they're just completely infected with all this fear and devil energy shit. So whatever his true feelings are, he can't know that right now. He doesn't know how he really feels about you, because he's so disjointed and so disconnected from himself. Well, of course he lied. Of course he cheated. He's basically gonna be anything and everything but what you want him to be or what you think he's gonna be. I'm gonna be brutally honest with you to try to save you the hurt and pain of being surprised by things that he does potentially moving forward that may shock you. I want to help you by just telling you straight up to expect the worst version of him. As the storm approaches, as the sky gets darker and darker and darker, and as he approaches this destruction, he slowly becomes more and more and more and more and more and more like the devil. This is the darkness descending upon him. Now, in tarot, the devil is right before the tower. The tower is the next card after the devil. This card in this deck is the tower. So, and we're talking about the fool's journey, the journey of our soul. And we all go through this. We all start at the fool, and we all go through all the 21 steps to the world. Yes, I know there's 22 cards, but the fool is technically not a numbered card. We start at the magician, because the fool represents consciousness. We start at the magician and we end at the world. Well, he, at this part in his journey, is at the devil. And the devil's got him by the balls, and he's becoming the devil. Right? And as he becomes the devil, as the devil takes him over, you will see him become the worst version of himself. And the more the worst version of him, the more he becomes the worst version of himself, is just a way for you to know that the destruction is just that much closer. And so it's like you're going to see him go worst version, worst version, worst version, worst version, worst version, and then out of nowhere, boom, everything blows up. He hits rock bottom. The storm has come. The tower has hit. The destruction has come. But he's going to become this bad boy, this asshole, until the tower falls, until the storm descends. And then the tower falls. He goes through destruction. And the next card after the tower is the star. And the star is the opportunity of renewal, hope, miracles, light at the end of the tunnel. The star is essentially the opportunity for him to take the red pill. The star happens after the tower. So you are correct. And I'm telling you this so that you can expect it. So you're not surprised if and when you see him becoming the devil. Don't be shocked. Don't be surprised. I'm not saying that it's going to hurt, not hurt. I'm not asking you to not be human. I'm not telling you that it's not going to hurt. I'm just saying expect it so that it doesn't take you off guard, because he's going to do it. He's going to do it. Mark my words. He is going to be the devil. Not literally, but he's going to be the worst version of himself. And then his fucking world's going to blow up, and then he'll have an opportunity to heal and become who he's supposed to be. But if you're not expecting him to be the worst version of himself, then you're just going to be shocked, and you're just going to be even more hurt, because you're like, oh my God, how could he do that? How could he do that? How could he do that? I don't understand. It's like he's worse than he's ever been. You're right. 100%. And he might even get worse than this. That's what happens. That's the result of spiritual bankruptcy. The further away from your soul you get, you become this. And just for those of you that don't know, just a quick little lesson here. If I show you guys the pinnacle, well, it's kind of hard to see, but you see the pinnacle, the point of the star is pointing up, right? So there are 4 elements, the wands, the swords, the pinnacles, and the cups, that represent the 4 elements that make up our world. Those 4 elements are the 4 corners of the star. Of the star here. The point is the 5th element, which is spirit. And that's why on certain tarot cards, like the magician, the strength card, it depends on what tarot deck, but I'm just like the traditional tarot deck. But definitely on the magician. So for example, here's the strength card. There is the infinity symbol. That is the 5th element. That is the top point of the star. Right? And so when the star is pointing upwards, it's acknowledging connection to spirit, the divine, the infinite. The devil card, you'll notice that the point of the star is facing down, which means disconnection from spirit. It's sheer primal, sheer carnal, sheer excess, sheer imbalance. It's complete disconnection from spirit. The abyss, that's why the devil is, the whole concept that the devil lives in hell or lives in Hades, that comes from this. That whole belief, the traditional belief that the devil lives in hell, lives in Hades, the ruler of Hades and all that shit, all of that comes from this. It's a metaphor that the further we go down, the further disconnected we are from our soul and our spirit, the further into hell we descend. And the devil is the ruler of hell. The devil is the energy that we become. We become the devil the further we descend. The further away we move from our soul and our spirit, the more that we become this motherfucker. We become this guy. That's why the man and the woman are chained to the devil, because this card is a metaphor saying that we become the devil. The devil is not this thing, Satan, the devil, this spirit that's lurking around in the world, waiting to get you, right? That's not what the devil is. The devil is the disconnection from your from your source, your spirit. It's an energy that becomes who you are. You become the devil. I become the devil. We become the devil when we become disconnected from our source. So anyways, all that to say, he unfortunately is, that's where he's at in his journey. And we all go through this, by the way. Some more extreme than others. I have been the devil. You have been the devil. Everybody has been the devil at least one point in their life. Sometimes multiple times, right? We all confront and become the devil at some point in our journey. The shadow self, the shadow side. We all have to go through this phase. Well, that's the phase that he's in. And you know, the behavior that people go through just depends on how disconnected from their spirit they are. If he wasn't so disconnected from his soul and his spirit, he wouldn't be acting as bad as he was. His challenges wouldn't be as bad or as difficult. His depression wouldn't be as bad. His anger wouldn't be so intense. But the further and further and further and further and further and further you go, then the worse it gets. Like Adolf Hitler. He's a great example. Adolf Hitler got so far disconnected from his spirit that he just became an evil tyrant who literally, became one of the most evil human beings that we know in history. So as you can see, there's a huge gap of extremes here, right? Like it's not just, there's different levels is what I'm trying to say to this. So, but anyways, to your point, to your question, he doesn't know how he feels because he's this. There's no way for him to know how he feels about you because he's this. This is all that he knows right now. So unfortunately, I can't answer that question for you. And yes, expect him to be the worst version of himself as he becomes the devil, and then eventually the destruction will happen. We don't know when, but probably soon at some point, because it's on the table, which, so it's looming, it's lurking, but who knows exactly when. But this is needed. He has to go through this, unfortunately. I know this is probably not the reading you wanted to hear, but I have to keep it real. And I think for you, what you should know of this is just, if I were you, my advice, this is my personal advice. This isn't channel. This isn't the cards. This is just me based on my personal experience as a relationship coach. My personal advice to you is for you to focus on you. And I know that would be hard. I know you love this man. I would send him love and light, but I would distance yourself from him. I would focus on yourself. Let him go through what he needs to go through. And if you're meant to be with this guy, then he'll come seek you out after he's transformed, or the universe will bring you guys back together when he's transformed. Anything other than that is just you subjecting yourself to more misery that you don't have to go through. It's unnecessary. I met somebody 2 years ago that I had a profoundly deep connection with. I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life with this woman, and she was literally this whole reading that just happened literally was her. She was cheating on me the whole time. She was sleeping with a married man. I was emotionally invested in her children. I was emotionally invested in her life. And she lied, she cheated, betrayed, and she was on the downward spiral. She was disconnected from her, disconnected from her true calling. And it sucked really bad because I did not want to let her go. I loved her with all of my heart. And, I believed in her. I wanted to see her overcome it. I felt like I had this unconditional love for her despite the fact that she cheated on me. And it was very trying. It was very challenging. It was a test for me because I wanted to stick around to go through the darkness without realizing that would have been what I was subjecting myself to. It's like, you want to go into that destruction with her? You want to join her in something that you have no place in being involved in? You want to involve yourself in something that this isn't your shit. Don't go invite yourself into somebody else's tower. How about that? You definitely don't want to go invite yourself into somebody else's tower moment. And I got to thinking about that, and I was like, no, thank you. I've been through enough shit in my life. And to this day, I love that woman, but it's a different type of love. It's not it's more of like a spiritual love. It's like I loved your soul because I saw the beauty of the trueness of your real soul. And I hope one day you find it. I saw it in you. I hope one day you find it. But when it comes to me, I'm not waiting around. I'm not, biding time. I'm not wondering. I've disconnected completely. I'm focused on my life. I'm focused on my future. And whatever's happening in her world, I have no clue. I have no idea what's going on with her. I have no clue. It's not my business, and I don't want to know. It's not for me to know. And so, it's hard. It's hard when you care. And all that to say, Gina, I've been there. So I hope that helps. Okay, 5:11. I'm losing my voice. losing my voice. Okay, so Y took off. Sonali, if you're here, and Vera, if you're still here. Sonali, you may ask your question, and then Verasphere, if you're here and you have your question, I should be able to get at least through you guys here. I'm losing steam. Yeah, and I mean, I hope that's not true either, Gina. But like I said, I mean, anything more that you subject yourself to is just you, unfortunately, hurting yourself. Like, I hate to say it like this, but you're just gonna have to assume that he's gonna be doing more hurtful things than not. Even if it's not true, even if he's not doing those things with somebody, you're just going to have to assume that he's doing more hurtful things than not. And you focusing on the hurtful things that he's out doing is just going to cause you to sit in unnecessary hurt and pain. So again, if I were you, I would take your focus off of him, as hard as it is. I'm not saying it's easy, but as hard as it is, I would say take your focus off of him, put your focus back on you, and your personal growth, your personal development, your hobbies, your friends. And, you know, if you're looking for love, then don't limit yourself. Go put yourself out there, you know, and, you know, find somebody else to date. And if you're not ready for that, then fine, just give yourself time. But I would definitely detach from that energy and just focusing on it. I have no idea about the tower, Gina. I really don't. It's just, I think he's just gonna hit a bottom. You know, sometimes the towers don't have to happen. Like it doesn't have to be a crisis. You know, like he loses his job, or he finds out he has cancer, or, you know, he gets in a major car wreck, or he goes bankrupt, or, you know, so it doesn't always have to be something outside in the external world that happens. A tower can just be the fact that you get so emotionally unfulfilled and so depressed that, you know, you just kind of have like an emotional meltdown. You just have a mental breakdown, basically, right? It can be an internal tower just as much as it could be an external tower. But I really have no idea. So, you know, but again, I don't think it's going to hurt. I don't think it's benefiting you by focusing on it. And I think that's that devil card that was out there, that energy is leaking out onto you because the devil is obsession. That needing to know, I need to know, I need to know, I need to know, I need to know. Gina, you're not going to know. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're wanting to know things that you're not going to know. You want certainty, you want knowledge, you want something. And I understand why, because you're looking for something, you're looking for a golden thread, you're looking for some type of speck of hope of something to hold on to. I get it. I totally understand. I've been there. This isn't a judgment. I'm just saying I've been there. And it becomes obsessive. And, you know, and if you stay there for too long, you're going to be pulled into a similar, a different type of tower. Not for the same reasons it's going to come get him, but you'll be pulled into one because the devil energy is like a spider web. You know, you get too close, you're like, well, I think I can get through. Nope. When you get caught in the devil spider web, you're screwed. Right? And so then what, you know, you weren't there in your journey. You weren't in the you weren't at that part of your journey. You weren't at the devil. But you got entangled into the web. Well, guess what the next event is? Like I said, what happens after the devil is the tower. So if you don't want a tower for your life, you need to stay away from the devil. That's how this works. And so you're kind of like, you're playing with fire is what I want to say. Even if it's energetically, you're playing with fire because that devil energy is calling to you. It's like, I want to know, I want to be involved, I want to know, I just want answers and this and that. You just, it's like you're being hypnotized, right? It's like the devil energy is trying to cast its spell and saying, hey, yeah, come over here, come join us. The man and the woman were the ones locked into the devil card. Remember the artwork? That it's the man and the woman there. Well, he's got the man. Let's get the woman now. Let's get Gina over here involved in all this shit too. We got him. Let's get her. Why have one when you can have two? So the devil's calling you. It's reaching out with its black, dark tentacles, asking, inviting you into the chaos, inviting you into the corruption. Come be obsessed. Come get the answers. Come get all the things. Come play with me, Gina. And if you fall for it, you're going to get stuck in the web, and then you're going to get a tower. And you don't have to, you can avoid it. I'm just giving you fair warning. This is how this works, and I see it all the fucking time. And that's why I had to disconnect, even though it was very hard for me 2 years ago. I had to disconnect because my spirit, my guides told me the same thing. If you stay and you keep looking back over your shoulder and you keep trying to entangle, you're going to get sucked right into something, and you're going to wonder why you got slapped with the tower. So it's my guides are like, we're warning you. Do what you want, but you've been warned. And I said, okay, nope. Nope, I'm good. Backing off. I don't need any more fucking towers in my life. So, yes, I would release yourself. Focus on your healing. Do not focus on him. Do not let the devil energy suck you in. But just do your best. Surround yourself with good people. If you or find a coach, a counselor, or just somebody you trust that can help you. So when you're having a bad day, you can lean on them and say, man, guys, I'm having a really bad day right now because I'm thinking about him. I'm obsessing over him. I can't get him out of my mind. Like have somebody you can vent to, have somebody that can hold you accountable and help you refocus and redirect your energy to something else, right? There's lots of different things you can do to assist you in staying away from that, right? So anyways, I hope that makes sense for you. Sonali, general reading. What's coming in my life next? Let's take a look. All right. Well, one card just fell out when I split the deck for you, Sonali. Let me grab the one that came out. That one obviously wanted to come out. Oh, give me a second. I got to stretch. How long have I been sitting down on this chair? Where are we at? Okay. 6 hours. No wonder why. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to have to kneel on the floor for a minute. I've been sitting for 6 hours. My legs are going numb. Cut off all the circulations. Okay, this card came out for you, Sonali, Mastery. So there's this, and this came out just when I picked the deck up and I split it. So obviously, you either need to master something or you're about to master something. This is always a good card. So I'm just gonna set it over here, and let's see what else. No, I'm gonna need sleep. Once I finish you and Vera Sphere, I'll go to sleep and I'll probably get up at like 3 in the afternoon. So I'll sleep all day. I'll sleep all day today. Okay, Divine Feminine. So I don't know if you're in a relationship, Sonali. There's been a theme tonight. I definitely have like a pregnancy energy coming through. So this could mean a few different things. I don't know what your situation is, but you definitely have a soul. Could be more than one. You have a few souls attached to you that want to come through, meaning like be birthed through you, children. That's one energy that's here. So, but there's another energy attached to it as well, which has to do with you creating something and you stepping into your divine feminine energy, because the mastery card is here. So let's see what else is coming out. Let me just get the rest of them here. Okay, so that makes sense then. I don't really normally get a lot of I don't typically get like a lot of like pregnancy, child energy stuff with my readings. It's actually very rare. And tonight, there's been like 2 or 3 times I think it's come out that way. So, so clearly it's, it's just, I guess it is what it is. It's the energy that's in the air. So we have Fated Destiny. We have Celebration. Okay. You might be meeting somebody soon. Okay, and at the bottom of the deck, we have Validation. We have Lessons. We have Divine Masculine. We have Success and Unknown. All right. Let's see. I'm going to set these over here for a minute. I'm going to see what else comes out with that in just a second here. Oh, jeez. See if I can stand up. Yikes. Sorry, I do apologize. All I've had to drink is wine. That was like hours ago. And I can feel my throat is drying out. I can feel like I'm losing my voice. So, got to get something to drink. Okay. No. Well, this has never happened. So I went to grab this deck, and somehow this deck was stuck in the rubber band there, so they both came out. So clearly I'm supposed to that was a confirmation that I'm supposed to look at relationships for you, because that's what this deck is a relationship deck. So we'll be looking at, apparently we're going to be looking at something to do with a relationship, amongst some other things. So let's see what else. Okay, you can't make this shit up. Angel of Love, you can't make this up. Yeah, you have a relationship coming. Garden of the Gate is next, and then you have woman holding a coin. So I don't know. That's usually like Earth sign energy, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. You don't have to be an Earth sign, but that's the energy there. But it's also a metaphor of saying like you're about to what's coming up for you? You're about to settle down. So appreciation here. So yeah, this is basically you. You know, like the Queen of Pentacles is like this the woman who settles down type of energy, right? Like the Queen of Swords, she's like the single. You know, she's more of the archetype of like the single person, like more of the independent person. And then you have the Queen of Wands, so she's more of like she likes her freedom, she likes to have fun, you know, the wild one. And then, you know, the Queen of Cups can also be, you know, like the romantic, right? Different archetypes. Well, the Queen of Pentacles is more of like the traditional, the most traditional of the four archetypes. She's the one who wants to get married and settle down and have a family and all of that, more so than the other three archetype energies. So that's the energy that I'm getting off of that. So angel of love, you have love is on its way to you. Fated destiny, this person definitely somebody that you're meant to meet. Makes sense why the celebration card is here, because this person is your destiny, not to sound cheesy. And the divine feminine here is basically saying that, yeah, you know, you're gonna know when you meet this person. You're gonna know that you know when you meet this person. But I think you're gonna have children with this person too. I'm just saying. I think you're gonna have children when you meet this person. You marry this person. Whatever happens, you and this man also have soul contracts with, you know, these you know, obviously their souls exist, but they haven't been born. Their bodies haven't been born yet. So you and this man have, or whoever, have soul contracts with these souls that are going to be your children. That's what this is saying. So you're going to have children with this man. You're fated to meet this man. It's been written in the stars. Your soul contract, celebration. So the excitement, basically, this is the universe's way of saying, hey, it's coming up for you. Get ready, because you're about to be celebrating. And the mastery card here is still interesting, because I'm still waiting for what this is really tied to. And this is like appreciation. So like this is basically saying like, hey, well, two things. Let me go to this one. The Garden and the Gate is to be careful that you don't play it too safe. Like that you don't. This is like a Four of Pentacles energy, right? It's like don't be so in your comfort zone. Don't be so guarded that you're afraid to go outside of the gate, right? It's like if you just stay where it feels safe and secure and you're guarded, you know, then you're just going to make things harder for you than they need to be. So this is saying to open yourself up, be willing to step outside of your comfort zone, and all of that. What do they want you to know about this, though? Yeah, I guess I'll do these until they decide to tell me. All right, so let's roll a few of these. Okay, I got it. I got it. The this card, what they're telling me is over here. It's in that. I understand. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let me try to explain this to you the best way that I know how. So what I'm getting, Sonali, is basically what's going to happen here is once you meet this guy and you get married and, you know, your love story unfolds, what you're going to do is you're going to become a voice of inspiration. Your story is going to become a voice of inspiration for you to use to inspire other people to believe in love when they've given up on it. Okay, because you've been through some shit. I can see that. So let me try to explain it to you here. So here at the bottom of the deck we have validation. So this is essentially, and then underneath that we have lessons. So this lessons card represents all the things that you've been through in the past. And you've had a lot of issues when it comes to love and relationships, and you've had some other lessons and other things. And I'm not going to pull that energy in because you know what those things are, and you've been through stuff. So, hashing it all, it doesn't matter. It's not necessary to, just go through the laundry list of all the different things. So, but you've been through a lot of things, and you've had a lot of challenges in regards to, I think, what romance and love has been for you or not been for you, the difficulties of it, and some other things. Some other things that you've gone through that have either directly or indirectly affected your beliefs about love and what could happen for you and will it happen for you and all these different things. Well, the validation card here is essentially the universe validating the fact that you're not crazy for all the crazy things that you've experienced. How about that? You're not crazy for all the crazy things that you've experienced, because you need that validation, because there are things that you've gone through where you feel like you were crazy, or people have made you feel crazy, or people have told you were crazy, or whatever, and the universe is saying, no, you're not. She's not crazy. The universe is telling you, no, you're not crazy. You need to be yourself, and you need to stop questioning yourself and stop letting people project their shit onto you, which makes you feel insecure about who you are, when the universe is saying, no, everything is just the way that it needs to be. I'm validating. I'm telling you that that there's nothing wrong with you. Nothing needs to change. And all the shit from the past, all these lessons, whatever these things were done by people, said by people, all the lessons that have had a profound effect on you, that have made you feel crazy or made you feel broken or made you feel something was wrong, the universe is validating and saying, no, there's nothing wrong. You're not crazy. You've gone through a lot of lessons, but the beauty of the fact that you've gone through a lot of lessons has prepared you to meet him, your divine counterpart. There's the divine feminine. There's your divine masculine. There you are. Literally, divine counterparts. Divine feminine, divine masculine. There's your man. Success. You did it. You overcame the hurdles, obstacles, and challenges. You're going to get your man, and success. Success is yours, right? And now you have a whole future, a whole blank page, a whole blank canvas for you to decide and create a whole brand new future with this man. Now, the beauty of all of that and what you're meant to do with this mastery card is this is going to be a little later on. This is going to be a little later on, but you need to keep up with it. All right? But eventually, the universe is going to bring people into your path. You're just going to be living your life, doing your thing, and you're going to meet people, and they're going to have similar hurdles, obstacles, struggles that you've had, or they're similar situations, that relate to things that you've gone through in your life. And be like, yeah, I don't believe in love. It's not for me. I've been single, blah, 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 blah. I've just given up on love. And you're going to feel in your soul, you're going to know, you're going to be like, wait, I used to think like that. I had an experience like that. Let me tell you what happened to me. This is how I met my person, and we knew that we knew. And you're going to tell these people this crazy, wild story, and they're going to be like, oh my God. I'm like, I know. And you're going to be the person that's able to tell them your story and re-inspire hope in situations that they had lost hope in. Okay. That's the mastery. You're going to help people master the things that they've gone through, because you successfully went through them. You're a teacher, you're a healer, a point of inspiration, right? And so, pretty badass. All right, so down here, we have love yourself first. This is a reminder. That you must love yourself first. And the card says your self-respect makes you more romantically attractive. And there's certain non-negotiables. Me and my close friend of mine were talking about this recently. There's certain non-negotiables that every single one of us should have. or what me and my friend, what we call our 10 commandments. You know, like Moses went up on the mountain and he got the 10 commandments, right? It's that kind of thing. We need to have 10 commandments with ourselves, our own non-negotiables. And actually, I'm being called to share that with you, to share her what she put on hers. She would not care. So her personal 10 commandments. Thou shalt not betray thyself. Always honor, I'm sorry, they're going by fast. Thou shalt not prioritize others over thyself. Thou shalt not treat others as thou wish to be treated. Thou shalt honor thy needs before thy wants. Thou shalt trust thine own intuition above anyone else. Thou shalt speak thy truth without fear. Thou shalt forgive thyself for imperfection. Thou shalt create space for joy and play. Thou shalt walk away from what no longer serves thee. And thou shalt celebrate thy victories, big and small. So this is a list that she came up with for herself. And she sat with herself. And let me give you a little bit of the backstory, just really quick. She was in a 2.5-year relationship, a trauma bond, toxic relationship. And he wasn't a bad guy, but he just had a lot of problems that he wasn't working on. But she wasn't willing to let go because she loved him. It was a trauma bond, toxic. And they could not get along, and it was just a shit show. Well, she moves from Georgia all the way out to California with him, and she funded the whole thing, with the whole thing. They get out there, and the relationship blows up. He's from Michigan. So, they break up. He goes back to Michigan, and she drives all the way back from California because she moved there. So she drove the 2.5-day car ride, 3-day car drive, whatever it was, from California back to Georgia. And so this whole thing that she went through with this guy, was very difficult because she really did care about him and she didn't want to break up with him, but she realized that she was betraying herself. She wasn't seeing her children, like her whole life was just miserable. And so this was like her wake-up call. She had to face this thing within her that made her want to be codependent and, afraid of being alone, afraid of not this and afraid of not that. And living, fantasizing, meeting people that are not good for you and projecting fantasy onto these people and all these things. And so, now that she's been back here in Georgia, she started doing her work, getting back to herself, finding her way back to her truth, getting out, disconnecting from the toxic, crazy energy. And then she was the one who decided to do that for herself. She's like, you know what? This relationship taught me to value and treat myself in ways that I've never been valued or treated before. And so, she came up with these 10 commandments for herself. And I was like, that is so badass, man. I said, I love it. I love that idea. I said, I need to do that for me. And so I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to do it. And she inspired me to do the same thing. It's like, man, I need to come up with my 10 commandments, right? And so I'm sharing this with you, Sonali, because that's what this love yourself first energy is all about for you. That there needs to come a time where it needs to be a part of us where we are willing to stand up for ourselves and have non-negotiables with ourselves so that we never fall back into old disempowering patterns with people, work, doesn't matter what. And so so the universe is saying, hey, one of your 10 commandments should probably be to never betray yourself by, allowing anyone or anything to take the love that you should be giving to yourself away from yourself. That makes sense. That's what this is saying. So never lose sight of the importance of you loving you and caring about you just as much as you care about other things. Because we get what we tolerate based on our value of ourselves. You will tolerate a bunch of shit when you don't value yourself. The less that you value yourself, the more shit you will tolerate from other people. The more that you love yourself, the less that you will tolerate from other people. And that doesn't mean you have to be a jerk or an asshole. It just means, hey, I can, I respect you, I honor you, I love you, whatever, but you don't get to share my energetic space. Right? So the next card is about your relationship with this man. So you and this man, this divine masculine, you're the divine feminine. You guys, when you meet, you guys are going to have a great, banging, awesome, hot, passionate sex life. You're going to have tons and tons of babies. So good for you. I'm jealous. You guys are going to be banging, lots of sex, lots of hot, passionate, spicy sex. Your sex life is going to be awesome. Allow your heart and soul to sing with joy. You're going to be singing with joy, if you catch my drift. You're not going to be quiet. This isn't going to be quiet sex. There's going to be lots of singing with joy. Unrequited love. The unrequited love. There's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. So this is a reminder to you. This is a reminder of what I just said with this first card. It's saying, look, if you don't love yourself, then even a good relationship can go sour. Even a good relationship, even a divine relationship can go sour if you lose sight of who you are. The health and the future of this beautiful thing this gift that's coming to you is dependent upon you making sure that you always take care of yourself. If you lose yourself in a man, you lose yourself in what's coming out over here, then unrequited love. You'll lose the love that you have with this man. Your relationship will sour, and the relationship is not going to progress. So it's like a gentle warning that this man who's coming into your life isn't going to fix anything. It doesn't solve a self-love problem, right? Because that's what a lot of people think. Oh my God, I met my person. Now I got love. It's like, well, if you weren't loving you, this man is not going to have enough love to fill up the love that you need to be giving you. It's the mistake that so many people make. They think it's somebody else's job to make them feel loved. No, it's your job to make you feel loved. You need to be whole, and he needs to be whole. And when you guys are both whole and you come together, then you have a whole relationship. That's how that works. So that's kind of what this card is saying, right? And then you have another card that says, again, you got to be careful because there's a tendency to be codependent. And what do I mean by that with the codependency card here is if you don't love yourself, then you're going to get clingy, you're going to get needy, and you're going to want this man, fill my void, fill my void, fill my void, make me feel loved, make me feel loved, make me feel loved. Why won't you make me feel loved? And he's like, it's not my responsibility to make you feel loved. It's your responsibility to make you feel loved. I'm just icing on the cake. I'm just here to make you scream in bed. Not just make you scream in bed, but you get my drift. And underneath that you have verification here. You have wedding. So this again is just verifying that yes, you're going to meet this guy. Yes, you're probably going to marry this guy. When you meet him, it's been written in the stars. You're going to have a bunch of babies, a lot of sex, but don't be codependent. Love yourself. Don't lose sight of yourself. Don't give your power away to him just because he's your soulmate, your twin flame, or whatever it is. And also, lastly, have fun. Keep an open mind and have fun. Be playful. It doesn't have to be serious all the time. Take some risks every once in a while. Step outside of the gate. Step out of your comfort zone a little bit. That's keep an open mind has to do with that in everything. Keep an open mind. Experience some new things, right? So you have an amazing, I would take that reading. That's badass. That was awesome. That's awesome reading. All right. Verisphere. you may drop your question. And then country, I saw your donation. And depending, what time is it? 5:46. Okay. We have Miss Ba and Arpita. I can probably do you guys. We'll see how my voice holds up here. I've been on for, I don't know what, over 7 hours now, straight. My legs are numb. I'm losing my voice. And my brain is shutting down by the minute. But, yeah, appreciate you guys being here. Please like, share, subscribe, all the things. And I can probably do, I mean, if it's not like a crazy reading, I should probably be able to do one for you there. But okay, Verasphere. Your question, Verasphere, and then country, you were up after Verasphere, and then I should be able to do probably a quicker than not reading for your Miss Ba, perhaps Arpita. But Verasphere, you may ask your question. If you posted it up above, if you don't mind, just repost it for me. Okay, well, let's try to, I mean, it's like 2 questions. All right, I'll try to ask about the soulmate really quick. I'll see if I can get an easy answer. Because your first question is going to take, I mean, it's a good question, by the way, but it's like a legit reading. Okay, is their soulmate someone they already know? Well, it's a soulmate. 2 of Cups. 3 of Wands. Do they already know this person? They're telling, I thought this was what they're going to say. You have choices. You have more than one choice. It's not one person. Yeah. It's saying, so they're saying, hey, yeah, you got soulmates, plural. Here they are. Each one of these wands is a different person. This is you looking out, checking out all the opportunities that are available to you. One of them, at least one of them, maybe more, could be somebody that is long distance from you. You're gonna have to make a decision, judgment call. And it's obviously a soulmate because it's a major decision. Judgment is major life-changing decisions. You're gonna have a judgment call that you have to make. This is you basically, the universe saying, choose, manifest and choose and focus your energy on the thing that you desire, what you want, so that you get what you want. And you have this card saying you need to be thorough, you need to be clear, and basically you need to, take your time in making the decision. So like basically, don't get hasty when it comes to the decision making thing. Bottom of the deck, Bottom of the deck, Page of Cups, offers. You're overwhelmed by it because you have to make a decision. So the universe is basically saying, hey, look, I know this stresses you out because it'd be a lot easier if I just said, hey, you have a soul. Like if you had Sonali's reading that we just did, I feel like you'd be a lot like, that's the reading I want, is that one. And trust me, I know we all want the reading that Sonali just got. So Sonali's the lucky bastard tonight. And I'm just being playful. Sonali was the lucky one, you know. So she has the soulmate reading tonight. But you have choices. But after the options and choices, you do have the Hierophant, which is marriage and commitment. So there's not just one person that would be ideal for you. You have many. You have many options available to you that could be that person. There's no indicator here. I will try to pull one more card to see if it will say if it's somebody you know. I'm gonna assume with as many options as you have, it's possible it could be somebody you know, but that is not verified. So is one of these many options somebody they know? Can you tell me, please? No. Unknown. The moon. You do not know. The moon is things that you do not know. It's unknown. So this is a no. You do not know. So these people, these options are probably not somebody that you know currently. Now, let's take a look at some of the signs here. So you could have Scorpio, perhaps. Virgo, Gemini is here, and you have Cancer, Pisces here. And you have Pisces again at the bottom of the deck. But yeah, so right now it's like it seems like things are just like not going anywhere. The Hangman, when it comes to love, like doesn't feel like there's been a lot of things, but then all of a sudden, boom, here he comes. You're going to have a passionate connection with somebody with the Knight of Wands, and then boom, there's your marriage again. Confirmation, double confirmation. So, but this can also be, exploring your options. The Knight of Wands could be, hey, I'm going to go out on several dates because the Knight of Wands didn't settle down. The Knight of Wands is like, I want to try it all. So this could be you potentially, going out on multiple dates with multiple people and seeing which one is the one you like the most. And, that's the one you choose. But yeah, so to answer your question, no, I do not, there's nothing here that shows me that the options that are available to you are anyone that you currently know. That is not present. Okay, so about how do you become fully tapped in and able to operate in your spiritual gifts? Julie D. What will be my career? Pizza Hut. You're going to deliver pizzas for Pizza Hut. I promise. And you'll like it. Okay, follow the leader. Moonlight. One more. Balancing act. Okay. Okay, they're telling me to keep it. Damn, that's not bad. All right. Oh yeah. And the sun's going to be coming through my window in a minute. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. Everybody new, welcome to my channel. If you don't mind, please like, share, subscribe, all the things. All right. Message of love, okay. So now we're back to love stuff for you again. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else, please? I know you got one more in here. I can feel it. There we go. Oh, okay. Okay. So when it comes to the spiritual side of things, your spiritual gifts, all right, how do I explain this, man? Okay, something's going to happen for you where you're going to get on your track. This is just a heads up. And you're probably going to forget about it until it happens, and then when it happens later down the road, you're going to be like, holy shit, oh my God, I remember that crazy guy on YouTube telling me that this was going to happen, and I forgot all about it. So this technically could extend a few years down the road, but you need to know about it now, because when you get a few years down the road, it's going to be important for this to be in your memory. Even if a few years down the road, you forget all about this reading. Well, it's going to come back to you because your higher power is going to help you remember that you heard this reading. Okay. So, I got to tell you this part of it, and then I'll get to the specifics. But basically what's going to happen for you is you're going to start down your spiritual journey, and then you're going to meet somebody, and you're going to get in a serious relationship with somebody while you are kind of getting your feet wet in terms of your spiritual path. The relationship is going to take you in a different direction, because it's like, I was focused on my spiritual journey, and then you fall in love with this person, and you're going to probably get married. Okay. Message of love. Children is here. You're going to start a family with this person. All the cards that we pulled a second ago, you have options, you whoever you choose, whoever you marry, blah, 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 blah. Well, as you get caught up in married life and having children and all the things, it's like your the spiritual path that you're on is going to kind of take the back seat. And I know you might be thinking right now, it's like, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't let that happen. Well, that's why I'm telling you that the universe is telling me that this is what's going to happen. And then a few years down the road, one day you're going to wake up and you're going to be like, oh my God, I forgot all about the fact that that crazy dude on YouTube told me that this is what was going to happen, because it's going to happen. So you're being warned that this is going to happen because it's not. First of all, I just want to tell you that it's not wrong. You're not doing anything wrong by the fact that, you know, your marriage or your future relationship takes you off to kind of like takes you on a detour. Okay, so it's not bad or wrong. You're not messing anything up when this happens, just to be clear. So, you know, no judgment. There's no pressure. There's nothing to be worried about. You didn't screw anything up. You're not doing anything wrong. It's just a part of it's part of the life that you chose to live. It's just part of the plan. But it's going to happen. You're going to get married. Married life is married life, and you're going to be focused on married life and all the new things that happen with that, and having babies and all the things. And then once those things, you know, kind of like, you know, you've been in that world for a while, that spiritual itch is going to come back around. And that will be the time where you pick back up on your spiritual journey. You'll pick up where you left off. All right. So you have influence, fulfillment, higher power, and fated destiny. That's what basically all these cards are basically saying, right? What's influencing you? Well, the fact that you're going to be married is influencing you. What's going to happen? You're going to be really happy. You're going to be really fulfilled, right? But you still have a destiny, and your higher power is going to make sure that you get to your spiritual destiny. So again, nothing to worry about. You can't really F it up. But it is a heads up, because it's going to be important for you to stay aware of the fact that here, the moonlight, you need to start learning and practicing now how to get in touch with your intuition. You have a gift, you're intuitive, you're highly sensitive. You're actually a very spiritual person, whether you know it or not. I just don't feel like you have the guidance or the confidence or the degree of self-trust that you could have. And that's why the follow the leader card is here. So the follow the leader card is the universe saying, hey, you need to find somebody, whether it's literally find somebody or whether it's, you know, paying money to find like, you know, somebody that you trust, that you follow, that you resonate with, that you're drawn towards, whether it's taking their courses, whether it's working with them and doing coaching sessions with them, whether it's finding a group or community of people. But basically the universe saying you need to go find people who are further ahead and more developed in their spiritual gifts than you are, and you need to learn from them, because they can teach you things that will speed that process. In other words, you don't have to learn it the hard way. You can just learn from somebody who knows what to do and what to teach you, and they can fast track you in learning your spiritual powers, your spiritual gifts, and trusting your intuition here, right? But then you have this balancing act card here. And this balancing act card is tied to several things. The balancing act card is saying, hey, you have to be aware of a pattern that you have, that of understanding that when life comes knocking, it's almost like the lack of an ability to multitask. When you are focused on spiritual things, it's like you can be immersed, and that's really good. When you're focused, but it works both ways. If life becomes the focus, then it's like the spiritual stuff is just not even in your sight, out of sight, out of mind. And so there's this balancing act, and the universe is wanting, your higher power is wanting you to know that you need to understand this about yourself. You need to become aware of the out of sight, out of mind way that you work. It's not good, it's not bad, it's just an awareness thing, because you can do a lot of work learning how to invest in your spiritual gift, but it's not very good to you if something distracts you, and then it's like you're not spiritual anymore. It's like, well, as long as I'm focused on spiritual, then I'm spiritual. But the minute that I stop focusing on spiritual, I'm not spiritual anymore. I'm consumed by the not spiritual things, the not spiritual part of my life. And so the balancing act card is saying you need to learn how to coexist. You need to learn how to be spiritual in the non-spiritual things. These two worlds need to learn how to coexist together in order for your gift to really shine and show itself, so you can actually know what it is and why you have it and how it works. But if it's out of balance, then it's really kind of like, when you're operating out, and a lot of people do this, by the way. I see this in the spiritual community all the time. Spiritual people, they go to spiritual places to do spiritual things with other spiritual people, but they're just sitting there doing spiritual things, but nothing's really changing. Nothing's really happening. It's like going to a club, right? It's like you have a little club that you hang out with people who like doing the same things that you do, like a hobby. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but that's not true spirituality. That's having a hobby. Like if you get together and you want to meditate and you want to burn incense and you want to play with crystals and, shuffle tarot cards, and that's just, stuff you like to do. There's nothing wrong with that. No judgment here, but that's not spiritual. That's not spiritual. That's no more spiritual than going out and playing golf or playing football or any other hobby that any other human being has. Those are just hobbies. There's nothing spiritual about it other than the fact that we think it's spiritual because, it's crystals, it's incense, and I'm doing meditations and, blah, 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 blah. And we have tarot cards and we talk about astrology. No, that's not spiritual. Those are just things that people enjoy doing, right? Hobbies. Something that is spiritual is something that, first of all, it changes you. But then it's something that you have that comes out of you that has the ability to change others, right? It's a lifestyle. It's not something you do, right? It's nothing to do with the clothes you wear, the crystals you buy, the tarot cards, the astrology. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with you figuring out who you are. True spirituality is a person going within oneself to figure out who they are, stepping into the authenticity of who you are, and then stepping out into the world as the authenticity of what you discovered inside of you. And as you embrace and step out into the world in that authenticity, then you do crazy things that you never thought you could do that impacts the collective, because that's all true spirituality contributes beyond itself. All true spirituality. You are not living a spiritual life if the things that you do not contribute to anything more than yourself. So if you're just sitting at home and you're studying astrology and you play with tarot cards and that's not spiritual, because it only involves you. If it was truly spiritual, it would call to you to get out and go do something in the world. There's always a bigger picture with true spirituality. So again, the balancing act here is saying that, don't fall into that trap where it's like, hey, I'm focused on spirituality today, and I'm going to go hang out with all the spiritual people at the crystal shop. And then when you leave the crystal shop and you go home, you're not doing the spiritual things anymore. When you're home, nope. It's like, I'm focused on my job, my work, my chores, my bills, like everything I normally do. Nothing spiritual happening here. I'm at home. But tomorrow I'm going to go back to the crystal shop and hang out with all my spiritual friends. Now I'm spiritual again. The balancing card is saying, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not spirituality. Like, you need to learn how to be spiritual all the time, because spirituality isn't something you do. It's something you become. And that something is the you that's inside of you. It's your spirit. You're spiriting your reality. Spiritual reality is spiriting your reality. It's the spirit that is your reality. It's who you become. It's nothing you do. All this shit right here, these are cards, these are pieces of paper with artwork on them. There's nothing spiritual about this card. Nothing spiritual about these cards, anything that I've done tonight. All these are just pieces of paper with art on them and words. Nothing spiritual about it. Nothing magical about it. Right? Well, what makes these tools spiritual? I do. I'm the one who makes these tools spiritual. Same thing with this thing. This is a pendulum. There's nothing magical or spiritual about this fake rock with a chain on it. Silver chain. Nothing spiritual. Nothing spiritual at all about this. In fact, I could reach over and grab one of my necklaces off my wall, and I could use that as a pendulum. You don't have to buy a fancy pendulum from a store to have a pendulum. You can use a necklace. You can use anything that swings, and it works the same way, right? This thing isn't what makes this spiritual or magical. I do. This thing works in my hand because it's my energy that makes it work. I'm the one that's the spiritual thing that empowers these objects. These objects have no power, right? And so it's very important to understand that, because for me, this is not something that I do. It's something that I am, right? That's why if for those of you, I don't know how, obviously probably not many of you because it's super late now, but for those of you who are around for a while, there are messages that come through and there's no cards. It's just channeled messages that come through. And when the channel messages come through, they come through. I don't need the cards to channel the messages. In fact, 90% of the shit that comes out of my mouth has nothing to do with these cards. You know, the cards are just, guideposts. The cards are there to put me in the ballpark of helping me understand, okay, this is the message that needs to be conveyed. This is maybe what it's about. It puts me in the ballpark, and then I just remove myself and allow my spiritual gift to do its thing. I get out of my own way, and then the power of that's the power is there. The power works through me because it's there, right? And that's something that you develop. That's a skill that you learn. You learn how to get out of your own way to allow your spiritual gift to move through you. And that just takes trial and error, takes practice, it takes time. The more you do something, repetition is the mother of skill, and many other things, right? But all that to say that this is not something I do, it's something that I am. I do this all the time now. In anytime that I can do this, I do this. When I'm talking to people, and I'm not on YouTube, when I'm out and about, if I'm at the store, it doesn't matter wherever I am, I try my hardest to constantly be in a place of, okay, I'm ready, I'm here, I'm available, use me, speak through me. I'm here to serve. I'm here to serve all the time. I'm here to serve. I'm here to use this gift all the time, right? I don't always have cards on me. That's another thing. So I can't just, oh my gosh, somebody has a question. Somebody has something, maybe they need help. I can't just reach in my back pocket and pull out all my cards and all my tools and my pendulums and all the things, So, but the spiritual gift in me still shows up. It's like, hey, you don't need that stuff. I got your back, So that's the balancing act card for you. This might be one of the most important messages that are on the table besides this one, which I'm about to get to. This right here is the balancing act, So don't lose sight. Don't lose focus. When you're focused over here and you start losing sight of this thing over here, just do your best to try to learn how to merge those two worlds to where you become your spirituality. You become your spiritual gift. And I'm not saying that it's impossible that between now and you meeting this man that you couldn't achieve that to some degree. Anything's possible. You could. And if you could achieve that, well, then you could bring that spiritual gift into the relationship that you have with this man. Right? So there's a spectrum of potential outcomes here that could occur. It's just, how well you balance the act, no pun intended, with the name of the card, balancing act there, but however well that you learn to balance the act of everything I just said, determines what potential outcomes are available to you as a result of doing so. Now, the last message here, and this is important, is this dry desert card. This dry desert card is a warning. It's a warning for you to stay away from the things that spiritually bankrupt you. Stay away from the things, all things that would spiritually bankrupt you. People, family members, jobs, habits, thoughts, triggers, whatever those things are for you. Now, when I say stay away from them, I'm not saying like, hey, you got to never talk to your family or friends again. But you need to know where the boundary is. You need to know who in your life, because this influence card is here telling you that you can be influenced. You start hanging around certain people, you start hanging with your family, and then, you're taken right. Your focus is removed from your spiritual destiny, right? It's like the squirrel, the funny meme, the golden retriever that sees the squirrel. It's like the golden retriever is focused on squirrel, and it runs off. It's like that kind of thing. Like, you don't want to be the golden retriever that every time it sees the squirrel, it's just going to run off and go chase it because it got distracted, right? So you have to be careful about the things that distract you, because some of these things will spiritually bankrupt you. You'll find yourself out here in this wasteland, this desert wasteland, this dry desert, and you'll feel miserable because if you're not careful, you'll get so far out into the desert that you'll start to feel extremely unfulfilled and unhappy because you've put so much distance between you and your spiritual self that will have an extreme negative effect on your life, because spiritual bankruptcy is real. Like, spiritual bankruptcy is nothing to F around with. And so, people focus on all these other things in their life, their financial health, their physical health, and their emotional health, and all these. And even then, people really do a pretty shitty job, if I'm honest. Like most people are just kind of doing the bare minimum most of the time, at least from my experience, when it comes to important things. Well, this is not one of those things that you can screw around with. Like, you can get away with a degree of, bad health habits, right? Like, body's pretty resilient. You can get away with eating shit, having some bad habits and things, and it's not going to completely wreck you. People do have bad habits for years without having necessarily a negative physical issue. I'm not saying they should do it, but they do, and the consequences aren't necessarily always immediate. Same thing emotionally, right? So there's other areas of life you can kind of get away with things a little more. When you're spiritually bankrupt, you're miserable. Period. There's no magic pill for it. There's no you can buy it off the Amazon. Like when you're spiritually empty, you're miserable. Period. You're suffering. And so just keep in mind with this dry desert card. It's up to you to decide and pay attention to the temptations around you that could take you off your spiritual path and lead you to a place where you're spiritually bankrupt, or or people that will lead you to betray yourself, or act out of character, or do things that are not in your highest good. So I hope that all makes sense for you. But in terms of like tapping into it and what to do, like, I think you have a little bit of awareness already. You may not have the degree or level of clarity that you want to have right now about exactly what all your spiritual talents are. And there's other ways you can find that out. Numerology can tell you, give you clues. Your astrology chart can give you clues. But this leader card, this follow the leader card is telling, because this is the one you just need to listen to your intuition, and you'll be drawn, because when you're ready, the universe will start sending you people and resources that if you follow those resources, they'll lead you to people that will teach you. That's exactly what happened for me, by the way. I did not find my spiritual teachers and mentors. They found me. But that only happened when I was ready. When I became open, the universe delivered. If that makes sense. Okay, country, you are here. Lisa D. Yang. Oh my God. Lisa, where have you been? My Lisa is here. I have not seen my Lisa for freaking ever. Holy shit. How in the hell are you, Lisa? Country. I'd like to take a look at things between my Libra love interest and I. We had a small miscommunication. He's a little cold since. What's the energy here? Has he checked out? He's slowly warming my eyes. I'm trying to push through, guys. I'm trying to push through. He is slowly warming back up, but it's like we went from 95 degrees to 0. And now we're back at about 39. Well, you know, it's Georgia. It's about 30, what? Today it was 34 with the sun out. So 39, you know, that's warmer than 34. Is there repair up ahead? Or Lisa, I always miss you. I never see my peeps anymore. I just always assume you guys are out living your best lives. That would be the best reason not to see you. It's because you're out living your best life. I miss you guys. My OG clan. My OG YouTube clan. You, Miss Priscilla. Oh my gosh. Ugh. My legs are going to hate me tomorrow. It may be my old damn back. How long have you been on? That's a good question. How long have I been on? Let's see. 7 hours and 2 minutes. I've only been on for 7 hours. You got a boyfriend? She's like, I got a boyfriend. I knew it. I knew you were going to get you a boyfriend. 29 last night. "29 degrees. That's cold as my left testicle." Probably shouldn't say that right now. Oh, shit. What am I doing? Spaced out there for a minute. We getting older, man. You're right, Lisa. Look at my gray ass hair. Look at that. You don't get any older than that. You're going to start calling me fucking Methuselah. My old ass. Old Abraham over here. Moses. Old Moses over here. They're going to bury me. They're going to bury me wherever they're hiding the Ark of the Covenant, that's where they're going to bury me. Look. We have Squatch out here tonight. A lot of you new people who jumped on don't realize that we have the Squatch totem out. He normally hides out in the trees back here behind me on the bookshelf. But he was feeling froggy tonight and was like, he needed to come out. And he's got his little bowl over here. So the Squatch totem's over here doing some witchcraft tonight. That's why I'm channeling how I'm channeling tonight. Or today, rather. He's got his little bowl here. Really quick here, see what old Squatch has got to say about things. 8 of Wands. Something's about to pick up here for y'all. The 8 of Wands. Oh, something fast, something shocking, something unexpected is about to happen. Got the Tower. You're not going to see this coming. What else we got in here, Squatch? Oh, someone's coming back. They want a second chance. Somebody's going to hear from an ex here. So we got the 8 of Wands, the Tower, and the Judgment card. There's going to be a shocking, unexpected return from somebody who wants a second chance, and it's going to come in quick. So that's the message here from Squatch Spirit to somebody. Just a little something here. He's up in here as a little witchcraft. It'd be kind of cool if his hands were a little bit more closed. I could get him to actually hold one of these cards in his hand, but it's just his hand's too open. If I prop it, he'll hold it like this. See, now he's kind of holding it a little bit. I wish you guys could see it from this angle like I'm looking at it. He looks dope, like legit. Like he looks legit here, like he's got his big old witchcraft bowl. You guys are like, what in the living F is this dude doing right now? Lisa, you are a cougar, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. I will take a hot cougar every day of the week. I will take a hot cougar every day of the week. Sign me up. Put me on the list. Put me on the hot cougar prayer list. Hotcougars.com. What was the you said Libra? I couldn't remember if he was a Libra. Yeah, a Libra, okay. For some reason all I remember was how cold it was. I remember the degrees. Hey, look. I'm legit, man. Look. A cougar threesome? I got no shame at this point in my life. What's the worst that can happen? I have a great time, and my hair goes a lot grayer. The Libra. Country and the Libra. Future outcome, please. My spirit guides are like, wait, are you wanting us to ask about a cougar or what? What are you asking here? I'm like, yes, I want to know about the cougars. Send me a cougar for Christmas, damn it. Have you been naughty or nice? I've been naughty as fuck. Send me a cougar. That's right. That's right. Unapologetically cougar. Why? I mean, what? Santa Claus is the only old bastard that can get laid? You know what's creepy about that? A huge old white fat dude just letting himself into your house and he's eating your cookies and he's drinking your milk. But it's okay. Like where, in what other situation would that ever be okay, ever? For a big fat white stranger in a red suit to sneak down your chimney, no less, let himself into your house, eating your cookies and drinking your milk. I'm just going to let y'all sit with that. I'm just going to let y'all sit with that little, yeah. The kids too. And what's up? Like we're just forcing child abuse trauma. It's like a kid's sitting on a strange man's lap. He's a pedophile. He's going to jail. Oh, you go to the mall and you force your kids to sit on the big strange fat man's lap, and it's okay. No double standard whatsoever. Actually, excellent point, Verisphere. Actually, excellent point. Right? Like double standard, man. Double standard. What the hell is that? Well, that's why he came down your chimney, Lisa. That's why he came down your chimney. You bad, bad girl. You wicked, wicked girl. I'm trying, country. I'm trying to get the messages here. I'm just shuffling. Every day I'm shuffling. Telling me 2 more. They say, you got to get 2 more. Oh, or 3. I need Squatch's power. Touch thy deck, Squatch. Thank you. All right. The Squatch the Squatch hath blessed the deck. Okay. I'm gonna check this other thing too. I'm gonna get another answer for you here in just a second. But oh yay. Or wait, do I need this? No, let me get this other thing. So country. I don't know what the miscommunication is, but something is off. Something is off. Something is off. Oh my god. You see the card just fall out of Squatch's hand? See, he just agreed. You guys tell me that you just saw the card fall out of Squatch's hand. Even he's shocked. Okay. So let's just go through some of this to the best of my ability. So we got the celebration card in reverse. So obviously not good times. You and this dude not doing well. Things are not great right now. And we got this mask card out here, which is like this is the energy I don't like on the table. And it's tied to this past energy as well. There's how do I say this without sounding like an asshole? I feel like this guy is being a big baby. I'm just going to say it. Like, just whoever your Libra, he's being a big baby. And I don't know, like this past card, there's multiple energies coming off this past card here. Obviously, the past with you, yours and his past together, that's the obvious energy, but there's this other energy that's attached to his past where he's got some issues that go all the way back to his past, and it's like he's not being himself with the mask card, and I don't know why. Why is he not being himself? Why is he being a big baby? Hey, there's Trudy. I know. She's like, you're still on? My God. Yeah, no, 7 hours. Here I am. Losing my voice. My legs are numb. The sun is coming in my window now. Why is the mask here? Oh. Okay. So I think he's masking his insecurity. He's trying to mask his insecurity. How do I say this? He's pretending to act like he's not having an insecurity with this Emperor card at the bottom of the deck. So he's trying to hide. He's trying to pretend, oh, I'm not bothered. He's trying to be like this fake tough guy mentality kind of thing, right? Downplay it, whatever you want to call it, is what's happening here. The insecurity that he's trying to hide is that he doesn't trust you. He's projecting his insecurities onto you. He doesn't trust you. We got the Six of Swords. So he either thinks that you'll leave, you'll abandon, you'll check out, or you're distant, or you're avoidant, or whatever. He thinks you're harsh, you're cruel. Queen of Swords. Maybe he doesn't like that you tell it like it is. Maybe he doesn't like that you're direct and honest. Maybe he doesn't like that you call him on his shit. And he doesn't feel like it's fair. Six of Pentacles. Now the reason it's insecurity for him is because he's guilty of doing all the same things. So he's projecting his insecurities onto you without realizing that the very things that he's projecting onto you that he's guilty of. So, he tries to pretend that he's not those things. That the mask is the fact that he's not seeing the mirror. It's like, you're going to blame this woman. You have all these whether they're spoken or unspoken accusations about this woman. What's that expression when you point one finger at somebody, you have 10 fingers pointing back at you? That's what this card is. Right? But he tries to downplay it with the mask. He doesn't want to have to basically own his shit and be vulnerable. So he's like, nah, I'm the tough guy. I mean, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's the kind of energy with this. And it's tied to some shit in his past. I don't know what the situation he had with his family, like how he grew up or what his relationship with his mother or father was. But there's definitely some childhood kind of stuff. Maybe it could even be if he has brothers or siblings, there could have been sibling rivalry there or something. Like maybe he felt like he had to compete for attention or compete for love, or there's a lot of possibilities here with this, but it's definitely tied to the past, whatever this mask thing is. And I just keep getting this energy of like, if you could see behind the mask, energetically speaking, he's just acting like a big baby. It's just like, dude. And there could be a reason maybe that he is maybe a man in terms of his adult age, but there's still a very, very young, immature child in terms of maybe emotional development. And I'm not saying this. I'm not saying this to sound like an asshole. I'm not judging this man. I do not know this man. I'm just telling you what I'm getting. Okay. So we're like, man, dude, you don't even know this guy. And he's like, he's tearing this dude a new asshole. I'm not. Okay. I don't know this man. I'm not judging him. But I have to call the energy for what it is. It's your reading. I have to be honest with you. Okay, so this is no judgment here, but that's what the energy is. So then we're moving here to decisions here. So obviously, yeah, whatever the situation is that happened between you and him, it's put you guys both into a position where some new decisions need to be made. Now, there's two energies. There's one attached to him. There's one attached to you. The one that's attached to him is the big baby energy. It's more of like a sulking energy. Like, it's almost kind of like instead of him taking responsibility and manning up and dealing with the situation, it's kind of like an indirect passive-aggressive way of I'm going to punish you and let you know that I didn't like ABC, XYZ. So he does this immature shit. He distanced himself, like you said, the hot and cold thing. It's like we went from 95 degrees to 0, and now we're back to 39. So like he breadcrumbs or whatever he does, right? And it's kind of like this, I don't know, a cat and mouse game or whatever the game is here. It's wrapped up and involved in this decisions card, right? But it's definitely like this passive aggressive kind of thing. But while it's passive aggressive, it's also trying to act like it's not really like affecting that much, and there's a little bit of you're the crazy one, not me. Like there's all these little things going on in here with that. So the main energy attached to the decision card is about you. And so Spirit is saying, hey, look, we might need to like go back to the drawing board and really sit with ourselves and kind of like review and analyze, is this what we really want? Like the universe is like saying, hey, I think you have some decisions you need to make here. Like, like some honest, get real with yourself, sit with yourself, and decide, like, what am I going to tolerate? Because we get what we tolerate. What am I going to tolerate? With the decisions card here. And now what's interesting is the universe is also kind of like saying, like, while you're ultimately the one that's in the driver's seat of your car, of the driver's seat of your life rather, and you have these decisions to make, the universe is kind of over here going, I know you're like we're not here to kind of tell you what to decide, but our advice is like right now is probably not a really good time to try to move things forward. You need, basically, this not now card could be as extreme as maybe you just need to like take a break from this guy, or it may be not as extreme as simply saying, hey, maybe you just need to take a pause for the cause and sit with yourself and get real about, is this what I really want? Because it's not going to change. The Mass card here, if you this what you're experiencing, like, there's another saying, when someone shows you who they are, believe it the first time. When someone shows you who they are, believe it the first time. And I can tell you, based on this mask energy and everything I explained back here with the past, I can tell you, based on all of that, that this guy probably doesn't have the value or the growth system within him that's probably going to change a whole lot. So, I would not expect him to change based on the energy that's on the table. I'm not saying he can't change. Anybody can change. It's just, do they have a value system for it? Do they give a shit enough about what's going on in their life to say, hey, you know what? I really love this woman. I love this relationship. She's what I want. We need to work this out. We can work through this. I'll take responsibility. I'll do whatever it takes. I don't sense that energy with him. I don't think that he has those skills. I don't think he has those. I really don't. In fact, I think it's a little bit of the opposite. I think it's more of like the victim side of it. It's kind of like, I'm not the problem here. You're the problem here. Right? It's that kind of thing. While still trying to be kind of passive aggressive and indirect and like, I'm trying to act like I'm not really that bothered by it. Right? There's all kinds of things here with that mask energy, everything that I'm saying with that. So okay, so let's move here to the mastery card. The reason that the mastery card is here is because you're meant to master a pattern here. This man is shown up in your life. One of the reasons, I should say, the man, if not the most important reason that this man has come into your life, is to help you overcome a pattern within yourself. He is a lesson for you. I'm not saying that it can't be more than that at some point, but the universe is saying it's besides the point if he becomes more or not. Because what is the point, the most important point, is that he's in your life right now to master something. And so until he masters what he needs to master and you master what you need to master, your relationship is going to cease to exist regardless. Right? And if it does cease to exist, you still want to master it because, you don't want to have to go around this mountain again with somebody else. Because wherever you go, there you are. And so this situation is giving you an opportunity to master this pattern of, what am I willing to tolerate? Why do I tolerate it? Why do I want it? Why am I attracted to it? All the lists of things. And that's why the universe is kind of just being like a little closed mouth, if so to speak. It's like, well, the decision's yours. And you're like, well, thanks, universe. I actually came here asking for your advice. That's why I'm here. I came here to get your advice about the situation. And the universe is like, yeah, well, I mean, if you're asking us, I mean, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. And that's just kind of like, they're just like kind of, I wouldn't do it, but you do you, man. You do what you want to do. And you're like, what the fuck? Oh, this is weird. How come you give me a straight answer here? And the reason it's not coming out that way is because the universe is like, if we tell you, then you won't learn the lesson. Because the universe can't tell you, right? What will tell you is this: your divine feminine energy. You have to go in. You have to learn to step into your feminine energy here, which is where your intuition is, where all your power is. And as you step into your intuition, then you will feel, you will know, you will sense, you will begin to understand on an energetic vibrational level what is right for you, what is not right for you, all the way down to the tiniest little detail, the tiniest little hint or smidgen of anything, right? It's like if you make a huge massive pot of soup or chili, right? Like one of those big, huge, massive ones, enough to feed like 100 people, 50 people, right? Huge, massive bowl of soup or chili or something. You pour a little bit of bleach in that chili, the whole thing is ruined. Just a teeny tiny little bit of bleach, pour it in there, mix it up, right? Like, that's the level of sensitivity that you need to get to energetically, where the tiniest little thing doesn't feel right. The tiniest little thing is off. Where do you feel it? Where do you sense it? Where does it impact you? How does it impact you? And your ability to start learning how to feel your way and sense your way into the person that you're with, and that will give you access to what's behind the mask. As you feel and learn to sense and use your feminine superpower, feminine women are the absolute best human lie detectors, because they pick up on shit and they sense shit from a mile away. I'll give you an example. I'm going to call myself out, by the way. I'm going to use myself as the bad guy, the villain in this. Not because I was really a villain, but just because I learned this the hard way. So many years ago, when I first started, the first time I tried online dating apps, all the way back in like 2014, I didn't want to write an intro message every time. So what did I do? I wrote one message and I copied it. And then when I saw a profile of a woman that I was interested in, I'd paste it and send it. Right? And so same thing. Next one, paste, send. Same message. Paste, send. Paste, send. Paste, send. You would be mind blown to know how many women responded back and said, "Is this a copy and paste message?" And I'm like, what the fuck? How do you know? How did you know it was a copy and paste message? And it wasn't generic, by the way. Just to be clear, these were not generic messages that you would think were copy and pasted. Like, it was actually a really witty first message. There's no way in hell anybody else out there was sending these types of messages. I guarantee it. And that was the reason why I did it. It's like, man, this is such a good intro. No man is sending a woman a first message like this. I guarantee it. And yet they picked up on it just like that. Their intuition knew. They smelt it for a mile away. This is a copy and paste message. And so all these years later, when I got into spirituality and I started understanding energy and the divine feminine and all that, I realized that women have an innate ability. You guys have literally the best lie detectors built in, and you just know. Because you sense and you feel things that we as the masculine, we don't have that. You are human lie detectors. And you can sense shit. And so as you move forward, learning your divine knowledge, as you step into your divine feminine, you're going to be able to start to sniff out things, see behind what's behind the mask, see what you're getting yourself into. And then the more that you start to learn to trust it, the more that you're going to start to realize, I'm not really attracted to the things that I think that I'm attracted to, because look, anybody could come in and wear this mask. Anybody can look handsome and promise me a good time. Anybody can take it up to 95 degrees and then they can steal it right away from me and we're right back to zero. Right? Anybody can do that. And so what you're here to learn is that when you trust this, you trust your power, you're going to just know. You're intuitively going to know. Your spirit and your soul is going to say, it's not this guy. It's not this guy. Some other guy's going to come along, and your spirit and your soul, your lie detector is going to say, this guy is a good guy, but he's still not right for you. He's a good dude, but he's not right for you. He's not in alignment with you. And the more that you learn to trust this, then eventually you're going to master it. You reach mastery. So what I feel your reading's really about is about the universe is wanting you to master doing this so that you don't have to attract more of this, the mask. In terms of the relationship itself over here with him, again, this isn't coming off anytime soon. This mask is not coming off anytime soon. Excuse me. And that's why the universe is saying you're going to have to sit with this and decide if you want to tolerate that. And if you're willing to tolerate the fact that he's not going to probably take the mask off, then so be it. The choice and decision is yours. However, there's a level of responsibility that comes along with that decision. Once you decide that you're going to tolerate something, then you no longer have the right to complain about it. It's like, yep, I knew that this is how this guy is. This is how he rolls. This is how he acts. This is how he behaves. This is how he's going to treat me. And I'm saying I'm okay with it. I'm going to tolerate it. I'm good to go. Cool. I still want it. I still want to go there. I still want to explore it. I still want to see where this leads. Awesome. Cool. No judgment here. The universe has no judgment. There's no judgment on the spiritual plane about any of the decisions we make. It's all just part of growth, evolution, learning, and knowledge. And as long as you're okay with that, then cool. It's just a decision. But at least you'll know the outcome. And at least you'll know, like, hey, I chose this. I own it. I knew what I was getting myself into. And it is what it is. I accept it. But I'm going to go do it anyway. Awesome. Very few people have the ability to be that honest, by the way. Very few people can hold themselves to that level of honesty. Very few people have that. And I'm, so, anyway, let me just get 3 more cards really quick for you. What else? 'Cause I feel like I'm like leaving you hanging on a cliff, and I just want to like. Is there anything else left that she might need to know besides this? All right, 7 of Pentacles. 7 of Pentacles is here telling you, universe saying you need to know your worth. You need to know your value. A. Second, keep investing in yourself. Keep learning. Keep growing and evolving. And again, it's just their opinion. The universe saying, well, if we were you, we would wait and hold out for something that's actually worth investing in. Is this man worth the investment? The choice decision is yours. So multiple energies there coming off of that card. Give me 2 more, please. Oh, okay. They gave me exactly 2 more cards. Yeah. Don't let this get you down. Okay? Don't let the universe is saying, hey, look, we're keeping it real, but don't let this get you down. Right? Like, don't lose your fun, playful spirit. Don't lose your joy. Don't lose your happiness. Don't lose that childlike, fun, exciting quality of you. Don't lose that happy-go-lucky part of you. Your radiance. Like, don't let this get you down. Like, stay in that fun, playful energy. Stay excited. Stay optimistic. Don't let this Don't let what's happening with this guy and the drama, get you down. Look, and stay positive, stay passionate. There's new opportunities out there, right? Like, this is a passionate, inspirational new beginning. So it's basically also saying, like, don't let this, stifle your inspiration, your passion, and your motivation to stay after it. Don't lose your passion, your inspiration, and motivation to keep your eyes open for the right person, right? But at the bottom of the deck, it's a reminder again, everything I said about the divine feminine. Use your intuition. Use your intuition. Divine feminine. Use your intuition. Listen to your intuition. Listen to your intuition. Listen to your intuition. And as you listen to your intuition and as you invest in yourself, you will manifest the type of man that you want into your life by utilizing that beautiful energy and focusing on what you want instead of tolerating what you don't want. It's not in the cards, but I also feel like you do have other options available for you, and I do feel like there's one specific one that you have coming up for you. Potentially, you could have, again, it's not a card, but it's a channeled message for you. I feel that you have, there is another interest that you could explore between now and Valentine's Day of February. So between now and Valentine's Day, there is potentially another romantic opportunity available for you, depending on what you choose to do with this and however that how that turns out for you, if that makes sense. Oi, oi, oi. Danny's jumping on. Everybody's jumping on like, dude, holy shit, man. Are you still on here? Are you still awake? I put in a whole work day. I'm like an 8-hour shift. Hey, look, when you're hanging out with the Squatch Totem, Danny, shit gets done. Like, you're hanging out with the Squatch, man. You hang out with the Squatch. You don't just live while I'm alive and I'm sleep when I'm dead. I'll be sleeping my ass off. What is it? It's 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock in the morning. I'll be sleeping until like 3 or 4 this afternoon. Right, what does old Squatch Totem got to say for Danny? Let's see what the Squatch Totem has for Danny. Uh-oh. Things are about to get exciting for you. Get ready for liftoff, Danny. 3 of Wands is here. That's what I'm hearing for you. Get ready for liftoff. I keep hearing it. Get ready for liftoff. Get ready for liftoff. Get ready for liftoff. She's like, I do that every day, man. Roll my blunt, go down to the beach. I lift off every day. What else we got from Squatch? Oh, dude, you can't make this shit up. Ace of Cups. You seeing what Squatch is doing over here? Are you seeing what the Squatch is doing over here? You just got the Ace of Cups. What? One more? What else we got in here? Come on, Squatch. There's the Libra. Libra, Libra, Libra. Justice time. Oh, Danielle. You know what I got? This right here for you is Minor Arcana Tower energy. It's the unexpected aspect of the Tower energy. This is what's going on. While you're over here, you're looking this way because the dude's back is turned to you. You're over there looking this way, kind of like doing your own thing. This is what's sneaking up behind you. Literally what's sneaking up behind you. And you know what the image that I just got in my mind is when a team wins a football game, the players sneak up behind the coach and they pour the cooler they pour the water on the coach. That's what's about to happen to you. This is the cooler, and the universe is like, oh, watch out, I'm about to sneak up on her ass. The universe sneaking up on you. I'm about to pour this all over you. You about to get drenched in that cup of love. You finna get drenched in that cup of love. Your little cancer ass about to go swimming. I'm about to go swimming. My little cancer ass going swimming. Swimming when you not tripping. Ain't that the truth? Swimming when you not tripping. Now what's going on in here, man? Y'all having girl talk? Y'all up in the chat having girl talk? I may have been here having girl talk. Yeah, you girls just talk amongst yourselves. Y'all just go on and talk amongst yourselves now. I don't mind me. I'm just a fly on the wall. Y'all start talking y'all dirty little secrets over there. Trudy donated. Well, crack my knuckles. Looks like we're going to be here a while. Might as well just stay awake. What blessings can I expect in 2025? The blessings. Ooh, let's get a good deck. Let's get some good decks. Not that my decks are bad decks. I'm feeling we need to pull something special. I need something special. What am I doing? Oh. What am I doing? Oh, my God. Blessings, blessings, blessings. What blessings? What can I use? What can I use? What can I use? What do we got in here? Oh, I think so. I think. What's this guy? No. Nope. Oh my God. Okay. Got to go into the archives here. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Ooh. Blessings. Let's see. What's this one? No. What's the Come on, man. I got a million damn cards in here. Let's see. Let's see. Chakra Fairy. What the hell is that? What's this one? No. Y'all just bear with me here. I'll find it. I'll find it. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Maybe this one. I had to go deep into the archives here. Bring out some oldies here that have been sitting in the darkness for a little too long. Oh my God. I can't feel my ass anymore. Let's see, which one we want to do first? For the master. Come on, give us a good reading. Got to get my shit organized here. All right. Danny leaving already? What did she say? Pour it on me. Oh, that's right. She ain't scared. All right. I got to kneel down here. Oh, my God. Oh. Okay. I couldn't sit anymore. I couldn't sit no more. Got to get blood flow to my legs. They're going to put me in a nursing home. All right, let's see. For Trudy, blessings. Show me the blessings for 2025. This like unicorn thing going on here. It's like this woman riding out on a unicorn. Kind of cool. The Bluebell Fairy, we got gratitude. So you're fixing to be really happy here. So besides the look at that, it's kind of a Christmassy looking thing too, isn't it? That's what it reminds me of, at least from my vantage point here when I'm holding up to the light. But anyway, despite the fact that it's, you know, obviously the card says gratitude, but forget the, well, I shouldn't say to forget the word, but it's really more about the imagery here. So here you are, and it's like you're literally flying here. Like you've got, what does she got? She's got this kind of cool little dress thing on, and you got like these wings, and you're flying, and then you've got all of these basically the like all of these the shimmering thing that's coming down on you. This light is essentially like you're like, how do I explain this? It's the blessings that are coming down on you, but it's things that you don't see. It's like connected to the last reading I did for you a second ago, or however many hours ago, whatever. A second ago was like I said that it was something. It was an Ace of Pentacles, and I said that the Ace of Pentacles was like, it's not one Ace of Pentacles. It's like multiple Ace of Pentacles are just falling and falling out of the sky, falling out of the sky, falling out of the sky, falling out of the sky. Back in the other reading I did for you, and these are those pentacles. It's the universe is just raining, is like pouring, just raining down, like it's just like raining the blessings or raining the money. It's like you could just go out and just start grabbing it out of the sky. You put like a bucket out, and you can just like, it's like just grab the thing that you want. Like what do you want? You're being like literally bathed in it. And it's all these things that the universe is basically, it's the gratitude of the universe back to you is the way I want to say it. The card says gratitude, but it's the gratitude of the universe back to you. So in other words, it's the pleasure of the universe to to give back to you that which you've given to others. So it's the gratefulness, the gratitude of the collective celebrating you. It's basically saying it's time for you to get your payout, right? That's what this is saying. So it's like we're saying we're so grateful for you because of the work that you've done in your service to the collective. And so you're basically getting this huge, massive kind of spiritual bonus, spiritual and like physical. I think it really it relates to the many different blessings of your life, mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually, all of it. And yeah, I mean, I can't even make this shit up. Look, stability just came out. So this is like a Queen of Pentacles fairy here, and you have stability here, and you have Earth Spirit. So basically, this is another reminder because look, here comes all this. Here comes all of this, all the resources. All the resources. Where are they going to fall? It's almost like showering down into your lap. And look what she's doing. You can't make this shit up. I just noticed. Look what she's doing. Look at the way she's holding her hand. She's holding her hand out like she's waiting for something to fall in it. I mean, I know that these other things, whatever these things are floating around, like maybe other little spirits and things. I get that. But to me, it looks like she's holding her hands out to allow these things to be poured down into her hands. Which makes sense because, again, it's saying like the stability part. So there's a massive amount of financial blessing. But, oh, look, but then you got this too. You got the swans down here. I didn't even need it. I just totally didn't see this down here. You have kindred spirits, community and partnerships that are coming in for you. And a deepening of your romantic connection with your partner. There's going to be like a sense of renewal with your romantic partner, but you're also going to realize that you actually do have soul tribe members that you have not met yet. So where it's kind of like you've kind of been in this place for a while of like maybe mostly surrounded with people. Oh, gotta get out. Where it's been like you've mostly been surrounded by people who weren't really spiritual. So it was kind of like almost like a one-way street where it kind of feels like, you know, all when it comes to spirituality now, it's like, it's kind of hard to find people that are kind of on your level. And that's not meant to say like you're better than anybody, people, or anything like that. It's just hard to find people with the seriousness and the depth and, you know, all the things that you relate to on a spiritual level. So it can feel kind of like a one-sided thing where it's like, I can hang out with people and you know, I can relate to them on certain levels, but then there's like this whole other part of you that kind of like doesn't really get a whole lot of relationship because that part of you can't relate to these other people because they're not on that level. Well, all that's about to change. All of that's about to change. You're about to find a community of people that are on your level, that can speak your language, that can relate to what you do, and it's just kind of like I'm getting the Harry Potter school, the Hogwarts school. You know, it's kind of like you step into this school and you're like, holy shit! It's like everybody here is like me. Like after it's like this whole, it's like all like a huge, massive. It's like you just step into this community and it's like, oh my god, it's like my people. Here you are. I didn't think you guys existed. And here you guys all are like, we're all like a whole mess of you, a horde of you, a shit ton of you are here. It's like it's gonna be mind blowing, and it's gonna pull. There's gonna be so much satisfaction for you in that because, you know, it's gonna bring so much more enthusiasm and excitement to your life because now you're around all these people that think the way you do and they're into the things that you're into, and it's like you're bouncing ideas off each other and you're feedbacking off each other's energy, and it's like, and so now I'm getting tingles now. It's like, so now you have this new zest and this excitement because now it's like you have you have a community for you to share and relate to who is passionate about the thing that you're passionate about, and you can feedback off of each other, you know, because you're on each other's level, and it's not a competitive thing. It's just like, hey, you know, we're just soul tribe. We're just soul tribe. No pun intended. Or maybe there is. I don't know. But your soul tribe, you didn't know. You didn't know that when you named your channel Soul Tribe Tarot, you didn't know that you were dropping a foreshadow for your future. You didn't know that, did you? Yes, even that was a synchronicity and a foreshadow. Soul Tribe Tarot is about to find her soul tribe. Rainbow Waterfall. Miracles. So, I mean, what blessings are coming up for you in 2025? How about just a shit ton? How about just being showered in miracles? I mean, we could stop the reading right there, but of course, we won't. But we could. I mean, miracles. Miracles of what? Miracles of change. And we have this dragonfly spirit. I don't know why I don't use this deck more. Like, why am I not using this deck more? I need to think about why I don't use this deck more. So, miracles. There are some things that there's things that you've been waiting on for a long time, my friend, a really long time. And the amount of time that you've had to wait for these things to come to fruition has kind of almost, they've just almost left, it's almost like they've left your awareness, to where it's almost kind of like you may not even remember that you ever desired those things because it's taken so long to see the fruit of them. Well, it's almost kind of like the miracle is that there are things that you don't even remember because it might have been so long ago or whatever, or maybe you just were like, well, it's okay that thing, didn't happen or whatever. And it's like things are going to start happening and you're going to go, I don't believe it. It's like, this is unbelievable. And the minute it happens, it's going to take you back to where and when that thing was. And you're like, oh my God, I forgot all about that. And it's like, yeah, well, you forgot, but the universe didn't forget. Your angels, your spiritual guides didn't forget. And so it's kind of like, yeah, we're going to give you those things too. And then we're going to give you these other things. So there's a bunch of things coming to you that have taken a really long time to manifest. But then you have a bunch of new things ahead for you that are just new. So some things from back here that you've been holding out on, they've kind of been on layaway, maybe is the word they're giving me. Like back in the day, that was the big thing, and like you could put things on layaway, especially during Christmas. And then, people, when they got money, they could just go in and they could make whatever amount of payments they wanted to the thing that was on layaway. So they didn't have to pay for it all at once. And then by the time, just before Christmas, they could pay it off and they could take it out. Right. And so it's like you've been making these energetic deposits towards these miracles, things that you've forgotten about. And it's like they've been on layaway, but now they're not. So you have these things coming towards you, and you have new things coming towards you as well. So let's see what else. And there's a ton of nature, obviously, in these cards. So there's something again about you really spending more time in the types of environments that you love, not because you have to, but because you want to. And I feel like there's going to be a renewed sense of enjoyment of just the little things in life. Like, when I say the little things of life, I mean like really, really little things. Like you're going to go out and you're going to walk on the beach, and it's almost like for the first time in your life, you're going to actually acknowledge and appreciate how it feels for your toes to sink into the sand. Something you've done millions of times throughout your life, something that most people would never even stop and even remotely think of. But you're actually going to have like this intimate acknowledgement type experience where your foot, like I can see your foot sinking into the sand, and you can feel every detail of it. You can feel, it's almost like you become one with the sand, and it's going to have this kind of like, it's almost going to give you a little bit of an emotional effect, because it's going to prove to you that you've actually had the connection to the spiritual realm the way that you've always thought that you had, but maybe sometimes you weren't really sure that it was is quite as profound as you thought. But that also applies to the world around you, that your connection to the natural world and nature and your ability to sense and communicate with all things, even just through your energy, that was real too. And then you're going to start to be able to sense and feel what the world wants to say back to you. What is that communication? Even the sand underneath your feet, right? And I know it sounds kind of weird, but it's like, for as much enjoyment as you get out of the feeling of stepping in the sand gets as much enjoyment gets the equal amount of enjoyment for you stepping in it. And I know that sounds really weird, but it's true. The sand's like, no, we love that you love the experience that we provide you. And it's an energetic, it's a spiritual thing, it's an intimate thing. Okay. So yeah, if you're just wondering about like, you're wondering about just how much abundance you have coming towards you, how about infinite abundance? Like, I wasn't kidding earlier when you donated the first time, and it was that whole thing about the Ace of Pentacles again, the clouds just like throwing out coins. It's like, and the pentacle is representative of anything, right? And it's just like, you know, Ace of Pentacles just throwing out. Here they come. They're raining down. And it's like, you might think, well, this must just be like a moment, a season. Like, you know, you play the slot machines at the casino, you hit the number and you get a certain amount of coins, and then the coins stop. And that's what it feels like. It feels like you played the slot machine and you're waiting for the coins to stop because you know at some point they have to stop. It's like, it has to stop, right? Like, I won some money, but you know, it's not going to go forever. And the universe is like, no, not this time. This slot machine goes forever. So here's the infinite abundance coming down. Infinite. Abundance is pour. Look at the word. I can't make this shit up. Abundance is pouring into your life. Literally, the word pouring into your life. And look, they got a sheet. Am I looking at this right? Yeah. They got this big old sheet, and this dude over here is beating the shit out of some trees to make the apples fall into the sheet, I guess. So, but this is you. This is you holding out this big. You need a blanket. I mean, forget this. This is child's play. Holding your hands out like you're gonna catch something in water. You know, like she's trying to hold her hands out, like, oh, I can catch it. You know, like just give me crumbs. You know, give me just a little bit. Like that's ridiculous. What you need to catch all of this, you're gonna need a dump truck. You might need multiple dump trucks. Even this sheet situation here, catching all the stuff in the sheet, even that's ridiculous. Everything that's coming, the amount that's coming, you're gonna. It's like, I hope you got a lot of place to store all this stuff that's coming. Crossing bridges. Next card. It's time for healing, connecting, mending, and releasing. So this crossing bridges is I'm seeing you walking. This is you crossing into the next year. But also, this is you crossing into and crossing over a very long period in your life, a very long cycle. So it's not just the year cycle that's ending for you. There's actually a much longer cycle that's ending for you. I don't have your numerology chart pulled up, but you could be coming out of a 9-year cycle. You'd be coming out of a larger cycle. You could be coming out of a 20-year cycle, but you're crossing a huge bridge, which is the ending of a very long major cycle, but it's also the finish line that you're reaching here from 24 going into 25. What are the blessings? What are the blessings? What are the blessings? Protected by angels. Yeah. So they're wanting you to know also that it's like, hey, look, we know there's been drama. We know there's been bullshit. We know all the things. You were cherished by angels. Yeah. So it's basically just saying like, your spiritual team isn't going to be fucking around with you anymore. And when I say that, I'm not saying about like you, I'm like the situations around you. So it's like your spiritual team is kind of like been given like the okay now to kind of like drop the hammer. So, people start trying to do some, you start getting around people or people try to do some weird fuckery shit to you, or, just anything like just pulling fast ones on you or screwing you over, like all this kind of stuff. Like your angels are like, no, she's going into we're going into full blown Secret Service mode, like protecting you like the president. Like, there's this new divine protection that you have, and it's on purpose. Like in the past, it's like there was a certain amount of drama and bullshit that we had to be susceptible to, because that's how we learn our lessons. But your angels are saying, hey, look, she went all of that. That's part of the crossing the bridge, part of it's time for healing, connecting, mending, and releasing. Well, as you step into the new era of you, and you step into the new position, comes the new spiritual protection, right? Like that's just how it is. You become, an important person, a VIP, very important person. Well, very important people need very important protection. And that's just how it is. Like there's a reason that kings and rulers and all the people always have guards and all these things, right? And so because of the call that you have on your life and the important things you're meant to do, your level of protection is now increased with, kind of the promotion of you moving into this new time in your life. At the bottom of this deck, we have the wandering path. It's just saying, hey, look, have fun. Enjoy the journey, have fun. Enjoy the journey, have fun. The wandering path. Don't lose that 5 energy that you have. Like, the world is your oyster to explore and have fun. And as you move forward, keep that sense of exploration. When you feel that you want to take a trip, you feel like you want to explore, you get not kind of wandering type of energy, the universe saying, honor that energy, because it will fill your soul. And sometimes it's the little things that you do that play a part in bigger things that you do. You can't make this up, man. You're watching me when we draw these cards. Okay, the prosperity card came out, the union card came out. These are like, I don't know, double, triple confirmations. Integrity here, and then we have adversity at the bottom. So this is having about the crossing the bridge here at the bottom here. See gifts in the challenge. One can be taught within the calm, but the greatest lessons are learned from the storms. Yeah, and this is you. You've crossed over these times. You've gone through the storms. You've traversed the adversity of the spiritual journey of everything that's taken you a really long time, going back to this. I don't know how long of a cycle it is that you've been going on, but you've been on a very, very long cycle, and it's been a journey. It's been a hell of a journey, and it's almost like it's gonna take you like a hot minute of being in 2025, like maybe a month or two for it really to hit you. That it's like, is this really, really real? Like, have I really finished this long journey? Like, it was so long, you're just going to be sitting there with the spiritual jet lag of like, oh man, like, is it really done? And it's like, yeah, you did, you finished it. Right. But here's your triple, dipple, quadruple confirmation that this spiritual prosperity is coming. Prosperity, 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 stability, prosperity. Then we have the union. The union is talking again about your spiritual tribe, your partner, like the renewal of all that energy. This one says, you have seen and unseen allies, draw upon their strengths, join forces with friends and flourish. Complete soul tribe card right there. And also reminding you that you're in union with your angels, but you have to also remember too that sometimes they're on standby, right? Sometimes we forget, hey, we have to call on them sometimes for divine assistance, and I forget that. I'm guilty of that. I'll forget. I'm like, oh man, divine assistance. I need to, I need to call on them. Say, hey, I could use you guys right now. And then integrity. Drop the things that offend your soul. Embrace your truth. It's your life. Let no one live it for you. So this is just saying, hey, be unapologetically true to you no matter what you do moving forward. You're a person of integrity. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to, entertain. It's just basically your guide's telling you like, hey, look, now is this is the time for you to throw off any residual anythings attached to you where you feel like you have to water yourself down in any way. That's what this card is essentially saying. No more watering yourself down under any circumstance. All right, let's see what we got. Endless possibilities, which is tied to the infinite abundance here, but it's saying, hey, again, and this is like the universe keeps bringing back the same thing. The Ace of Pentacles, just throwing it out of the cloud. You pull the lever on the slot machine and the money just keeps coming. The opportunities just keep coming. It's a metaphor for everything, not just the stability. It's like, what do you want? It's like, what do you want? You've earned it. Tell us what you want. What do you want to do? What do you want to create? Where do you want to go? What do you want to invest in? What experiences do you want to have? The universe is just basically saying, hey, you've earned this. You tell us what you want. The possibilities are endless here. Oh, what happened? Oh, half the deck's sitting over there. Great big love. And there you are. And that's literally what the card says. Great big love. So perhaps the biggest blessing that you're going to get in 2025, my friend, the biggest blessing is the return of the amount of love that you've given over all these years to all the people you've helped, all the readings you've done. It's like this compound of back pay of all that you've done up to this moment. And all of that love that you've given out into the world and put into others and you focused out, all that love is about to come back to you. It's coming back to you in the form of resources, finances, ideas, friends, soul tribe. You're getting paid back now for finishing this long journey, and the love is all coming back to you. And at the bottom, we have Oracle's gift. And your ability to do what you're doing is about to go up a notch. So I mean, you're master level now, you're about to go to like grandmaster. And if you're grandmaster level, you're about to go to ascended master. So whatever level of badassery you're at, it's like, if you were, a ninth degree black belt, you're about to get the 10th degree, right? Like your gift is going up a notch. So don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if all of a sudden you start doing some things, sensing some things, tapping into some things you've never done before that are super wild, super profound. You're like, holy shit, what is this? This is cool. Never done this before. Never had this happen before. Never been this accurate before. Never channeled this before. It's like, things are about to get exciting with this. Which means that, you're going to continue to get all of my money. all my money. Trudy gets all my money, and Chipotle gets all my money. Trudy and Chipotle. All right, so we have letting go. Let me get the okay, accepting what is, and one more. Yep, hearing messages from coming into power. Man, I mean, you can't make this up. So some of them are repeat messages, but some of them are not. So we have the letting go. I surrender joyously to the ebbing and flow of life, and there's fish there. And so what this is kind of like, I'm also getting like the go with the flow energy, or the out to sea card and wisdom of the oracle. There's an energy of saying like, let yourself swim in the oceans of spirit now. That's really weird. I mean, it's not weird, but it's like, that's what they just literally said. Let yourself swim in the oceans of spirit. Let spirit be the rivers and the oceans and the places of peace that you go when you go to your places of peace. When you find your place, when you go out and you find your place of peace, let this be the place of peace within the place of peace, if that makes sense. You're always at home when you're in spirit. When you let go and you go and you release yourself into the stream of spirit, that will always be your home, your true peace. Accepting what is. I accept and embrace my inner majesty. Yeah, so basically, this is the universe just calling you out and saying, hey, we're telling you that you're a badass. We're telling you you're a grandmaster. We're telling you that you're the shit. And we're telling you that you're a rock star. And we approve. You know, we are spirit and we approve of this message. Trudy's the shit. And they're basically saying, hey, you're the shit. You can believe it. You can own it. It doesn't mean you're egotistical. It doesn't mean you're bragging. You're not going to go out and like, oh, look, I'm the shit. It's not like that. Nothing to do with ego or any of that. It's just, hey, they're saying they really want you to feel the truth of it. Explore the truth of it. That's accepting what is. The reality of who you've become because you earned it. You walked through the fires, you crossed the bridge, you've earned this. You've paid your dues, you've done all the things. And they're acknowledging you for it. And then you have hearing messages from spirit, which is tied directly to the oracle's gift. So again, this is more confirmation that things are about to get really awesome in that. And then at the bottom, if you need even more, my mod went to sleep at like 5 hours ago. My mod is sleeping. She's asleep. She's like, I can't, there's no way I could hire a mod for 7 hours or 8 hours. I'd need to pay like 5 mods, 6 mods. Coming into power. Coming into power is all of that as well. And there was another one on the table. Where was the other one? There was another one on the table. It might have been that Oracle's gift too, but it was the Oracle's gift. So it was saying, you know, all of your stuff, all of your power, all of your gifts are about to go up to the next level. So this is triple confirmation. So, you know, there's a lot of highlighting here about an upgrade that you're about to get to all of your spiritual giftings. And so let's see what the Squatch Totem has for you. So here he is, the Squatch Totem. Let's see what Squatch Totem here. He's been hanging out, sending his magic into my little witch bowl. We got the King of Swords. Ooh, we got the Queen of Swords. Wow. And Gene, oh my God. We were just talking about a mod. Look, you guys just woke my mod up. Is this even possible? They were literally just asking where my mod was, and then all of a sudden, here she is. She arrives on call, on demand. And then we have the Page of Wands. There's something here. This is really, I don't know, man. This is, I'm either like, I'm either like getting sleep deprived at this point. My brain is melting, or I'm just telling you what, I'm just going to tell you what I'm getting. There's some type of counsel here. These three are like a council. They're telling me that you're part of a divine council. Like you're taking your seat, your spot on some type of divine council. That's what they're telling me. I have no idea what that means. That they're like, yeah, she's part of this divine council. Okay. Oh, they're pointing at this card. I am sleep deprived. The message is from Spirit. So you have these messengers and these angels over here, protected by angels. They're not just angels. You have these messengers, and there's 3 of them. You got 3 specific messengers assigned to you. They're like, you're this little council. So it's like when you're going around and you're doing your thing, it's like you got these dudes, these 3 dudes that are hanging out with you, and they're kind of like your messengers and like your, I don't know, like they're the ones that are like assisting you. That's what they are, like your assistants. These angels that are with you all the time, but it's like they're part of a council that you're a part of. And so when you go and you connect spiritually, like you can talk to these like directly. Like you can communicate with these angels, I guess, directly, is what they're saying. Definitely can say I've never had anything like that come through before. But with Trudy, I'm not surprised. Oh my gosh. Anything else? No. They're saying, no, that's all. Is Miss Ba and Arpita still here? I promised I was going to do those 2 a quick reading, and I think I might have just enough left in my tank to do it. Think you, my friend. I wouldn't be here and I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for you. The master, my friend, my teacher, the best damn tarot reader on the YouTubes. Listen, all y'all that up in here, y'all better go subscribe to Trudy's channel right now, Soul Tribe Tarot, that's in the chat right now. Go right to her channel right now, hit the subscribe button. Make sure that you have the bell notifications turned on, and when she goes live, because she goes live all the time, make sure you get your ass to the live. You ask your question, you donate, you skip the line, and make sure that you pay and get a personal reading from her. Don't think about it. Don't wait. Go do it. It'll change your life. You'll never be the same. And hell, you might even turn out like me. You might end up being some crazy bastard who's been on YouTube for 8 hours because you ran into Trudy, and then she gets you plugged into the thing that you're supposed to be doing, and then you love the thing you do so much you can't stop doing it, so you deprive yourself from sleep. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Y'all best get over there and subscribe to her channel. Y'all gonna be needing it. Y'all gonna be needing that 2025. And be like, what am I going? How do I get my blessings? You better go talk to the master. She'll tell you. She'll tell you how to get it. Okay, what's the question here? She's like, good night. I know the sun. Look. Yeah, you guys can see it on the reflection on my little screen right here. You're like full blown sun now. The sun is out. Wait. Okay. What will Cancer next action be for me? He's my crush. We swiped right on each other on a dating app. The conversation between us just stopped. Haven't received a reply, and it's been a week now. That son of a bitch. He ghosted you? Wait, what did I just do? Oh. He ghosted you? All right. What is the future outcome between Miss Ba and the Cancer? What it is. All right. So he's focused on other things. Yep. All right. Well. He hasn't let go of something. This came out kind of like this. It was wanting to come out in reverse. There's two energies attached to that. He hasn't let go of something. That much I definitely know. I think he's focused on other things as well. This guy, I'm not sure yet. Okay, now I'm sure. Okay, got it now. Yeah, so he's focused on his future here. We got the future card. He's focused on his investments, his money, his assets here with the investments card. You know, the seasons card here, you can't really see it. I know this is a deck that I made for myself, so I chose a really terrible font for whatever reason. But down here, you can't see it. It does say seasons. But basically, it's cuddle season. You know, cuddle season starts between, it starts basically like November and it ends the beginning of March. That's typically cuddle season. That's when everybody's on the dating apps. It's like actually a statistical thing. So he's just doing the cuddle season thing here. He's focused on his future, you know, building, doing things, whatever he's doing, his future, his goals, his stuff. He's not over something with that in reverse, or probably not over somebody. Still the influence card, he's being influenced by this release energy. Somebody may have come back. We're going to find out, though. Why is the release card here? He's definitely focused on like his money, his assets, his life and stuff like that for sure, the Wheel of Fortune, but why is this release card here? Oh no. Not the Seven of Swords. No, not the Seven of Swords. Oh, shit. Okay. I hate to break it to you, but yeah, one of two things. He's either seeing somebody else. If it's a dating app, he was talking to somebody else while he was talking to you. We got the Two of Wands. That's two people. Seven of Swords is lying, deception, betrayal, sneaky shit. And then we have the Moon card at the bottom of the deck, which is hiding stuff. So either he was talking to somebody else the same time he was talking to you, or I still feel like he wasn't over somebody, and I feel like it's very possible that somebody came back from his past with the Wheel of Fortune here, because the Wheel of Fortune could be like basically somebody coming back saying, hey, I've changed. I want to change things. I want to give things another try. So that's possible. So either somebody from his past came back, or somebody he knew before potentially came back, and he wasn't sure, because the Two of Wands is kind of like, well, I don't know. I'm talking to this new chick, that I met on the dating site, and I'm talking to this new chick I was talking on the dating site, but then this other, somebody from the past came back, and so he had a decision to make. He's like, well, do I give this person from my past another chance, or do I keep talking to the girl that I met online? He wasn't sure. Underneath the Moon, we have the Ten of Cups. So yeah, this is somebody he had a lot of feelings and emotions for. So I do think that this is a past person that he didn't let go of. So either way, that's the deal. The reason that he stopped talking to you is because of somebody else. And I don't think, even if he would have continued to talk to you, even if you would have continued with this guy, I don't think that it would have. I don't think it would have turned into anything serious, because he's not focused on relationships. He's completely focused on his future, his money, his job, career. I think that any female that he has in his life is just, his mind is just like, it's just nice to have a woman in your life. Probably nice to get laid, that kind of thing. But he's not thinking about like serious shit. So, if that's what you were hoping for, was like, oh man, I want to find somebody who loves me and cares about me, and they want to have a serious relationship and build a future together. He's not there yet. I mean, he's focused on building his future, but it's not like a love story thing, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm sorry. I know that sucks. I know it's not what you wanted to hear. I don't know, you waited a really long time, and I feel even worse now that you were so patient and you waited, but I'm just the messenger. Is Arpita still here, or did Arpita leave? Arpita, are you still here? You're so welcome. Thank you for hanging out so long, by the way. Arpita. Arpita. On the first day of Christmas, Arpita gave to me. Get these cards back in. Oh man, my eyes. Is it? Jeez, man, it's almost 8 o'clock. It's like I'm really torn. Do I just stay awake now? No, impossible. I will not stay awake. Arpita. Okay, that's true. All right, then. All right, who is here? Who is here that's got a quick question? My bandwidth is very, very, very shot. Who has a more like if you have a question that can be answered in like 3 cards ish, or yes or no, something simple, I can probably do it. Okay, so Sean, Lindsay. All right, Sean, shoot your question. I think you were here. Lindsay, you can shoot yours. Y'all can just both drop them both in the chat at the same time. Gene, you need to email me. I keep telling you I owe you like 10 readings, and you don't email me. I'll send you a reading. I'll do a reading offline and I'll email it to you. I'll send it to you. Because you come in and you always put yourself on your modding, and you always put yourself on the list, and then I'm always on somebody else, and then you fall asleep, and then I never get around to you. And I owe you like 10 readings. Yeah, I do. Hell yeah, I owe you. Send me an email. Send me an email. I demand it. Send me an email with all your questions. 3 questions, 5 questions. I don't care. However many questions you got. Send me an email. And I will do your reading. Will Libra and I meet? Okay. Will Libra and I meet? I'm sensing a yes, but let's find out. Ooh. Yes, but. Oh, man. Not again. All right, I got to break it to you. Answer is yes. You will meet, or you can meet. You may not after you may not want to meet after what I'm about to tell you, but Ace of Wands, yes. Wheel of Fortune, yes. Death card, yikes. Will you meet? Yes, but here's the but, unfortunately. 6 of Pentacles, hey, you find out that maybe Mr. Libra is doing some of this 7 of Swords shit, unfortunately, and then, yeah, it's going to hurt. You find out you're not the only person he's given the goodies to here. 'Cause there you go. So the answer is yes. Yes, he wants to meet. Of course, let's meet. Let's meet and bang. Let's meet and get it on. But then death. Well, why is the death card here? Well, things end when you're a liar and you're not honest. That's why things end. And here, the dishonesty, the lies, not telling the truth, probably because he's given some up somewhere to the side or something. And essentially the Six of Swords is saying, hey, it's up to you, but, you have an opportunity now, whether you decide you want to stay or go, protect your peace, deal with the bullshit or whatever. But ultimately, the death card here is essentially the same. The Five of Pentacles, I should say, is the same as the death card here. Just the minor arcana version of it is it's going to hurt. It's not going. It's not going to go anywhere. It's going to hurt because this person is not honest, lying, cheating, unfaithful. Can't trust them. Bottom of the deck, there's something better. The Star card. Don't let this reading affect your hope. Don't let it bum you out. It's divine protection, and there's something better. So, and the Wheel of Fortune, which I didn't mention, it's just saying, hey, it's part of the process here. So yes, in a sense, there's an element of fate involved in this, but it's also saying, hey, this is meant to help you in the process of the change that you're going through, because the change element of the Wheel of Fortune is also tied to the transformation element of the Death card. And so, to give you just a little more on the other energies attached to all of this is like saying, basically, evaluate the things that you're attracted to so that you can change the things about yourself that will then change the things that you're attracted to. That's what you're being invited into. You're being invited into a period of transformation. And the reason that you attract these types of people is an indication of the types of things within you that need and require the transformation. Try to say that again 10 times really fast. And if you sense that there was some type of deceit or lying or whatever, then that's awesome. Then you were right. You were 100% right. Okay, so Sean and then Lindsay, did you post up here? Did I miss your question? Am I moving out of this house soon? Advice on this with yes or no. Are you moving out of the house? She's like, am I getting the hell out of this house? Is Lindsay getting out of her house? Is Lindsay getting out of her house? Well, we got the Wheel of Fortune. I'm going to say yes. That's a massive card of change. Change is on the horizon. There might be a teeny tiny little bit of a delay, so it may not be quite as soon as you want. Whoa. What's going on here? Dude, cards are flying out like crazy. What's happening right now? Okay, yeah, you're in a toxic environment for sure. Something's toxic about the situation you're in. Devil card at the bottom of the deck. Oh my God, my back. Yikes. Ugh. Get the card. Ugh. All right. Holy crap. Okay. Could be something about money problems, money investment, or you needing to get to a place, moving to a different place because it'll help you save money. Something to do with resources here. What else we got here? What else is going on? Okay, well, 3 down, that one sideways. All right, don't know what the hell that's about. Yeah, there's something about like an isolation here. The Hermit, Ace of Wands, the 5 of Cups, the 10 of Wands. Yeah, so this is like saying like, hey, you need to really think about you I shouldn't say you think about it. You've done a lot of thinking about this, but there's also a sense of loneliness here, which I see twice: the Hermit, isolation, loneliness. 5 of Cups, a sense of loss and regret, and just feeling, you know, there's something too here about I don't know what the environment is. This is like anger maybe with the Ace of Wands. There's some type of, I feel like an angry energy with that. You're very overwhelmed right here. Just very overwhelmed by all the energy, all the toxic shit here. Oh yeah. Whew. Okay. Family. We got some like controlling, dominate, controlling. We got a tower. Shit's about to blow up. Something's about to blow up. Injustice. There's an injustice, or something's about to be brought to justice here. Karma's getting involved. Like this, all this right here is these. Jesus, man. I don't know what you got going on, Lindsay. I don't know what the hell you got going on, but this is wild. This is wild. You got some shit going on around you, man. We got justice, the tower, and the devil involved. I mean, all of this is, yeah. So what's the delay? Hold on. What's the delay? Why what's the delay thing about? Oh, the 7 of Pentacles. Is that true? Is that accurate? Is it the 7 of Pentacles? It's the 7 of Pentacles, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, investment. Love. So either something to do with family, something to do with the relationship, something to do with a commitment. This could be literal, this could be metaphorical. Or maybe it's saying this is how you got into it, which has made it harder for you to get out of it. So like an example would be you marry somebody, and when you married them, you were in love. And then, hey, we went out, we had kids, and we started a family. But then it got toxic and everything went downhill. And now the whole thing's turned into one of those crazy shitstorm divorce stories. I'm not saying that's your story. I'm just saying that's kind of the best analogy I could give based with that love card there. Oh, you cannot make this shit up, dude. Look at this. I want everybody to see this right now. You cannot make it up. I literally said it. Look at the bottom of this deck. Delays. Literally right there. You cannot make that shit up. There it was at the bottom of the deck. Damn. Damn, I'm good. Sorry, guys. That right there. I love when that happens. Love when that happens. Yeah. So that just confirms. And there's Mr. Emperor. Some dude. There's the 10 of Pentacles. Money, assets, all the things. Yeah, travel, wanting to get out. Yeah, man, this is like a love-hate relationship trauma bond thing. A lot of passion here. This is one of those things, man, where it's like you hate somebody's guts, but the sex is like crazy. It's like crack. It's like I've never been with somebody more toxic in my life, but man, the sex is great. Hate when that happens. That makes it really hard to leave. It's like, you might be the most toxic son of a bitch in the world, but you're the best sex too. What do I do? But the answer is yes. You will be getting out of the house, but the process of whatever is going on behind the scenes, because obviously there's a lot going on there, the process of what is required for you to be able to do so might take a little bit longer. All right. So I can do a few other quick ones. Who else? I got a little bit left. A little bit left. 8. Maybe 3 quickies. I might have 3 quickies in me. You're welcome, Lindsay. 3 quickies. Arpita, are you back? I was looking for you a second ago. I thought there was somebody else here. I see Adna. Adna, I see you. Marmar. Marmar, are you still here? All right, well. What awaits me next? All right, so Adna, I'll just do you really quick. You got lucky, Adna. You got lucky. You came in last second, last minute. Marmar, you can ask your question too. What's coming up next for Adna after her breakup? And you're welcome, Lindsay. Please like, subscribe, all the things. And also, guys, go check out my other videos, please, if you don't mind. There's a lot of things, a lot of other videos that I've posted fairly recent, like the last week or so. Lots of good shit out there for you guys that are very beneficial for you, that I feel like a lot of you guys will be very interested in. Okay. All right, so for Adna, Marmar, you can ask your question. Put it in the. I'll do you right here after Adna. Okay, so Adna, you were separated from your man on purpose. The universe intervened, came in. The universe intervened and separated you from this guy. I know that's not what you wanted, but that's what had to happen. It's for your highest good. Yeah, there's something better for you. So, Fated Destiny, Adna, this is the universe intervening. This is the not now saying, hey, look, nope, this guy, you guys can't do it. Fortress, like, you need to focus on your health, your security, getting back into a good place, just be your basic needs and things, essentially. What's coming up for you, essentially, you've got something better coming up. This is like a 10 of Pentacles and a time of celebration. So despite the current circumstances, no matter how bad it feels to go through the breakup and then the separation, now is not the time to get down on yourself or get down on your luck, because you have something good coming up for you. Time of celebration. What else we got here? Actually, no. Yeah, I'm gonna switch decks. All right, what else? In addition to this, okay, yeah, this was coming out like it was heading in the reverse position. So your guides are telling you to stop stressing out, to stop freaking out, to stop worrying about this. You're letting this situation consume you. The 9 of Swords is you being completely, utterly paralyzed and consumed by this. But it was coming out in the reverse. It's the universe saying, hey, again, we know that this isn't fun. We know you don't like it. We know it hurts, but there's something better. There's something better coming in for you. A good time of celebration. Get out of your head. Stop overthinking it. I know it's easier said than done, but they're saying, hey, the good stuff will happen sooner if you stop focusing and worrying about the other thing. So they're wanting you to get out of this Nine of Swords energy. Yeah. And they're just confirming it. The Lover's in reverse. You're not aligned with this person. And look, it's coming out under not now. You are not aligned with this person. Something was not changing. The universe was giving it a chance. They were trying to do everything that they could do to help you and this person, your past person, come together. Right? And sometimes one or the other or both people just can't they just can't. They're too much ego, they're not willing to change. Like whatever the situation is, they're too resistant. And the universe, will respect your free will. It's like, look, we're trying over here. We're trying to help you out, but you've got to help yourself too. We're not going to just come in and rescue you, and we're not going to, do the work for you. You have to participate in your own rescue. And I don't think he was participating in his rescue. So the universe is like, all right. Yeah, you're focused on the grief. You're focused on the loss. I know it sucks. I know it feels shitty. I know it feels crappy. But if you turn, you have a bright future ahead of you. There's other things out there. There's more fish in the sea. And if you get out of this negative energy of over-focusing and obsessing on it, then you have some really good shit coming towards you. You have a whole new life. Like a whole new tons of whole new opportunities here. It's saying, yeah, have strength, have courage. I know this is hard. Face the fears, face the pain, face the challenge, because you have something amazing coming to you. With the World card here. What else do you want Adnan to know right now? Is there someone at work I'm wondering how he feels about me? Mar. Okay. Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm just going to have to give it to you. I'm going to have to do the quick version of this. So Adnan's saying here, like, in order for things to change, you have to participate in the change. Nothing changes until you change it. This is about taking action. This is about being brave, being courageous, and making the changes and doing the things that are required. That's what this is saying here. And it's saying that you have to in order to get out of this cycle with the World card here, you have to take action to get out of it. You have to have the courage and the strength to get the victory with the Six of Wands. But you're still holding on to the loss, which is why nothing's happening. These two cards right here are blocking everything from you moving forward. Holding on to the past, holding on to this guy, and the Four of Cups. You're focused on these cups. There's nothing left. There's nothing in them. They can no longer serve you. They're disappointing. There's nothing else these things are no good anymore. And it's like, why? Why are they no good? Why are they no good? Why are they empty? Why? And then if all you did was just turn your head to the right, you would notice there's a whole brand new cup coming out of the cloud that's actually awesome. And so the universe is trying to tell you that you need to see this from a different perspective. You need to adjust your view. The way that you're thinking about this is not real. It's not reality. And it doesn't mean that there's not a time for grief. It's human to grieve. It's okay to grieve a loss, but to hold on to something that, to continually hold on to something and not want to let it go when you know that it's not serving you, that's different. Right? Because it's if it's not aligned for you, it's not aligned for you. At least not right now, it's not. Like, this is you stepping into your power. The universe is wanting you to step into your power, to get your power back. Your beauty, your abundance, your creativity, right? Because you're the Empress. You don't feel like the Empress right now, but you're the Empress. And everybody wants the Empress. She's all 4 queens. She got everything. She got all the goodies. Everything going on for the Empress. So, the universe is wanting you to step into your abundance so you can have your abundance. So they're asking you to get curious. They're asking you to change the way that you're thinking about this. Think about this from a different perspective. Investigate your thinking, your story. Look at things objectively, rationally, not emotionally. I know, easier said than done. And there you are, the 3 of Wands again. There's something out there. There's something beautiful and wonderful out there. You want to go see what it is? You want to go see what the cool little package, the cool little surprise out there is? Go out there and see. Walk out there, go out there and see what that cool little surprise is waiting for you out there. So, I know it's hard when you have history with somebody, you care about somebody, and no matter what you want, no matter how hard you try and how bad you want it, sometimes the answer is just no. And in your case, the answer is not now. And there's nothing you can do to force it. There's nothing you can do to change it, Adna. It's just no. Right now, it's no. The universe tried. This is the universe. Fated destiny. So it wasn't just you that was trying. You had all the universe behind you trying to help you try too. The universe was like, I'm trying to help you guys out too. And the universe couldn't even get things on track. So there comes a point in time where you have to know when to stop kicking a dead horse and turn your energy and reinvest your energy back into yourself to overcome the difficulty, learn the lesson, and move on with your life and find something, attract something that is worthy and valuable of you. Because this is a season. This is not the rest of your life, by the way. It feels like the rest of your life when you want it and it's hurt and you lost it. But this is just a season. It's not forever. There is someone at work I'm thinking about. I'm wondering how he feels about me. Okay. And then Arpita, you can post your question. Because you said you were away or your phone discharged and you came back. So Arpita, if you're here, you can post your question. All right, so I'm assuming this is the work person. We got a King of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn energy here. I don't know if this is your boss. They don't have feelings for you. Ten of Swords. No feelings. And there's something else here too about with Justice being here, like legalities or I don't know. There's some, yeah. It's like I don't know. There's an interesting energy on that one. Is there anything else that they need to know? I don't know. I don't know what your sign is, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, or whatever. We got a Queen of Swords here. We got Libra there. Yeah. Okay. Judgment's here. Yeah. Yeah. This is like a definite no. This is like this person. It's drama, conflict. Like there's something here where this person is just like, yeah, this is not. Yeah, this is a no-go. Especially with work. Like, you know, you're meeting this person at work, you're dealing with this person at work. This is the Five of Pentacles. Maybe the fear of losing their job, fear of getting fired. Yeah, this is a no. This person does not have any feelings for you. Arpita, are you still here? Now is your chance. I've got like literally 5 minutes left of my brain functioning properly. Arpita. Or did you bounce? She doesn't stay in the chat. Okay. Then what? Tamyeka, are you here? I saw you up there. If you're still in the chat and you have a quick question. I will. Yeah, I've done one other 9-hour one before. I told myself too when I got on last night, I said 2 hours. You gonna do 2 hours? And here I am. All right, Tamyeka, you can drop your question and then you're it. You are my last. I would do more if I like literally if sleep were not a thing, like if we didn't have to actually go to sleep to function, I would actually do more. If my body, everything, like, but just I've sat for 9 hours, my back is killing me. Do you run cross Curtis mind? Do I run cross Curtis mind? Wait a minute. Are you asking if Curtis thinks about you? Is that your question? Are you asking, does Curtis think about me? Is Curtis thinking about me? Is that what you're asking? All right, that must be what you're asking. Okay. Yes. The answer is yes. They have romantic feelings for you. They think about you. In fact, not only do they think about you, they overthink about you. They're all up in their head. Overthinking. Too much thinking. But their thinking is not so great. This is a lot of negativity, pessimistic, overthinking, worst case thinking, glass half empty thinking, expecting the worst. Okay, yeah, the death card. So I don't know. This person thinks it's over. They're afraid that it's over. This person has feelings for you, romantic feelings for you. They're scared. They're afraid. They've imagined the worst. That's all this overthinking and negativity and pessimism, and they think it's over. Done, over. That's what their fear. They're afraid that it's over and done with you. Anything else? They wish they could figure this out, make things work. They want to move forward. They want to take control of things. They want to overcome any challenges and obstacles that you guys may have had at one point. They're afraid that they're afraid you're going to tell them to go fuck themselves, to put it quite frankly. They're afraid that you're going to be like, if they come, they're afraid that if they come towards you, this is them wanting to come towards you, you're going to be, you get this wall and this big ass stick, and it's be like, get the hell away from me. So they're basically afraid that you're going to tell them to go fuck themselves. And so, they basically they see you as the one who has all the power. But this is also them wanting to take action. There's a message here that they want to send you. There's a lot of guilt. There's a lot of grief. There's a lot of loss. So I mean, if his daughter died, I mean, geez, that's hardcore. I mean, he's still mourning that if that's the case. But, he doesn't. This is like him. Like, he does imagine. But he's like in a bad place right now mentally. 9 of Swords, the bottom of the deck. And he's keeping to himself with the High Priestess here. So he's staying quiet, keeping to himself, internalizing things. But yes, to answer your question, definitely has feelings for you. Well, yeah, thinking about you. That was the question. It wasn't if he had feelings for you. The question is he thinking about you? The answer is yes, he thinks about you. And I do think that he obviously he cares about you, has feelings for you. There's emotion here, positive emotion, but he's just not in a good mental headspace right now. So, but yes, he does think about you. So maybe send him a prayer, send him some love, send him some light. All right, everybody, I appreciate you guys all so much for joining, for coming in, for liking, subscribing, and sharing, for hanging out. I am sorry. I wish I didn't have to stop. If I could keep going, I would keep going, but I finally hit my threshold. I finally hit the threshold. My eyes are melting. My mind is completely just fried. But stay tuned. I will be. I should be back on soon. Maybe in a few days. I have some time off coming up, so I hope to be on sooner. And I've also got some other videos I'll be uploading as well. So check back for that. And anything else? Everything else in the description box. You can also reach out if you want a personal reading or private reading. I do offer those. There's an email in the description box. You can reach out for a personal private reading. That information should be there. My email address should be there if you have any questions about anything, or you would just like to keep in contact with me. If you'd like me to update me on the things going on in your life, send me an email. Love to hear back from you guys. Keep up with you guys. Know what's going on with you, what turns out for you, how life goes for you, and all of that. And so yeah. Appreciate you guys all. Thanks for being here. Enjoy your weekend if it's the weekend for you or wherever it is for you. Love and light to you all. Gene, send me an email. I owe you a reading. I owe you a reading. Send me an email. I owe you a reading. What else? That's it. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Have a great night. And I will see you all soon.